Chapter 11:16. Yang Yi turned around, and a middle-aged man was suddenly standing not too far away. Moreover, he actually recognized the middle-aged man. It was none other than the city governor of ancient domain city in profounder continent, Lu Yuanhao. Lu Yuanhao chuckled. Yang Yi, you haven't forgotten me, right? How could I? Replied Yang Yi. He naturally hadn't forgotten Lu Yuanhao. After all, they'd even worked together at that time. However, they were definitely not allied now. Because Lu Yuanhao was targeting his primordial pagoda, Lu Yuanhao chuckled. You're still as ruthless as ever. I sent someone to look for you, but you killed him. You really don't give any consideration to past relationships. However, it allowed me to realize that you, Yang Yi, aren't the same Yang Yi anymore. Saints aren't a threat to you anymore. So, I came here myself. Lu Yuanhao paused for a moment at this point, and he continued, I almost forgot. That quasi-emperor who was protecting you might be unable to pay any attention to you right now. Yang Yi raised his head and looked up into the sky, and then his face fell slightly. He brought more than one quasi-emperor. A short while passed before Yang Yi gazed at Lu Yuanhao. City Governor Lu, you came prepared. Of course. Lu Yuanhao gazed at Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, you should be very well aware of what my objective is. Give it to me, and you can leave. I will absolutely not make things difficult for you, and if you're willing, we can even form an alliance. I can help you keep the Thousand Crane sect and Emo clan busy. What do you think? I'm really sincere. That really is quite tempting. Yang Yi chuckled, but City Governor Lu, are you trying to insult my intelligence, or your own intelligence? Would I even have a chance to live once I give it to you? No. There'll be the one sty, kill once you get it. Why? Because no one else in this world will know that it's in your hands once I'm dead, right? Lu Yuanhao gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he said, Yang Yi, while your cultivation was much lower than mine all those years ago, your strength wasn't any weaker to my own. Now, I'm a quasi-emperor, and you're a half-saint. I really want to know if you're still as monstrous as you were all those years ago. I don't have a choice, right? Yang Yi let go of Xiao Yushi. Meanwhile, she glanced at him and moved aside. You really don't. Since you aren't willing to hand it over yourself, then I'll take it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot as well. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the space here instantly cracked apart before Yang Yi and Lu Yuanhao returned to where they were standing a moment ago. At this moment, the clothes on Yang Yi's chest had been dyed red with blood. The blood was coming from his chest that had cracked open severely, and blood was flowing out incessantly from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yushi's expression changed drastically, and she was about to charge over to Yang Yi. However, he stretched out his hand and stopped her. I forgot that you're injured. Lu Yuanhao said, not only are you injured, you seem to be quite severely injured. Fighting you now is an unfair victory to me. Yang Yi replied, then why don't we fight another day? Lu Yuanhao said, what do you think? Since we can't, then why talk nonsense? As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, his figure shot forward explosively. At the same time, his entire body instantly turned blood red while a blood-red sword appeared in his grasp. He took the sword in both hands as he arrived before Lu Yuanhao, and then he swung it down. The powerful force it carried caused the space around it to instantly crack apart and collapse. Lu Yuanhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he clenched his right fist tightly. In an instant, his entire arm turned completely red like molten metal, and then he slammed his fist against Yang Yi's blood-red sword. Bang! Yang Yi's sword and Lu Yuanhao's entire arm trembled violently, and then Lu Yuanhao's figure suddenly shook. A strand of flames swept out from his arm and instantly enveloped Yang Yi, and then he took a step forward and slammed his fist towards Yang Yi, who was now covered in flames. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded as Yang Yi was blasted flying. Lu Yuanhao naturally didn't abandon such an opportunity and was about to press forward. However, Yang Yi suddenly vanished from within the flames, and then a ray of blood-red light flashed. Lu Yuanhao's eyes instantly opened wide because a blood-red sword had stabbed against his chest. However, it only pierced a few centimeters deep, because Lu Yuanho's completely red hand had grabbed onto it. Break! Yang Yes' furious shout resounded, and then he twisted heaven's gravestone. Lu Yuanhao was instantly blasted backwards. At the same time, Yang Yes' sword was piercing bit by bit into Lu Yuanhao. However, Lu Yuanho's expression remained extremely calm. I still underestimated you. You still possess such formidable strength even when you're heavily injured. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuanhao shook his hand that held Yang Yes' sword. In an instant, Yang Yes' sword trembled, and then his entire body transformed into a ray of blood-red light that was pushed almost 1 kilometer away. Lu Yuan walked slowly through the sky in Yang Yes' direction, and he said, Yang Yi, needless to say, I really admire you. Even though you are from the lower dimensions, your natural talent and mentality aren't inferior to many geniuses in the Central Divine Prefecture. Most importantly, you're really decisive, ruthless, and brave. Just these 3 aspects make you much superior to many of those so-called geniuses. To be honest, I think very highly of you, and I once even wanted to recruit you into my Lu clan so that you could help me rise to power. Lu Yuanhao shook his head slightly at this point. Unfortunately, you have what I need, and no one can know about it. So, you must die. Your profound energy has dried up now, so hand it over, and I'll let you die swiftly. Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped the space before him, and then he transformed into a ray of crystal blue light that shot forward explosively. Lu Yuanho's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of surprise in them. Stellar energy. You can actually utilize stellar energy? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuanhao slapped his palm forward, and a wave of fire instantly swept forward and covered the entire sky. But it didn't take long for a ray of crystal blue sword energy to tear the ocean of flames into pieces. After that, a crystal blue ray of light flashed straight at Lu Yuanhao. It was extremely swift. However, while it was swift to Lu Yuanhao, it was far from being something that he couldn't react to. He stretched his palm forward and used the center of his palm to stop the tip of Yang Yes' sword. Clang! A clear and resounding explosion resounded, and then Lu Yuanho's entire arm trembled while he even moved quite a distance back in midair. But just a moment passed before a wave of fiery energy surged out from the center of his palm. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded as Yang Yi was pushed around 1 kilometer back again. Lu Yuanhao glanced at the center of his palm. At this moment, there was a hole on it. Lu Yuanhao raised his head to gaze at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you've really surprised me more and more. You're the one person I've seen who has been able to utilize both profound energy and stellar energy. That thing is the reason why these 2 energies are able to coexist within you without conflicting, right? As he finished speaking, Lu Yuanho's voice carried a trace of excitement and fervor. Lu Yuanhao didn't wait for Yang Yi to reply and continued. I can't wait to see that legendary divine treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuanhao was about to attack again. Suddenly, the space before Yang Yi trembled violently, and then Xiao Bieli appeared in front of Yang Yi. At the same time, the beautiful green-robed woman appeared by Xiao Bieli's side. Besides that, a black-robed old man had appeared by Lu Yuanho's side. You're finally here. The beautiful woman heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Xiao Bieli. She had known that the situation was bad when the black-robed old man was keeping her busy in combat, so she hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Xiao Bieli. Fortunately, Xiao Bieli had rushed over in time. Lu Yuanho's face instantly fell when he saw Xiao Bieli, a member of the Lu clan. Xiao Bieli's face was gloomy as he gazed at Lu Yuanhao. Lu Yuanhao spoke indifferently, Dean Xiao, you aren't even afraid of the Mo clan, so you shouldn't be afraid of my Lu clan, right? Xiao Bieli replied, I really don't understand why your Lu clan has attacked a student of my White Deer Academy. Are you helping the Thousand Crane sect or Mo clan? But I don't think that's the case. Lu Yuanhao said, Dean Xiao, there's no need to make such guesses. I've attacked him because of some old enmity between us. But since Dean Xiao is here, then it looks like we'll have to deal with this enmity in the future. Yang Yi, Dean Xiao, we'll meet again. I believe that based on the current situation your White Deer Academy is in, we'll meet again very soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with the black-robed old man. Xiao Bieli clenched his fists tightly while an extremely gloomy expression covered his face. The beautiful woman's face was quite gloomy as well, because the situation that White Deer Academy was in right now was absolutely no different than a hopeless situation. A short while passed before Xiao Bieli shook his head lightly. Take a look at that kid. Both of them turned around to look at Yang Yi, and they saw Yang Yi's figure crash straight to the ground. Their expressions instantly changed, and the beautiful woman's figure flashed behind Yang Yi and allowed Yang Yi to fall into her arms. Both of them instantly gasped when they saw the injuries Yang Yi had sustained. Can he still be saved? The beautiful woman gazed at Xiao Bieli while her voice was filled with doubt. Chapter 11:17. How heavily injured was he? At this moment, Yang Yi didn't even seem human right now. His body had cracked open to an extremely astounding degree, especially his chest. The crack there was almost as thick as an arm. It seemed like someone had split his chest open, and his internal organs and even the heart of Slaughter could be seen clearly. Actually, Yang Yi should have died. However, he just so happened to be still breathing and was still alive. Yang Yi's heavy injuries made absolute sense. Head suffered injuries during his battle with Qian Wanlan and the Thousand Crane sect, and then he relied on his intent to slaughter and his will to fight to slaughter his way through the Thousand Crane sect. At that time, Head suffered a huge number of injuries, and it was to an extremely severe extent. It could be said that if the primordial violet energy wasn't repairing his body at all times, he would have died in the Thousand Crane sect. But he still hadn't the ability to fight because it was constantly repairing his body. However, the battle with Lu Yuanhao was the last straw, and his body wasn't able to endure it any longer. Even though the primordial violet energy possessed an abnormal ability to heal, its effects weren't as potent as the speed he damaged and exhausted his body. Not to mention that Lu Yuanhao had severely injured him. Xiao Bieli had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he gazed at Yang Yi, whom the beautiful woman held in her arms. Let's get back to the academy first. Ocean of Clouds Academy. In a closed room, there were only 4 people in the room. Yang Yi, who laid on the ground, the beautiful woman, Xiao Bieli, and Xiao Yushi. Is he still human? The beautiful woman spoke softly. His body was exhausted to such an extent, yet he was actually still able to fight a quasi-emperor. He truly is a freak. Xiao Bieli spoke solemnly. His body might have exploded apart if we were a moment later. The beautiful woman nodded, and then she gazed at Xiao Bieli. His presence in White Deer Academy is fortune and calamity at the same time. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly. He naturally understood what she meant. The fortune was naturally because of Yang Yi's potential and strength. Was Yang Yi's potential and strength formidable? They couldn't be said to be formidable. They should be called terrifying. After all, Head killed a quasi-emperor while at the half-saint realm, and Head even slaughtered his way through the Thousand Crane sect. Such strength was horrifying. Besides that, Yang Yi's willpower and mental strength were extremely terrifying as well. After all, Head been able to suppress a sword of slaughter that was an entire realm higher than him. How terrifying was such mental strength and willpower? It could be said that Yang Yi was bound to be extraordinary in the future, just like those geniuses on the martial rankings. However, it was a calamity as well. Not to mention anything else, White Deer Academy had become enemies with 2 diamond rank powers after Yang Yi joined White Deer Academy for just a few days. If the Lu clan was included, then it would be 3. The slightest mistake might cause the destruction of White Deer Academy. A long time passed before Xiao Bieli took a deep breath. My White Deer Academy has no other choice. Win and White Deer Academy will prosper. Lose and White Deer Academy will perish. The beautiful woman glanced at Xiao Bieli, and a wisp of gentleness flashed through her eyes as she spoke softly. Don't think too much about it. In any case, White Deer Academy is already half dead. So, why don't you just go crazy with this kid? Perhaps you might even be able to turn the situation around. Otherwise, I'm afraid you probably would never dare to see the ancestors of your academy. Xiao Bieli laughed bitterly. Let's not discuss that anymore. Let's see how that kid is right now. As he spoke, Xiao Bieli walked over to Yang Yi, and then both Xiao Bieli and the beautiful woman revealed a trace of surprise in their eyes when they saw him. because Young Yes body was actually recovering, and it was recovering at an extremely swift speed. Besides a few extraordinarily severe injuries, the other smaller injuries had been completely healed. What? There was surprise in both their eyes, and they gazed at Xiao Yushi. Xiao Yushi naturally knew why Yang Yi had healed so quickly, but she knew that the thing within Yang Yi couldn't be exposed to others. So, she pondered deeply for a moment and said, it might be related to his physique. His physique? Xiao Bieli was slightly stunned, and then he scanned Yang Yi for a moment. A short while passed before he glanced at Xiao Yushi, and he seemed to have understood something and didn't pursue an answer. The beautiful woman asked, do you want us to get him any medicine? Xiao Yushi shook her head lightly. No matter how severe his injuries were in the past, they would still recover on their own. So, we just have to give him time. They'll notify both of you if there are any problems, all right? Xiao Bieli glanced at Xiao Yushi, and then he nodded. Take good care of him. Let us know if you need anything. Xiao Bieli and the beautiful woman turned around and left while he spoke. After they left, Xiao Yushi squatted down before Yang Yi, and then tears slowly flowed down her face as she gazed at the injuries on Yang Yi's body. Her hair gradually started to change color, and it didn't take long for it to turn from black to silver. White Deer Academy. Hall of Nobility. There were only 3 people here. Xiao Bieli, the beautiful woman, and Su Shirha. It was deathly silent here, and the atmosphere was quite heavy and oppressive. A long time passed before Xiao Bieli gazed at Su Shirha. Tell me. Su Shirha nodded slightly. The Thousand Cranes sect has declared war against our White Deer Academy, and so has the Mo clan. Besides that, some of the Thousand Cranes sect and Mo clan's subordinate powers have declared war against us as well. Moreover, according to the information I received, the members of the Law faction seem to be around here as well. In other words, the Law faction will definitely be interfering. Enemies everywhere. Xiao Bieli took a deep breath, and he seemed to have aged drastically. The situation is grim. Su Shirha paused for a moment and said, it's very grim. Xiao Bieli nodded. Give the order for all our students outside the sect and dimension to return to the academy right away. Besides that, activate the formation in White Deer Dimension, distribute all the violet crystals in the academy to the students, and open the treasure pavilion to the students to choose treasures for their use. Sushi's expression changed. Is the situation that severe? It's much more severe than you think. Xiao Bieli continued. Besides that, gather all the experts at the Half-Saint Realm and above throughout White Deer City. Make them form a guard team and await further orders. All the high-rank half-saints of the academy will guard the entrances to White Deer City. As for the other students, and especially those who've cultivated joint attack techniques and formations, tell them to work harder on their training and be ready for battle at any moment. Su Shirha took a deep breath, and his expression was extremely solemn. He knew that White Deer Academy was at a moment of life and death. Xiao Bieli said, Shirha, you can assign a group to patrol the city, and it's best if they are strong. Just show no mercy and kill anyone who dares to undermine the moral of our forces or is getting up to tricks. Su Shirha nodded, and then he turned around and left. After Su Shirha left, Xiao Bieli sat back down on his chair and remained silent for a long time. The beautiful woman asked, what about those old friends you went to see earlier? Aren't they coming? Xiao Bieli replied, I didn't go. She was puzzled. Why? Xiao Bieli shook his head slightly. All those old fellows have their own sects or clans. Dragging them into this will only bring harm to them. She gazed at him for a long time before she said, after so many years, you're still so fond of being considerate. Xiao Bieli gazed at her and said, linger, you leave as well. I'm just an independent cultivator without a clan or sect. I won't drag down anyone with me. She gazed at him and smiled. I've gotten tired of roaming the world for so many years. Your White Deer Academy should still be lacking an elder, vice dean, or something else, right? Am I suitable? Xiao Bieli spoke softly. Why go to such lengths? Do you know what I hate about you the most? She continued. I hate how irresolute and conceited you are. Sometimes, you think that your actions are in the best interests of someone, but have you thought about how that might not be what that person wants? That person wants to face difficulties by your side and not let you face them alone. Understand? Xiao Bieli gazed at her for a long time, and his hurt heart slightly when he noticed the glimmer of tears in her eyes. A short while passed before he smiled. I guarantee that I won't do it again. We'll live and die together. A slight smile instantly curled up on the corners of her mouth. A short while passed before she spoke again. Are you really not going to seek help from your old friends? After all, even the sect guarding formation wouldn't be able to defend your academy for long if the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect attack at the same time. Xiao Billy shook his head. Based on the relationship we have, they'll definitely come. But I can't drag them down with me. I would notify them right away if they are alone. However, they have sects and clans to consider. If they have implicated in this, then ITLL caused the deaths of many who were close to them. She glanced at him, and then nodded and stopped persuading him, because one couldn't be selfish. Suddenly, Su Shurha appeared in the hall. Something has happened. Come with me. Sushi's figure vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Xiao Bieli and the beautiful woman vanished at the same time. Xiao Bieli and the beautiful woman's faces were extremely unsightly as they stood on the city walls of White Deer City. There were 5 coffins below the city walls, and there were 5 corpses within them. All of them were students of White Deer Academy. Moreover, there was a row of words on the ground that were written with blood. The games have just begun. Chapter 11:18. A coffin appeared outside the city walls from time to time, and they contained the students of White Deer Academy. Amongst these students, some were only left with a hand or head while others had been transformed into a pile of mush. The reason they knew that these corpses belonged to students of White Deer Academy was because every single one of those coffins had the student's name and the emblem of White Deer Academy within them. More and more coffins were appearing. In less than 15 minutes, there were a few dozen here, and even more were appearing. They are the students who were training themselves outside the academy. Sushi's face was gloomy. They were probably ambushed and killed on the way back. The Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan intend to destroy our academy. Xiao Bieli asked, how many more students haven't returned? Su Shurha spoke solemnly, a few thousand. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly and said, they'll go get them. His figure flashed and vanished once he finished speaking. But less than a dozen breaths passed before he returned once more, and his face was extremely gloomy. The beautiful woman hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Xiao Bieli looked up at the sky and said, the Mo clan. They actually sent 3 quasi-emperors here. They really intend to destroy our academy. Xiao Bieli had a vicious glow in his eyes as he finished speaking. 3 quasi-emperors. Su Shurha and the beautiful woman's expressions changed. What did it represent when 3 quasi-emperors were guarding White Deer Dimension? It means that the academy was about to fall into a passive position, because it only had 2 quasi-emperors right now. Even if Xiao Bieli and the beautiful woman left the city, they wouldn't be able to do anything. In other words, all those students of the academy who were tempering themselves in the outside world might be annihilated. Su Shurha spoke solemnly. They intend to make a show of strength to us. Xiao Bieli ordered, send voice transmissions to the students and tell them not to rush back for now. Moreover, tell them that the academy will never abandon them. Besides that, give the order throughout White Deer Dimension that our academy will be entering into a state of war from this moment onward. Su Shurha nodded and left. The beautiful woman said, we must think of a way to get those students back here. Xiao Bieli replied, they might have more than 3 quasi-emperors. The corners of the beautiful woman's eyes twitched slightly, and a short while passed before she spoke solemnly. The Mo clan intends to use our academy to make a show of strength. Besides the Mo clan, the Thousand Crane sect and Law faction are definitely observing from the shadows. She gazed at Xiao Bieli at this point. Should we summon the experts of the academy in the higher dimensions? Xiao Bieli shook his head. The price they pay to descend is too huge. Moreover, it would be pointless even if they do descend here, because the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect have no lack for emperors as well. In the end, their existence can only guarantee that we won't be completely destroyed. However, we have to rely on ourselves for everything else. Unfortunately, we're too weak right now. The beautiful woman asked, what should we do now? We have to think of a way to get those students back to the academy first. Xiao Bieli gazed at her and continued, help me protect White Deer Dimension for now. They'll go talk with the Mu clan and Zhuge clan. The beautiful woman spoke solemnly. You won't be able to leave. Xiao Bieli shook his head slightly. There's no need for that. Just a voice transmission is sufficient. She asked, will they help us? He took a deep breath and replied, I still have to give it a try. Xiao Bieli's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Once Xiao Bieli left, the beautiful woman turned around and looked out the city. At this moment, over a dozen new coffins had appeared outside the city. Besides ghastly killing intent, there was a huge amount of worry in her eyes while she gazed at the rows of coffins. If White Deer Academy was at its prime, then even the Mo clan wouldn't dare to rashly declare war on White Deer Academy. Because White Deer Academy possessed sufficient strength, and even the Mo clan would only be able to manage a Pyrrhic victory even if it could win. But it wasn't the same now. White Deer Academy was at its weakest in history. It could be said that White Deer Academy was truly in a very worrying state, and the slightest mistake might cause it to be erased from the face of the Central Divine Prefecture. As Su Shurha gave the orders, everyone in White Deer City was filled with panic, but it didn't take long for them to calm down. White Deer Academy had absolute control over White Deer City. Moreover, while the residents of White Deer City were panicking, the students of the academy weren't. After all, since they could become students of White Deer Academy, how could they be weaklings or cowards? The morale in the city started to stabilize with the help of the students, and then countless students ascended the city walls. They were furious when they saw the coffins outside the city, and if Su Shurha hadn't strictly prohibited them from leaving the city without permission, many students would have charged out by now. The Mo clan is going too far. Since founding ancestor Shao established our academy, it has never been insulted like this. How can we possibly face the ancestors of our academy if we don't wash away this humiliation? How could we possibly face founding ancestor Shao? As expected, as soon as one weakens, others would come bully you. The reason they declared war on our White Deer Academy seems to be because Yang Yi, fool. Fang Yun suddenly gazed at that student who had just spoken and shouted, because of Yang Yi? Yes, they declared war against us because of Yang Yi. However, is Yang Yi a student of our academy? Is he? That student nodded. He is. Then don't you have the answer? Fang Yun continued. Yang Yi is a student of our academy. So should our academy abandon him and seek mercy from the Mo clan and the Thousand Cranes sect? Let me ask all of you. Would all of you agree if the dean really did that? Would you? We wouldn't. Many students spoke in unison. As for the student who spoke earlier, his face had turned slightly red. Meanwhile, Fang Yun added, if the academy really abandons Yang Yi in exchange for our survival, then let me ask all of you, would you still be able to hold your heads up high outside the academy? Would all of you still dare to fight back when the disciples of other diamond rank powers bully you? You wouldn't. Because once you do fight back and cause trouble, then the academy will sacrifice you in exchange for peace. Fang Yun had a ferocious expression on his face at this point. Is death terrifying? It isn't. What's terrifying is living a life that's worse than death. When the students of our White Deer Academy can't hold our heads up high anymore, and when we lose our dignity, we would just be living worthless lives. I would rather die than live like that. Right. Meanwhile, Xu Shan, who stood by Fang Yun's side, clapped, and then he glanced at the other students and said, do you know what the outside world speaks of our academy? They say that we're weak. Yes, weak. The law faction looked down on us and split from us because we were weak. It was because our attitude wasn't firm enough. Xu Shen's voice grew louder at this point, and he was practically howling. But now, would anyone dare to say that about our academy? Yang Yi attacked the Thousand Cranes sect by himself, and he didn't just kill their vice sect master who was a quasi-emperor, he even killed his way through their sect. He is a student of our academy. So, would anyone in the outside world dare to say that our academy is weak now? If anyone in the outside world mentions White Deer Academy now, they'll think of Yang Yi. And if they mention Yang Yi, they'll think of our White Deer Academy. Xu Shun took a deep breath at this point and said, if we abandon him now and sacrifice him for peace, then our academy will become the laughingstock of the entire prefecture. Meanwhile, Fang Yun added, "Our academy is at a moment of life and death now. We have to stay united and fight together, and we shouldn't be trying to lay blame on each other. Otherwise, we would lose before the battle even begins." Meanwhile, that student who spoke before had stepped forward and spoke with embarrassment. "I'm sorry." Fang Yun shook his head slightly. "The powers throughout the prefecture have their eyes on us right now. If our academy is able to get through this, then would anyone in the Central Divine Prefecture dare to look down on us? Would anyone dare to say that we have suffered a decline? But if we fail, haha, if we fail, then we naturally die together. Are all of you afraid of death? What would we be afraid of? It's only death. Senior Brother Fong is right. We would rather die on our feet than live with our knees on the ground. We will absolutely not live in disgrace." There was a trace of gratification in the eyes of Su Shurha and the beautiful green-robed woman who were watching from afar. Besides that, there was a trace of praise in their eyes when they gazed at Xiu Shun and Fang Yun. The beautiful woman said, "They aren't bad. That fellow, Xiu Shun, surprised both me and the dean." Su Shurha continued, "We noticed that he and many other geniuses from outside the Central Divine Prefecture don't possess inferior natural talent, and it's because their view of the world is too narrow. They don't have the fostering of a good sect and a platform to launch themselves up in the world. Even though natural talent and hard work are important, resources and guidance are important as well." Su Shurha paused for a moment, and then he continued, "We were about to send our forces to the other prefecture to recruit geniuses. Unfortunately, this happened, so we had no choice but to delay the plan for now." The beautiful woman nodded slightly. "White Deer Academy will gain new life if it passes this trial." Bang! Meanwhile, over a dozen coffins appeared abruptly outside the city. Chapter 11:19. At this moment, there were over 50 coffins outside White Deer City. Everyone within the city had gloomy expressions on their faces as they witnessed such a scene. It felt like a storm was approaching. In a room, Yang Yi laid on the ground while faint violet energy could be seen around him, and it was swiftly restoring his entire body. Xiao Yushi, whose hair had turned completely silver, was sitting on her knees by Yang Ye's side, and there was a trace of blankness in her eyes as she gazed at him. It was deathly silent here. As time slowly passed, the cracks on Yang Yi grew smaller and fewer. In the end, only the crack on his chest remained, even though it was growing smaller and smaller as the violet energy restored it, because the injury there had been too severe, so it was still a few centimeters wide even now. If one looked carefully, one could still see Yang Ye's heart of slaughter. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared here. At the same time, almost 2,000 violet crystals were scattered by Yang Ye's side. They were the result of Snowy having absorbed the spirit energy of countless saints from the Thousand Crane sect. Snowy carried a pile of violet crystals in her paws and raised them towards Yang Yi while revealing a flattering smile. But it didn't take long for her smile to stiffen because Yang Yi was still unconscious. Snowy tossed away the violet crystals in her paws and then moved over to Yang Ye's face. She ceaselessly rubbed her furry head against Yang Ye's face while muttering softly. It seemed she was trying to tell him something. A while later, Snowy turned around to gaze at Xiao Yushi when she noticed that Yang Yi still hadn't regained consciousness. She blinked her eyes as if she was asking why Yang Yi wouldn't wake up. Xiao Yushi glanced at Snowy and stretched out her hand. Snowy hesitated for a moment, and then she leaped over to Xiao Yushi. She pointed her claw at Yang Yi while an anxious and bewildered expression filled her eyes. Xiao Yushi rubbed Snowy's head and said, "He's sleeping. He'll wake up soon." Snowy's eyes immediately narrowed when she heard this, and then she revealed a cute smile. After that, she waved her little claw, and a pile of violet crystals appeared in front of Xiao Yushi. Obviously, she was giving them to Xiao Yushi. A wisp of a gentle expression appeared on Xiao Yushi's emotionless face as she gazed at the pile of violet crystals. She rubbed Snowy's head lightly, and then she put away all the violet crystals here. Snowy smiled when she saw Xiao Yushi take the violet crystals, and then she flashed over to Yang Ye's shoulder and placed her head against his cheek. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep there. As soon passed slowly, besides the injury on Yang Ye's chest, His body had been practically healed. At the same time, the violet energy that covered his body grew larger and larger in amount. Moreover, all the violet energy converged at his chest in the end. The injury on his chest healed even more quickly with countless strands of violet energy working on healing it. A day later, the injury on Yang Ye's chest had been completely healed, but Yang Yi still hadn't woken up. Xiao Yushi and the beautiful green-robed woman frowned when they saw that Yang Yi still hadn't woken up after head healed completely. Xiao Yushi gazed at the beautiful woman and asked, "What's going on?" The beautiful woman walked over to Yang Ye's side, and then she squatted down and placed a hand on his chest. A short while passed before a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes. His skin is actually undergoing a transformation. See for yourself. The structure of his skin is transforming. Xiao Yushi was puzzled. He's undergoing a transformation? The beautiful woman revealed a slight smile. Yes, his body is undergoing a transformation. To put it in simpler terms, his body is growing stronger. TSK. This fellow really is a freak. To be honest, if I didn't know about a special characteristic of the undying physique, I would have suspected that he possesses the undying physique of legend. According to legend, the undying physique possesses an extraordinary ability of self-repair. Moreover, so long as the injuries sustained aren't lethal, then the heavier the injuries someone with the undying physique sustained, the stronger that person would get. She pinched Yang Ye's skin at this point, and then continued, "This fellow's condition is really similar to the undying physique of legend. Unfortunately, he doesn't possess it." Xiao Yushi was puzzled. Why? The undying physique has a very obvious characteristic, and it's the most important characteristic to prove if someone possesses the undying physique. That characteristic is that it must be a female of pure yin or a male of pure yang. To put it in simpler terms, they have to be a virgin. As for this fellow, you should be very well aware if he's a virgin or not. As she finished speaking, the beautiful woman glanced at Xiao Yushi and grinned. Xiao Yushi blushed slightly. The beautiful woman added, "Even though he doesn't possess the undying physique, his physique is really heaven-defying, especially this speed of repair. You know, I was prepared to bury him when I saw the injuries head suffered. A normal person's vitality would have definitely dispersed upon suffering such heavy injuries, but this fellow's hadn't. Besides that, his rate of recovery is truly heaven-defying. A normal person would take a few months to recover from such injuries, but just look at him now. He's almost completely healed." The beautiful woman paused for a moment and continued, "I'm not too sure, but it might be related to the reincarnation by fire of phoenixes. So long as phoenixes are able to endure the burning pain of the flames, then they can obtain new life through fire, and they'll be able to attain a new height as well. His physical body might be the same. If he survives after enduring injuries at the limits of his endurance, then he obtains new life as well." The beautiful woman took a deep breath at this point and said, "No matter what, it's good that he's fine. If I'm not wrong, it won't take long for him to wake up." Xiao Yushi nodded, and then her gaze fell on Yang Yi once more while tenderness filled her eyes. The beautiful woman gazed at Xiao Yushi, and there was a trace of complicated emotions and tenderness in her eyes as she gazed at the silver hair that covered Xiao Yushi's head. "Little girl, head worthy of your love, and you're worthy of his love. To be honest, I really admire both of you. All right, let's not speak about this anymore. Take good care of him. We'll go deal with the matters outside." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. 6 hours later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, and had just opened them when he saw a pair of watery eyes in front of him. After that, he saw Xiao Yushi's silver hair. "Yushi, you." Yang Yi stretched out his hand to touch Xiao Yushi's hair, but she grabbed his hand instead. Xiao Yushi spoke softly, "All that matters is that you're awake now." Yang Yi gazed at her silver hair for a short while, and then he said, "I'll restore it for you in a while." She shook her head slightly. "It's fine like this." Yang Yi squeezed her hand lightly and said, "I'll do as you say." After being affectionate with Xiao Yushi for a while, Yang Yi closed his eyes and scanned his body. At this moment, his cracked-up meridians and internal organs had been fully healed by the primordial violet energy. Besides that, the injuries throughout his body had been healed, and he even felt that his body was stronger than before. Yang Yi clenched his fist slowly. Crack. A soft sound of cracking resounded. The space around his fists seemed to be unable to endure the force he exerted from clenching his fists and had cracked apart. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly as he glanced at his fists. When did my strength become so terrifying? He turned around and walked towards Xiao Yushi. But as soon as he took a single step, the floor of the room instantly cracked apart. Moreover, even the space there had cracked apart. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was covered in arm-thick cracks. Xiao Yushi seemed slightly shocked when she witnessed this scene. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot as well. When did my strength become so terrifying? Yang Yi suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly closed his eyes to scan his body again. A long time passed before he opened his eyes again, and there was wild joy in his eyes. The divine shift realm. My body is at the divine shift realm. His body was only at the divine fortitude realm before this. Simply speaking, it had just been an increase in strength. Yet now, the divine shift realm represented a qualitative improvement in his strength. It was a level higher than before. So, this realm was called the divine shift realm because it was a qualitative shift in strength. However, Yang Yi was puzzled about why Head suddenly attained the divine shift realm. He came to a slight understanding once he heard Xiao Yushi tell him what the beautiful green-robed woman had told her. He realized that it was probably mainly because of the primordial violet energy. Primordial violet energy could change a person's physique, natural endowment, and bones. It was something Head known of for a very long time. It was exactly because the primordial violet energy had transformed his body in the past that his body was capable of being so heaven-defying. This time, his body had suffered injuries to its very limits, but he hadn't died from them. After that, the primordial violet energy repaired his body, or it could be said to have modified his body. So, not only had his body been fully repaired, it had undergone a qualitative transformation that allowed it to attain a completely new height. The divine shift realm. Yang Yi took a deep breath, glanced at his fists, and then looked at Xiao Yushi. I have to cultivate for a while and get used to my body. His strength was too great. If he couldn't control it, then not to mention using it against his enemies, even walking would be a problem. Xiao Yushi glanced at him, and then she left the room. Yang Yi glanced at his fists, and then he took a deep breath. Besides gaining control over his physical strength, there was one more thing he had to do, and it was to master the Void Flash technique that Yi Miaozhu had given him. That technique wasn't used solely for escaping. It possessed boundless advantages and secrets. At the same time that Yang Yi had regained consciousness, the frowns on Su Shurha and the beautiful green-robed woman's face had grown deeper, because there were almost 200 coffins outside White Deer City now. Chapter 11:20. Atop the city walls. Sushi's face was extremely gloomy when he saw the coffins outside the city increase in number. He gazed at the beautiful green-robed woman and said, "Senior Xiaoling, has there been any word from the dean?" The beautiful green-robed woman who was called Xiaoling was about to speak. Suddenly, the space in front of her shook slightly, and then Xiao Bieli appeared by her side. Su Shurha hurriedly asked, "How was it?" Xiao Bieli shook his head slightly. The Zhuge clan and Mu clan are of the same mind. They refuse to interfere in the enmity between us and the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan. Unless, Xiaoling asked, "Unless what?" Xiao Bieli spoke softly, "Unless we're willing to be their subordinate sect. They're going too far." Su Shurha was furious. To think they dared to speak such words. They want our White Deer Academy to be their subordinate sect? What nonsense. White Deer Academy was a diamond rank power at any rate, so such conditions were undoubtedly an insult to White Deer Academy and had naturally infuriated Su Shurha. Xiao Bieli said, "We can't blame anyone for that. There's no link between them and our White Deer Academy, so they naturally will state their conditions when we seek help from them. Even though those conditions are harsh and completely insincere, what can we do when he need their help?" Xiao Bieli took a deep breath and continued, "This incident allowed me to realize that some of the diamond rank powers in the Central Divine Prefecture, and especially those strong diamond rank powers, don't consider our White Deer Academy as being their equal anymore. Su Shurha and Xiao Ling fell silent. White Deer Academy's current strength really couldn't be considered as comparable to the standards of diamond rank powers. That was a fact regardless of whether they admitted it or not. Xiao Bieli gazed at the rows of coffins outside the city, and a long time passed before he said, "Did you tell the students not to rush back?" The experts of the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and even the Law faction were definitely waiting outside White Deer Dimension. So, if no one was there to get the students who'd rushed back to the academy, then they would only be coming to give their lives away. Su Shurha nodded. I sent the voice transmissions, but some were still killed. If I'm not wrong, the Mo clan has definitely sent its forces to hunt and kill our students. Those students will be able to hide for now, but they won't be able to hide forever. We must find a way to get them back here. Dean, let's kill our way out. Suddenly, Fang Yun and Shiwu Shun led a group of students to Xiao Bieli's group. Fang Yun pointed at those coffins and spoke solemnly. The Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect have definitely done that to arouse fear and terror in us. They intend to make a show of strength so that our morale collapses. If we just stay in the city and refrain from taking any action while allowing them to slaughter our students who remain outside the academy, then that would be exactly what they want. Meanwhile, Shiwushin added, Dean, every day we delay will cause the deaths of even more brothers. Moreover, if we continue to refrain from acting, then our morale will drop lower and lower as well. In short, we can't continue remaining in a passive position. Otherwise, even if we're able to stay safe for now, we'll be at a disadvantage if we consider the long-term effects. We naturally have to save them. Xiao Ling spoke solemnly. But if we leave the city just like that, then we'll only be giving our lives away. Bieli, you head out and determine exactly how many quasi-emperors are outside. Elder Su, you immediately contact the students that are still outside White Deer Dimension, ask them where they're hiding, and record that information. Xiao Bieli glanced at Xiao Ling, and then he nodded and vanished on the spot. Su Shurha immediately left to contact those students. Once they left, Xiao Ling turned around to gaze at White Deer City. Everyone at the high rank of the Saint Realm stepped forward. As soon as she finished speaking, numerous figures immediately shot out from the city, and it didn't take long for almost 60 high-rank saints to appear before her. She glanced at them and said, "Prepare yourselves to leave the city with me." They immediately nodded. At this moment, Xiao Ling wasn't just the vice dean. They were able to discern that her relationship with Xiao Bieli wasn't ordinary at all. Perhaps, she might be the future wife of the dean. Of course, there was another reason why they were extremely respectful to her, and it was because she'd chosen to stay with the academy at this moment of crisis. She's offered her assistance at a moment of crisis. So, her actions could be said to have gained her the favor of everyone throughout the academy and city. Meanwhile, Fang Yun hurriedly asked, "What about us?" Xiao Ling glanced at Fang Yun and the others. "All of you guard the city, maintain the order in the city, and wait for your orders from me or the dean, especially those students who'd cultivated in formations or combination techniques. Immediately return to the academy and practice, because your combination techniques and formations will be a trump card of our academy when the war begins." Fang Yun intended to say something, but Shiwushin stopped him and said, "We'll do it right away." As soon as he finished speaking, he dragged Fang Yun along as he led the other students away. Once everyone left, Xiao Ling looked up at the sky while worry filled her eyes. Even though both she and Xiao Bieli acted very calmly, they actually understood the situation better than anyone. Most importantly, both she and Xiao Bieli couldn't leave the city for now. Not to mention the joint forces of the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan. Just the Mo clan alone wasn't something that White Deer Academy could endure. But at this moment, the academy wasn't just facing the Mo clan, it was facing the Thousand Crane sect and the Law faction which was watching from the shadows. It was even to the extent that they might be facing the Liu clan which had some sort of enmity with Yang Yi. It was a hopeless situation. White Deer Academy was actually in a truly hopeless situation. A long time passed before the space by Xiao Ling's side trembled, and then Xiao Bieli appeared by her side. At this moment, his face was quite pale. Xiao Ling asked, "How is it?" "3 of them." He looked up at the sky and said, "There are only 3 quasi-emperors out there, and they're all from the Mo clan. The Mo clan intends to use our academy to make a show of strength to the Central Divine Prefecture. Only 3? Xiaoling pondered deeply for a short while and said, how long will we be able to hold them back if we join forces? Xiao Bieli remained silent for a long time, and then he said, an hour. Our joint forces can keep them busy for an hour. An hour? Xiaoling pondered deeply for a long time and said, how about we act immediately once Elder Su obtains the information about those kids' whereabouts? Xiao Bieli nodded. We really can't delay any longer. If we do, then those little fellows will probably be exterminated. Xiaoling suddenly asked, do you regret your decision? Xiao Bieli was slightly stunned. It didn't take long for him to understand what she meant, and he immediately shook his head and smiled. Even though Yang Yi came to White Deer Academy for Ocean of Clouds Academy's sake, I have to admit something. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't be my scholarly faction but the law faction that's in White Deer Dimension right now. Xiao Bieli laughed bitterly at this point. Of course, I do feel regret. I regret I didn't make that little girl, Xiao Yushi, stay that day. If I forced her to stay and didn't agree to take Yang Yi to the Thousand Crane sect, then it might not have come to this extent. However, speaking about all of that now is meaningless. Xiaoling nodded slightly. Even though Yang Yi is a rash and ruthless person, his character isn't bad. At the very least, he's loyal. He dared to come to White Deer Academy and go against the entire law faction for Ocean of Clouds Academy, and then he dared to fight the entire Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan for Xiao Yushi. All of that is sufficient to prove that he's a loyal person. So, everything you and the academy did has not been done in vain for an ungrateful bastard. Xiao Bieli chuckled. I didn't think so much about it. I just thought that since he's a student of the academy, then I shouldn't abandon him. It isn't just him. I wouldn't abandon any student in the academy. Since I've taken them to be students of the academy, then I should be responsible for them. Xiaoling glanced at him and spoke softly. Oh, your character really isn't suitable for a dean. If you were just a little more ruthless and bolder like that kid, Yang Yi, then perhaps White Deer Academy wouldn't have split apart. I can't change my character. Xiao Bieli continued. All I seek is a clear conscience. Suddenly, Xiao Bieli and Xiaoling frowned, and then they looked towards the distance in unison. A few dozen students of White Deer Academy were rushing towards the city from afar, and there were over 100 black-clothed figures chasing them with daggers in their hands. A student was being killed by those black-clothed figures in intervals of a few breaths of time. All of them were high-rank saints. Save them! Xiao Bieli immediately transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Xiaoling immediately leaped off the city walls as well. However, they'd only just left the city when 2 huge palms tore through the sky and clawed at them. Xiao Bieli and Xiaoling's expressions changed, and they had no choice but to counterattack. However, they had to enter the pocket of space once they did. Xiaoling's anxious voice resounded in the sky. No one is allowed to leave the city, deactivate the formation, or leave the city. It was a scheme. As soon as she left the city, Shed realized that it was a scheme. But it was too late. Outside the city, the group of black-clothed figures had forced the 30-plus students of White Deer Academy against the city walls. They didn't start a slaughter, and they just selected one of the students to be executed in intervals. After that, they withdrew a coffin and placed the student's corpse into it. Save them! The eyes of all the students of White Deer Academy on the city walls had almost split apart with rage as they watched this scene. No, Shu Shen hurriedly said. Look over there. He pointed towards the distance as he spoke. They looked along his gaze and they noticed a black-robed man who wore a bamboo hat and wielded a dagger in his hand was standing not too far behind the group of black-clothed figures. He was playing with the dagger in his grasp, and it simply seemed like it had come to life and was spinning incessantly on the tips of his fingers. He was a quasi-emperor. Meanwhile, a shrill cry resounded from outside the city. They looked over and saw the head of a student being chopped off. Many of them instantly started to shout when they witnessed this scene. Open the gates. Deactivate the formation and open the gates. Let them in. Quickly let them in. No. Suddenly, Fang Yun roared with fury. Did you not hear Vice Dean Xiaoling? What can all of you do even if you leave the city? Once the formation is deactivated, and they are allowed to enter the city with that quasi-emperor, then can any one of us stop them? Are we just going to watch as they die? One of the students howled with fury. Look, they are being slaughtered. Are we just supposed to stay up here and watch as they're killed, one by one? Huh. The other students glared angrily at Fang Yun as well. At this moment, they were beyond furious, and they were like volcanoes that were about to erupt. Fang Yun clenched his fists while his body trembled. Shi Wuxian had clenched his fists as well, and he was visibly struggling. They naturally wanted to deactivate the formation, open the gates, and save those students. But the last bit of reason which remained in them told them that they couldn't do that, because if they did, then the quasi-emperor and those black-clothed figures would enter the city. The consequence of that wasn't just the deaths of a few dozen. At that time, even if they could defend the academy, they would lose the city. Once they lost the city, it would be equivalent to losing the foundation of the academy. So, they absolutely couldn't open the gates. The students outside the city did try to fight back, but they were hopelessly outnumbered. They were no match for the black-clothed figures and could only watch as their companions died in succession. The gap between their strengths was too huge. At this moment, many had raised their heads to look at the others above the city walls. It was their only hope, but it didn't take long for the hope in their eyes to be transformed into despair. They didn't blame the students on the city walls, and all they felt was despair and resolve. They were no fools. At this moment, even they realized that the black-clothed figures had allowed them to get here, so that they would make the students within the city deactivate the formation and open the city gates. Opening the gates was equivalent to bringing calamity upon the entire city's inhabitants. Attack. Fight them to the end. Some students howled with fury and charged at the black-clothed figures. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the sky above White Deer City. Deactivate the formation and open the gates. Everyone was stunned, and then they turned around and looked up at the sky. They saw a completely blood-red figure walking over from afar with a blood-red sword in his grasp. Yang Yi. All of them were stunned, and then Fang Yun immediately shouted, "Deactivate the formation and open the gates." Bang! As soon as he gave the order, the barrier of light that protected the city dispersed, and then the city gates opened slowly. All those at the Saint Realm or above, leave the city with me. Yang Yes' voice resounded, and then a ray of blood-red light flashed. In an instant, the sky was dyed red, and it was like a huge blood-red cloth had covered the sky. Attack! Countless students howled in unison, and then they shot up into the sky and flashed out of the city. Chapter 11:21. Outside White Deer City. A smile curled up on the corners of the black-robed man when he saw the barrier of light vanishing from the city, and then he started walking slowly towards the city while he said, "Attack! Enter the city." As soon as he spoke, those black-clothed figures immediately shot towards the students outside the city walls. Suddenly, a wave of the pungent smell of blood assaulted them, and it made their expressions change as they raised their heads to look at its source. A ray of blood-red light flashed. Hiss, 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 hiss. The heads of 5 black-clothed figures shot towards the sky while accompanied by pillars of blood. A moment later, another ray of blood-red light flashed, and then the heads of a few more black-clothed figures flew into the air. At this moment, all the black-clothed figures recovered from their shock. "How dare you!" The black-robed man roared with fury and was about to attack. Suddenly, a blood figure grew larger within his eyes at a rapid pace. The black-robed man's pupils constricted slightly as he waved his dagger. Clang! An ear-piercing clang resounded, and then the black-clothed figures watched as the black-robed man was blasted over 500 m back. All of them were stunned. Meanwhile, the black-robed man glanced at his dagger. At this moment, it had been chipped a little and was covered in cracks. He was slightly stunned by the sight of this, and then he raised his head to look towards the distance. At the same time, a ray of blood-red light shot towards him, and it made his expression change. He didn't dare act carelessly, and his profound energy surged into his damaged dagger before swinging it swiftly. Bang! The black-clothed figures watched as the black-robed man's dagger shattered, and then his feet scraped against the ground as his figure was pushed over 1 kilometer away. It was like a trench had been cut open on the ground. The pupils of all the black-clothed figures constricted, and there was astonishment in their eyes. Kill! Suddenly, a wave of furious howls resounded, and then countless figures flashed out of the city. In the blink of an eye, countless experts from the city had surrounded those black-clothed figures. They didn't waste their breaths at all and attacked immediately. White Deer City always had the advantage in numbers, and coupled with the fact that all of them were absolutely furious, the black-clothed figures fell into a disadvantaged situation as soon as the battle broke out. But all of them were high-rank saints in the end, so how could they be killed with such ease? The students of White Deer Academy were in a heated battle with the black-clothed figures. As for Yang Yi, he didn't waste his breath at all. He stomped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards the black-robed man. In an instant, Yang Yi arrived before the black-robed man. At the same time, the tip of his blood-red sword had arrived in front of the black-robed man's chest. The black-robed man's reaction wasn't slow. The tip of Yang Yi's sword had just arrived when the black-robed man flipped his palm, and a new dagger appeared in his grasp before he swung it upwards. Clang! Yang Yi's sword shook violently, and it was pushed off target. The black-robed man grabbed this opportunity to tap his right foot against the ground, and then his figure pressed forward while stabbing his dagger towards Yang Yi's throat. Unexpectedly, Yang Yi didn't dodge. Clang! The black-robed man got his wish. His dagger stabbed against Yang Yi's throat. However, he was astounded to notice that his dagger actually felt like it had stabbed against metal. Not only had he been unable to cut open Yang Yi's throat, his hand even felt numb. At this moment, the black-robed man was astounded. At the same time, he cried out in his heart, "Shit!" He was just about to retreat. However, Yang Yi's blood-red sword had been stabbed against his chest. Hiss! The sword stopped after stabbing in around 20 centimeters. Because the black-robed man had grabbed Yang Yi's sword with his left hand. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground. The black-robed man's figure instantly moved almost 300 m backwards, yet Yang Yi's sword was still stuck in his chest. At the same time, his sword had even stabbed a few centimeters deeper. The black-robed man was horrified. He swiftly stomped his right foot against the ground, and he moved backwards swiftly with the intention of avoiding this battle. However, Yang Yi pressed forward and followed closely as he moved backwards. Moreover, the blood-red sword was still stabbing into his body while the blood within his body was spraying out like a fountain before converging into Yang Yi's blood-red sword. It was sucking out his blood. The sword in Yang Yi's grasp was sucking the black-robed man's blood. The black-robed man had noticed it as well, and he was absolutely shocked. The profound energy within him instantly started surging, and then a terrifying, imposing aura swept out from him like a storm and was about to blast Yang Yi away. The aura of a quasi-emperor was comparable to the might of the world. It was absolutely terrifying. However, it had only just surged out when two strands of intent instantly surged out from within Yang Yi, and then the black-robed man's aura was suppressed and blasted into nothingness. A moment later, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground, and the counterforce from it immediately blasted the black-robed man almost 3 kilometers back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword had almost stabbed through the black-robed man's back, and his left hand, which was holding Yang Yi's sword, was completely bloody now. Even 2 of his fingers were gone. He had no choice but to toss away the dagger in his right hand and grab Yang Yi's sword with both hands. Break! Yang Yi shouted as he stomped his right foot against the ground again. The black-robed man was blasted another 3 kilometers back. This time, Yang Yi's sword stabbed through the black-robed man's back, and it was crazily absorbing the black-robed man's blood while it remained lodged in his body. However, the black-robed man didn't stop resisting, and the profound energy within him surged madly to stop his blood from being absorbed by heaven's gravestone. However, there was despair in his heart right now. Yang Yi's strength was too powerful. Even he wasn't able to resist Yang Yi's physical strength, let alone Yang Yi's speed. If he was as swift as Yang Yi, then he wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Just a single careless mistake had caused him to fall into such a hopeless situation. Suddenly, the black-robed man howled furiously at the black-clothed figures. "Help me!" At this moment, he had to struggle free from this blood-red figure before him, because only then would he have a chance to launch a counterattack. Actually, it should be said that only then would he have a chance to survive. Otherwise, if this situation continued, then he would be sucked dry and transformed into a corpse. The black-clothed figures who were in battle with the students of White Deer Academy didn't hesitate at all to immediately abandon their battles and charge at Yang Yi. "Stop them!" Fang Yun roared with fury, and he charged at the black-clothed figures. As for the other students behind him, they raised their speed to its limits to stop those black-clothed figures. Even though they did all they could, two black-clothed figures had still charged out of the encirclement and arrived behind Yang Yi. "Watch out!" Shiwu Shen hurriedly shouted to warn Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi paid no attention to them, and he just took his sword in both hands and twisted it. Hiss! Numerous strands of blood instantly sprayed out of the black-robed man's hands. At this moment, his hands had almost been crippled. Meanwhile, the two black-clothed figures had arrived behind Yang Yi, and then two daggers shot towards his nape and back. "You probably don't have any strength left, right?" Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed man while an evil smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of wings suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi and flapped. Hiss! Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was 300 m behind the black-robed man when he appeared once more. As for the black-robed man, his eyes were opened wide while his body had stiffened on the spot, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. There was a blood hole on his chest. At this moment, countless strands of blood and spirit energy were surging out of the hole. In the end, all of it surged to Yang Yi's blood-red sword and chest. A half saint. I actually died at the hands of a half. He hadn't even been able to finish speaking when Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a sword stabbed through the center of his forehead. The color in the black-robed man's eyes instantly vanished. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the black-robed man's corpse vanished on the spot. After that, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and then a ray of blood-red light flashed. One of the black-clothed figures who had arrived behind Yang Yi just a moment ago instantly stiffened on the spot, and then countless strands of spirit energy surged out from within him. The spirit energy was instantly absorbed by Snowy, who resided at Yang Yi's chest. As for the blood within the black-robed figure, it was completely absorbed by the blood-red sword in Yang Yi's grasp. The other black-clothed man was horrified. A moment later, he howled at the other black-clothed figures who were in battle with the students of White Deer Academy. "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" "Retreat? Where will you retreat to?" Yang Yi appeared in front of the black-clothed figure who had ordered the retreat. The black-clothed man was horrified, and he didn't hesitate to swing his dagger at Yang Yi. Clang! A clear and melodious sound of collision resounded, and then the dagger shattered in an instant. As for the black-clothed man, he was blasted back by the powerful force contained within Yang Yi's attack. A ray of blood-red light flashed. Hiss! A ray of blood-red sword energy pierced through the black-clothed man's chest, and then his figure stiffened on the spot while the color in his eyes faded. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot and charged into the group of black-clothed figures. The battle instantly became one-sided once Yang Yi joined it. It took less than 15 minutes for a few dozen high-rank saints to be annihilated by the joint forces of Yang Yi and the others. Yang Yi glanced at the black-clothed corpses here, and then he waved his right hand and placed them within the ancient sheath. After that, he looked up at the sky. Fang Yun arrived by Yang Yi's side and asked, "What do we do now?" The other students of the academy were standing behind Fang Yun. Obviously, they took Yang Yi to be their leader right now. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a ray of blood-red light which shot towards the sky and went straight for the pocket of space in the sky above. Chapter 11:22. High above in the sky, Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling were in battle with three quasi-emperors. Even though they were facing 3 quasi-emperors, Xiao Bila's strength was formidable, and he forcefully locked 2 quasi-emperors in battle with himself. So, they hadn't been defeated until now. However, their hearts burned with anxiety because this was clearly a trap. It was a trap to draw them out and keep them busy while White Deer City was crushed. So, they had no intention to drag out the battle. However, they couldn't help it because the 3 quasi-emperors were forcefully locking them here in combat and gave them no chance to leave. OM. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from below, and then a ray of blood-red light tore through the sky and appeared within the pocket of space. The 5 quasi-emperors immediately stopped their battle. The blood-red light dispersed to reveal Yang Ye's figure. Yang Yi, Xiao Bieli, and Xiao Ling were overjoyed when they saw Yang Yi. Even though Yang Yi was only a half-saint, he wasn't any weaker to a quasi-emperor when he went mad. Moreover, he could even kill quasi-emperors. It could be said that Yang Ye's recovery was definitely an extremely joyous piece of news for White Deer Academy, especially in its current state. Yang Yi, one of the old men in the distance, immediately revealed a gloomy expression. It was none other than Emoji. Yang Yi paid no attention to Emoji. He gazed at Xiao Bieli instead and said, "The battle below is over. Shall we kill these 3 fellows?" All the quasi-emperors here were stunned when they heard Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for their divine sense to sweep down to the ground below. It didn't take long for Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling to heave sighs of relief, and they simultaneously cracked a smile. As for Emoji and the other 2 quasi-emperors, their faces were extremely unsightly. At the same time, they felt shocked. After all, there had been around 100 high-rank saints and a quasi-emperor there. However, all those forces had been annihilated. What did that represent? It represented that Yang Yi possessed the strength to kill quasi-emperors. Yang Yi has to die. That was what Emoji and the others thought. Even though the Emo clan was strong, Yang Yi would definitely be a huge problem for the Emo clan if he was allowed to grow. Right when they were thinking about killing Yang Yi had suddenly transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards Emoji. Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling were slightly stunned when they saw Yang Yi attack so decisively, and then they attacked right away. At this point in time, they naturally weren't foolish enough to try and negotiate with the enemy. It was at a point where only one side would come out alive. There was no room for negotiation. Emoji and the others' expressions changed slightly when they saw Yang Ye's group attack, and they didn't dare show any weakness and attacked decisively as well, especially Emoji. As far as he was concerned, Yang Yi was looking down upon him by targeting him, so killing intent immediately surged in his eyes. His figure transformed into a ray of light that slammed forward in Yang Ye's direction. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous explosions resounded throughout the pocket of space. But since they were in a pocket of space, the radiant dimension wasn't affected by their battle. Otherwise, if they fought in the radiant dimension with the strength they possessed, then the destruction created by the battle, not to mention the guardians of the radiant dimension and the Eye of the Heaven Tao, even the experts of the other powers wouldn't allow it. The radiant dimension didn't belong to a single person or power. It belonged to everyone. It was their home. So, if anyone dared to destroy their home, then that person would become their common enemy. It didn't take long for the quasi-emperors from the Emo clan to fall into a disadvantaged position. Xiao Bila's strength was greater than any one of those 3 quasi-emperors, and had already been able to fight 2 of them on his own just now. Now that Yang Yi had joined the battle, the quasi-emperor from the Emo clan was no match for him in a one-on-one battle. Had been completely suppressed by Xiao Bieli after the battle just started, and he practically didn't possess the ability to fight back. As for Emoji, who was fighting Yang Yi, he grew more and more shocked as the battle progressed. Because Yang Ye's speed and strength were truly too terrifying. Yang Ye's physical strength was so powerful that even he feared it. As for Yang Ye's strength, it was horrifying to Emoji. Besides that, Yang Ye's attainments in the sword Dao were beyond extraordinary, especially when his sword was enhanced by 2 types of intents. Even Emoji didn't dare underestimate the sword energy that came from Yang Yi. Even though he couldn't stand the sight of Yang Yi and wished for nothing more than to chop off Yang Ye's head, He had no choice but to admit that Yang Yi was very strong and was entirely capable of posing a threat to quasi-emperors. Bang! The iron hammer in Emoji's grasp smashed against Yang Yi's blood-red sword. A loud explosion resounded while Emoji was pushed over 50 back, but Yang Yi remained still on the spot. Emoji's face was extremely gloomy when he sensed the numbness and aching feeling that came from his right hand. Yang Yi's physical strength was abnormally strong, and it wasn't something a half-saint should possess. Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was above Emoji when he appeared once more. After that, Yang Yi took Heaven's gravestone with both hands and swung it down at Emoji. This swing had practically torn space apart. Emoji's pupils constricted slightly. He knew how strong Yang Yi's physical strength was, so he didn't dare act carelessly at all. He immediately pushed his right leg backward. In an instant, the space beneath his feet suddenly condensed and became countless times stronger than before. After that, he took his hammer in both hands and practically used all his strength to swing it upwards against Yang Yi's blood-red sword. Bang! The sword and hammer collided, and then the space around them seemed like it had been struck by a sledgehammer. It shook violently while cracks appeared all around them. Because he was supported by the fortified expanse of space beneath his feet, Emoji hadn't been pushed back by the force from Yang Yi's attack. However, countless cracks started to spread like spiderwebs throughout his arms. Just like that, they maintained a state where their weapons were pressed against each other, and it seemed like they'd frozen on the spot. The space around the point of intersection was trembling, and the space around them had started to tremble slightly as well. As for Emoji's countenance, it was growing more and more unsightly, because Yang Yi's blood-red sword was actually slowly cutting its way through his hammer. Once Yang Yi's sword sliced his hammer into two, it would be the moment Yang Yi's sword sliced through his head as well. He could imagine the scene which was about to occur. However, he couldn't do anything about it right now. Retreat at a time like this? It was impossible. If he did, then it would be no different than courting death, because he wasn't faster than Yang Yi. Moreover, their strength had gathered at the point their weapons intersected, so the one who retreated would definitely suffer backlash. So, Emoji had no way out of the predicament. If he retreated, he would either die or be crippled. If he advanced, his strength wasn't comparable to Yang Yi while his weapon wasn't as strong as Yang Yi's weapon. If his weapon could resist Yang Yi's sword and avoid being sliced into two, then perhaps he could hold on for a long time. Yet now, based on the current speed that his hammer was being cut through, it would only take over a dozen breaths of time before Yang Yi's sword would collide with his head. Emoji didn't dare hesitate and swiftly shouted, "Help me!" The other quasi-emperors of the Emo clan were shocked when they heard Emoji, and their divine senses swept out from them. Both of them revealed solemn expressions when they saw the situation Emoji was in, and they were astounded in their hearts. They'd never imagined that Emoji would actually be forced to such a state by a half-saint. The quasi-emperor in battle with Xiao Bieli had a wisp of bitterness on the corners of his mouth. He couldn't even keep himself safe right now, so how could he help Emoji? The other quasi-emperor in battle with Xiao Ling seemed to understand that, so he stopped fighting Xiao Ling and shot towards Yang Yi. He hadn't even arrived near Yang Yi when a huge energy fist appeared behind Yang Yi, and it was about to blast Yang Yi into pieces. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. While his body was strong, it didn't represent that he could disregard the attacks of quasi-emperors. Even though he wouldn't die or be heavily injured if he allowed it to strike him, he would still lose the initiative in the battle, because Emoji would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Yang Yi immediately twisted his figure slightly, and he pulled Heaven's gravestone away and executed a sideways slash. At the same time, his right foot stomped against Emoji's hammer, which had almost been sliced into two. Bang! Bang! The energy fist was instantly slashed into two. At the same time, Emoji's figure crashed down to the ground from the impact of Yang Yi's kick. After he slashed the energy fist into pieces, Yang Yi immediately turned around, and he took Heaven's gravestone in both hands as he slashed it down in Emoji's direction. However, Emoji made an extremely wise reaction. He didn't go head-on against Yang Yi, nor did he dare to do so. He immediately stomped his foot against the space beneath him and vanished on the spot. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he turned around and swung his sword. Bang! An iron hammer was blasted away. Bang! Meanwhile, the quasi-emperor who was locked in battle with Xiao Bieli had been blasted away. Xiao Bieli was about to follow up with another attack when his expression suddenly changed drastically, and then he shouted at Yang Yi, "Leave right now." Yang Yi frowned, but he didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. Even though he didn't know why Xiao Bieli had reacted like that, he knew that Xiao Bieli wouldn't do anything that would harm him. Moreover, Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling had immediately turned around and left. The three of them had just started retreating when a white-haired old man and Feng Qingyu appeared in the pocket of space. They didn't pursue Xiao Bieli's group because if a quasi-emperor intended to flee, then they couldn't do anything about it. Or it should be said that they'd lost the opportunity. Otherwise, they could stop Xiao Bieli's group from leaving. MOG and the others immediately heaved sighs of relief when they saw Feng Qingyu and the white-haired old man, and their tense nerves had relaxed as well, because one or more of them would definitely die here if the battle were to continue. However, a ray of blood-red light suddenly flashed through the sky. The white-haired old man and Feng Qingyu's expressions instantly changed drastically. "How dare you?" The white-haired old man's face instantly turned ferocious, and he slapped his palm forward. "Yang Yi, you've gone mad." Xiao Bieli's horrified voice resounded abruptly. Mog was slightly stunned, and then his eyes opened wide. Yang Yi, whom Mog thought had fled, had appeared behind him, and a wisp of scarlet red suddenly seeped out from his throat. It was faster than before, much faster. As soon as he finished speaking, Mog's head tilted to the side and fell down from midair while a pillar of blood shot into the air. It was the ultimate version of death by a thought. Chapter 11:23. Bang! At the moment Mog's head fell off his neck, a palm had instantly struck Yang Yi. Yang Yi's pupils constricted as a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, and then his figure was blasted away. Yang Yi was flying through the air when he noticed Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling intended to come back, and he swiftly shouted, "Retreat!" Xiao Bieli was slightly stunned, and then he turned around and entered the city with Xiao Ling. The reason he hadn't done anything was because Yang Yi just happened to have been blasted flying in the city's direction. It didn't take long for Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling to appear on the city walls, and they quickly looked up. A ray of blood-red light flashed before their eyes, and it didn't take long for Yang Yi to appear on the city walls. Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi. "Activate the formation." Xiao Bieli's voice resounded through the sky throughout White Deer Dimension, and then a huge barrier of light instantly enveloped the entire city. Xiao Bieli heaved another sigh of relief when he saw the barrier of light activating successfully, and then he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. His expression changed when he saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi's clothes had vanished, and Yang Yi's body was covered in fine cracks that spread through his body like a spider web. Even Yang Yi's face was covered in fine cracks. It was an absolutely shocking sight. Threads of blood were seeping out incessantly from those fine cracks, but they'd merely just appeared before being instantly absorbed by the blood-red sword which Yang Yi was using to support his figure. Xiao Bieli asked, "Are you all right?" Yang Yi shook his head. "They'll be fine with a little rest." Actually, his sudden decision to kill Emoji had been made on the spur of the moment. He just felt like Emoji was already exhausted, and it would be difficult to kill Emoji in the future if he allowed this opportunity to slip by. So, he hadn't even activated the Stellar Ward technique before executing the ultimate version of death by a thought. He didn't have the time to execute it at that time either, because if Emoji raised his guard, then it wouldn't be realistic to attempt to kill Emoji with a single attack. So, Head immediately executed the ultimate version of death by a thought to catch Emoji off guard. In the end, Head succeeded. Even though his body had been damaged, it wasn't too severe. His current body was able to forcefully endure it. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly when he heard Yang Yi. The injuries Yang Yi sustained before this had been countless times more severe. Yet had been fine then, so Xiao Bieli felt that this little bit of injuries were just a minor problem to Yang Yi. Yang Yi wouldn't definitely spit out a mouthful of blood if he knew what Xiao Bieli was thinking. Even though Head resisted that attack from before, the tearing pain throughout his body wasn't nice at all. Just like this very moment, his body felt like it had been torn apart, and it could definitely be described as agonizing. However, Head endured it by force and didn't display it. Yang Yi. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the sky. Xiao Bieli and the others looked up, and they saw the white-haired old man, Feng Qingyu, and the two other quasi-emperors from the Mo clan were looking at Yang Yi from outside the barrier of light. At this moment, both the white-haired old man and Feng Qingyu had ferocious expressions on their faces. It was especially so for the white-haired old man because Yang Yi had turned around and caught them by surprise right under his very nose. Emoji had even died as a result of it. That was a humiliation. A huge humiliation to him and the Mo clan. As for Feng Qingyu, her expression was unsightly because she hadn't expected that not only would Yang Yi have recovered in such a short amount of time, had grown even strong. It made her wonder if he was even human. After all, Yang Yi was just a half-saint, so she could only wonder how heaven-defying Yang Yi would be if he was allowed to attain the saint realm. At that time, even she would probably be unable to defeat Yang Yi. Just thinking about that caused the killing intent in her eyes to thicken. Emotion. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli stood in front of Yang Yi and looked directly at the white-haired old man. I never expected the Mo clan to send you. There was a solemn expression in Xiao Bieli's eyes. Xiaoling's expression changed when she heard him. She naturally knew the name, Emotion. Had once been ranked at the top 20 of the martial rankings, and he was an expert who had made a name for himself a very long time ago. Xiao Bieli had only been a high-rank saint when Emotion was a quasi-emperor. So, the Mo clan's decision to send him represented that the Mo clan was being serious and wasn't just playing around. Emotion's gaze moved away from Yang Yi and descended onto Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli, while there hasn't been any relationship between your White Deer Academy and my Mo clan throughout these years, there is no enmity as well. Your White Deer Academy killed a disciple of my Mo clan before this, and now you've killed an elder of my Mo clan. I really want to know who gave you the gall to look down on my Mo clan like that? Are you telling me that only your Mo clan is allowed to kill my students? Xiao Bieli laughed coldly. Emotion. Why discuss right and wrong at a time like this? You're right. Right and wrong isn't important anymore. Emotion glanced at the entire city and said, my Mo clan has been lying low for too long in the recent years, and it's to the point that just anyone dares to touch the members of my Mo clan. Looks like my Mo clan needs to make a show of strength. Xiao Bieli glanced at the sky and laughed coldly. Emotion. I don't believe your Mo clan would launch a full-scale war against my White Deer Academy just for a single disciple. Even though your Mo clan cares about its honor, it's no fool. Such actions don't conform to the interests of your Mo clan. So, if I'm not wrong, then you aren't here just to regain the honor your clan lost, right? Emotion spoke indifferently. What do you think? Xiao Bieli glanced at the sky, and then he spoke coldly. Li Leaguai, since you're here, then why don't you just show yourself? The Mo clan is standing behind you now, so what are you afraid of? As soon as Xiao Bieli finished speaking, a figure appeared by Emotion's side, and it was none other than Li Leaguai. Li Leaguai glanced at Xiao Bieli and the others, and then he laughed coldly. Xiao Bieli, I told you that my law faction would be back. You never expected us to return too soon, right? I really didn't. Xiao Bieli spoke indifferently. I never expected that your law faction would become dogs for the Mo clan. I wonder if the ancestors of your law faction would be angered to death if they found out about this. That's none of your business. Li Leaguai spoke coldly. Xiao Bieli, from now onwards, your scholarly faction will cease to exist in the Central Divine Prefecture. White Deer Academy will cease to exist as well. From now onwards, there'll only be a single academy in the Central Divine Prefecture, and it'll be my Rising Sun Academy. Xiao Bieli, all of you from the scholarly faction, and you Yang Yi, all of you better enjoy your last moments. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Leaguai gazed at Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, my law faction lost everything because you helped the scholarly faction. Just you wait, it'll allow you to experience how death will become an extravagant wish for you. He laughed coldly once he finished speaking, and then he turned around and vanished into the sky. Emotion and the others turned around and left as well. It didn't take long for over 40 coffins to appear outside the city. Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling's faces instantly turned gloomy at the sight of this scene. A short while passed before Xiao Ling asked, "Why aren't they just attacking the city?" Xiao Bieli looked up at the sky for a short while, and then he said, "Obviously, they don't want to crush us just like that. If they do that, they wouldn't be able to display the strength of their Emo clan, or deter the other powers in the Central Divine Prefecture. Death isn't terrifying, and many within my academy aren't afraid of death as well. The thing that's more terrifying than death is the feeling as one waited for death to arrive. See those coffins? They want us to wait for death to arrive. In that way, it wouldn't just be able to deter the powers throughout the prefecture, they'll be able to slowly destroy the psychological defenses of our students." Xiao Ling remained silent for a long time, and then she said, "There are many students still in the outside world. We must find a way to get them back here." Xiao Bieli slowly clenched his fists as he looked up at the sky. Emotion and the others hadn't left at all. They were standing on guard outside the city. There were 5 quasi-emperors there, so everyone in White Deer Dimension couldn't leave the dimension at all. Suddenly, Yang Yi stepped forward and said, "Let me deal with getting them back." "No." Xiao Bieli immediately refused. "You just rest well. They'll think of a way to get them back here." Even though Yang Yi was a half-saint, he had the strength of a quasi-emperor, so if anything happened to him once he left, then White Deer Academy would truly be finished. "Are you confident at succeeding?" Xiao Ling spoke abruptly. Even though she hadn't known Yang Yi for long, she knew that Yang Yi was no fool. Since Head dared to say that while being clearly aware that there were a few quasi-emperors out there, he was definitely confident in his ability. Yang Yi nodded and said, "I dare no guarantee whether I'll be able to bring them back safely. However, at the very least, I'm the only one who's currently able to leave without being noticed and possesses the strength to save them. Dean Xiao and Senior Xiaoling, both of you don't have any other choices. Besides that, if I flee with all my strength, even Emotion might not be able to stop me from fleeing." Xiao Bieli intended to say something, but Xiao Ling spoke before him. "Let him give it a try."
But
Xiao Bieli was about to speak when Xiao Ling continued, "We don't have a choice. Both of us are absolutely unable to leave, and we can't. The consequences would be unimaginable if they suddenly attack the city while we're gone. Besides the two of us, only this kid has the strength to go out there and rescue them." Xiao Bieli remained silent for a long time, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "How confident are you?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I can only say that I'll try my best." Xiao Bieli nodded. "Try your best. Do you need anything?" Yang Yi replied, "I need to know where they are hiding." Xiao Bieli said, "Shurha is contacting them. I'll get someone to send it to you in a while." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Send it to my cultivation room, and then say that I'm in closed-door cultivation." Xiao Bieli nodded. "Don't feel responsible for the situation that the Academy is in right now. The Law faction and the Emo clan joined forces so quickly. Obviously, they'd colluded from a very long time ago. Your actions of killing Emo Yuntian just happened to give them an excuse, a justifiable excuse to act against my White Deer Academy. So, even if you didn't kill Emo Yuntian, they would still act against my White Deer Academy one day, and the only difference would have been how soon it occurred." Meanwhile, Xiao Ling spoke as well. "He isn't trying to console you because it's the truth. Li Leaguai is overweeningly ambitious, so he wouldn't be willing to leave White Deer Dimension at all, and it was only a matter of time before he came back. Of course, I personally think that both of you should care about all of that right now, because we're a single group now. Regardless of whether it's because of the enmity with you or the scholarly faction, it's enmity that we share together. The important matter at hand is to stay united and face the crisis before us." Xiao Bieli glanced at Xiao Ling, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "That's what I think as well." Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he said, "Don't worry, I won't entertain unnecessary thoughts. I'm going to get prepared." Yang Yi turned around and left once he finished speaking. After Yang Yi left, Xiao Ling suddenly said, "Have you noticed? That kid is quite mysterious." Xiao Bieli replied, "He's from the lower dimensions and has grown all the way to this point. So, how could he possibly not have gained any fortuitous encounters? It's very normal for him to have some secrets." Xiaoling nodded. No matter what, I hope that we'll be able to get through this. Xiao Bieli nodded while a trace of worry could be seen in his eyes. Not to mention him, even anyone could understand the situation that the academy was facing right now. It wasn't exaggerated to call it a hopeless situation. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 100 black-clothed figures appeared before him. Besides that, the black-robed quasi-emperor was standing in front of them. Had taken the black-robed man's corpse upon killing the fellow. After all, the assistance a sword servant at the quasi-emperor realm could give Yang Yi and White Deer Academy right now was absolutely significant. Besides that, if he used the 100 high-rank saints well, they would be a huge help as well. The only thing he felt regretful about was Emoji's corpse. Even though Head killed Emoji, he wasn't able to refine Emoji into a sword servant, because even Emoji's head had been severed by him. So how could he refine Emoji into a sword servant? He had no choice but to choose to cut off Emoji's head under that situation, because even if he pierced through Emoji's chest, he wasn't fully confident in being able to end Emoji's life in an instant. But if he sliced off Emoji's head, then not to mention medicinal pills, even primordial violet energy could do nothing to save Emoji. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to start refining these corpses into sword servants. The refinement of the high-rank saints went pretty well, and it didn't exhaust much effort. But the refinement of a quasi-emperor almost made Yang Yi suffer from backlash. If it was in the past, he wasn't able to refine quasi-emperors at all. Or perhaps even if he could, it would be extremely dangerous. Yet now, his strength had risen significantly. Regardless of whether it was his void-rank sword intent, void-rank slaughter intent, soul energy, or spiritual energy, all of them couldn't be compared to the past. So, while he still encountered quite a few problems, had been able to resolve all of them in the end. One day later, night, a shadow drifted out soundlessly from the entrance of White Deer City, and then it vanished into the distance. It didn't take long for the shadow to merge into one with the veil of night. Chapter 11:24. The shadow was Yang Yi, of course. After he finished refining all the sword servants, Head immediately set out to save the other students. Even though no one throughout the academy blamed him for what had happened, White Deer Academy was facing such a hopeless situation and so many of its students had died. While Xiao Bieli had said that the Law faction and Mo clan would act against White Deer Academy even if it wasn't for him, how could Yang Yi not feel even a shred of guilt? Head killed many people, and it was so numerous that even he couldn't count the exact number. But Head never felt any guilt. In his opinion, all of those people should be killed and deserve death. But to a certain extent, those students had died because of him. Of course, he understood that it was just as Xiao Bieli and Xiaoling had said, it was pointless to get preoccupied by all of that. Because from the moment he came to White Deer Academy for Ocean of Clouds Academy's sake, had been swept into the enmity between the Law faction and Scholarly faction. Now, both he and White Deer Academy were a single whole. Regardless of whether it was the Academy's problems or his own problems, they were everyone's problems. Because they were on the same side now. In short, staying united and facing their difficulties together was the important matter at hand. Yang Yi raised his head and looked up at the starry sky while he left White Deer Dimension. There were at least 5 quasi-emperors high above in the sky. Besides that, there was also Lu Yuanhao who was watching from the shadows. White Deer Academy was in quite a bleak situation right now. As for Yang Yi himself, it wasn't any better for him. Lu Yuanhao would definitely not give up on obtaining the Primordial Pagoda, and Lu Yuanhao would definitely strike a lethal blow against him at the critical moment. A short while passed before Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then his figure flashed out of White Deer Academy. The news about the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect attacking White Deer Academy had spread throughout the Central Divine Prefecture. Many powers and experts throughout the prefecture were paying attention to the situation. They wanted to see what would happen to White Deer Academy that once had a dazzling history in the Central Divine Prefecture. Of course, they understood that even if White Deer Academy could win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, White Deer Academy had practically no chance to win. All the powers around White Deer Dimension that were once on friendly terms with White Deer Academy had announced that they were drawing boundaries between them and White Deer Academy, because they were absolutely afraid that the Emo clan and Thousand Crane sect would target them. As for those students of White Deer Academy throughout the Radiant Dimension who were being pursued and killed by the experts of the Emo clan and Thousand Crane sect, not a single person dared to lend them a hand, and no one dared to give them shelter as well. So, those students were being pursued like dogs by the Emo clan and Thousand Crane sect. At this moment, White Deer Academy was truly in a miserable state. Sky Capital City. In a secret chamber within a room in Sky Capital City, over 30 students of White Deer Academy were seated around a table. All of them were looking at the violet-clothed woman who was the leader of their group. She seemed to be a little over the age of 20, and she had a beautiful appearance. Her face had a firm expression on it, and her body had quite a few bloody injuries on it as well. Even her face had a scar that was a few centimeters long. At this moment, all of them treated her as their leader because she was the only high-ranked saint amongst them. Suddenly, one of the young men asked, "Senior Sister Zenan, what did the academy say?" Everyone's gazes instantly locked onto the woman called Zenan. Presently, countless experts were hunting them, and there even were quasi-emperors amongst them. If the academy didn't come to save them, then their strengths would be utterly insufficient to return to the academy with their lives intact. If they couldn't return to the academy, then only death awaited them. Because the enemy took no prisoners. The students had tried to surrender before this, but they were still killed. Zenan glanced at them and said, "The academy has sent someone to get us." One of them pursued an answer. "Who? When will that person be here?" Zenan shook her head slightly. They didn't say. It should have been done so for the sake of secrecy. Actually, no one is coming to save us. Meanwhile, a one-armed man spoke abruptly. "I'm sure all of you are aware of the situation that the academy is in. The Emo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and those fellows of the Law faction are guarding the exit of our academy's dimension. Our academy only has 2 quasi-emperors, Dean Xiao and the new Vice Dean. They already have their hands full, so how could they possibly have the time to save us?" Everyone here fell silent, including Zenan. The one-armed man continued, "If the academy really has the ability to save us, then it would have probably done so a long time ago. However, we haven't seen anyone until now." "What does that mean?" "Actually, they've abandoned us students who aren't in White Deer Dimension." Suddenly, Zenan appeared in front of the one-armed man, and a short saber was pressed against his throat. The expressions of everyone here instantly changed. Zenan stared at the one-armed man and said, "Xiao Yuan, are you trying to shake our morale?" The one-armed man's eyes were without a shred of fear, and he looked her in the eye as he said, "I'm not trying to shake our morale. There's no need for me to do that as well, because our morale is already shaken." Zenan, just ask yourself this question. Do you think the academy really still has the strength to save us? It doesn't anymore. Perhaps they are in a worse situation than we are in. Zenan gazed at the one-armed man for a long time, and then she withdrew her saber and glanced at the surroundings. "Do all of you blame the academy?" All of them remained silent. Zenan continued, "I know that all of you definitely felt resentment in your hearts, and so have I. I blamed the academy for not saving us and allowing us to be pursued. However, just think about it. If the academy had the ability, then would it leave us here? Would the academy abandon us?" Zenan's voice became heavier at this point. Just as Qiu Yuan said, since the academy still hasn't sent someone, it represents that they are in a worse situation than we are. Our jobs right now aren't to put blame on others or grumble about the academy's lack of action. Our job is to think about how to survive. Now, we can only rely on ourselves, and if we still continue trying to blame others, we wouldn't be too far away from death." All of them remained silent. A short while passed before Qiu Yuan spoke again. "Zenan, I never intended to shake our morale, but I have to say that the strength we possess is utterly insufficient to return to the academy with our lives intact. Besides the high-rank saints of the Law faction, Thousand Crane sect, and Emo clan, there might even be quasi-emperors outside there. The gap between our strengths is too huge. All of us must realize that." Meanwhile, a student with a large mole on the corner of his mouth spoke abruptly. "Actually, why do we have to return to the academy?" All of them immediately gazed at him, and that student with a mole glanced at all of them before he continued. Both senior brother Qiu Yuan and senior sister Zinan have said that the academy might be in a worse situation than we are. Under such circumstances, what can we do even if we're able to get back there? We would just be waiting for death to arrive. Zinan spoke indifferently. What are you trying to say? The student with a mole glanced at all of them, and then he hesitated for a moment before he said, Now, we're in a hopeless situation. Even if we're able to escape and survive, the Law faction knows everything about us, including our roots. So, it's extremely easy for them to find us. Zinan asked, So? He took a deep breath and said, If we want to survive, then we only have a single choice, and it's to surrender to the Law faction. We are actually from the same sect as the Law faction, so if we surrender, then they'll definitely... Hiss. Suddenly, Zinan appeared behind him, and then his eyes opened wide. An instant passed before a strand of scarlet red sprayed out from his throat. The expressions of everyone here changed violently. Zinan glanced at them and said, Surrender? Does anyone else want to surrender? Qiu Yuan said, He just wanted to live. Live? Zinan glanced coldly at him. He might bring disaster to all of us. The Law faction was from the same sect as us in the past. Yet now, they aren't related to us at all. They've colluded with the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect to act against our academy. That isn't internal strife anymore. Their intention is to destroy the academy. If we surrender now, we'll become traitors. Traitors of the academy. But are you saying that we deserve death? Meanwhile, another student stepped forward. In the end, it was that fellow, Yang Yi, who caused all of this. He caused it, yet all of us have to endure the consequences. Is that fair? Indeed. Yang Yi offended the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan for his wife. Yet he wants our entire academy to endure the consequences with him. I'm not the only one who thinks this way. I believe that all of you definitely aren't happy about that. If he hadn't been rash and killed a disciple of the Mo clan, then how could our White Deer Academy have fallen to such a state? How could we have been forced to hide here and wait for death to arrive? Even if I have to die for the academy, I will feel no resentment or regret, but I'm unwilling to die for Yang Yi. Zinan glanced at them and said, But have all of you thought about how he was the reason that the Law faction and not our scholarly faction left White Deer Dimension? What sort of situation is the Law faction in right now? They are working together with the Mo clan. Do you think they would be considered as equals with the Mo clan? No. As far as the Mo clan and everyone else is concerned, the Law faction is a bunch of homeless dogs. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, our scholarly faction would have become the homeless dogs instead. Zinan paused for a moment at this point, and then she continued, I resent him as well, because if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have fallen into such a hopeless situation, and we wouldn't have lost so many companions. However, I'm very well aware that he's the one who prevented our scholarly faction from losing its home. It was he who made everyone dare not underestimate our White Deer Academy, and only he can lead our academy's younger generation to rise up in the world. How can all of you be fixated on the bad things about him and ignore the good things about him? Thank you. Suddenly, a voice resounded here. The expressions of everyone here changed violently, and it was the same even for Zinan. All of them acted like they were facing a formidable enemy. A green-clothes man appeared before them. Yang Yi. All of them were stunned when they saw him. Zinan was astounded. What are you doing here? Yang Yi replied, I'm here to get all of you. She was still shocked. Just you? Yang Yi nodded and said, Come with me. Zinan's face was covered in shock. We're leaving just like that? Yang Yi replied with a question. Then how do you intend to leave? The corners of Zinan's mouth twitched slightly, and then she said, So long as we go outside, numerous high-rank saints will rush over immediately, and there might even be quasi-emperors. Quasi-emperors? It's fine. I've killed a few. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the door. All of them were at a loss for words. Chapter 11:25. Zinan suddenly obstructed Yang Yi's path when he was about to walk out of the door. Zinan looked straight in his eyes and said, I know you're very strong, and I know that you've killed quasi-emperors. However, you have to understand that we aren't as strong as you. Not to mention a quasi-emperor, just a few high-rank saints would be sufficient to render us helpless. It's related to the fate of everyone here. It's no trifling matter. All of them gazed at Yang Yi. Since had been able to arrive here, it proved how strong he was. However, it was just as Zenon had said, they didn't possess similar strength as Yang Yi. So, the slightest mishap might cause their annihilation. Yang Yi gazed at Zenon and said, "Your worries are warranted. But what else can we do now but fight our way out? Continue hiding here? Instead of hiding here, why don't we just fight our way out? Even if we die, we'll be able to bring a few down with us, right?" He had a quasi-emperor sword servant and 100 sword servants at the high rank of the Saint Realm. However, he hadn't revealed them to gain the confidence of the students here. After all, one's potential would only be brought out in a hopeless situation. If all of them were prepared to die, then he was confident that their combat strength would definitely rise by quite a bit. Zenon took a deep breath and said, "Are you really the only one who has come to get us?" Yang Yi replied with a question, "Do you think the academy has anyone else to send?" Zenon gazed at him for quite some time, and then she turned around to gaze at the others. "Do all of you want to continue staying here or kill your way out? I won't force you if you intend to stay. Stay here and do what? Wait for death to arrive?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan gazed at Yang Yi. "Even if we can't return safely to the academy by going with him, we'll be able to drag a few down with us at the very least. If we stay here, then not to mention killing them once they come for us, we will probably not even have the ability to fight back. So, I'm going with him. Let's kill our way out. Right. Instead of waiting for death to come, why don't we kill our way out? Even if we die, we can take a few down with us. Otherwise, our lives would have been lost for nothing. Come on, let's kill our way out of here." All of them made their stands clear. Yang Yi glanced at them and noticed that none had chosen to stay behind. Everyone here was no fool, and they might have a chance to survive if they killed their way out of here. After all, even though they hadn't witnessed Yang Yi's strength, they'd heard of it. He could kill quasi-emperors, so how could he possibly be weak? Besides waiting for death, living in terror, and holding on to a last wishful dream, it was pointless to stay here. Yang Yi nodded, and then he flicked 3 violet crystals to each of them. "I know that many of you are injured, but I don't have the time to wait for all of you to recover, because many others are waiting for me to save them. Consume one of those violet crystals now to recover your profound energy. Remember that you can only rely on yourselves for your own survival. So, please fight with everything you have if we encounter enemies later." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and left while the others hurriedly followed him. After he left Sky Capital City, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "There are over 200 students in the depths of a mountain that's over 10,000 kilometers away from here. That's our destination. However, we can't fly, because we'll be huge targets once we fly, and it's easy to be discovered. So, we have no choice but to travel on foot. Come with me. They'll conceal all of your auras." All of them quickly nodded. Yang Yi was about to set out once he finished speaking. However, a few dozen rays of light shot over from afar, and it caused the expressions of everyone here to change violently, because all of those figures were saints at the very least. Yang Yi gazed at those rays of light and spoke indifferently, "There's no need to conceal yourself anymore. Just travel as fast as you can and rendezvous with the other students. They'll be there in a moment." Actually, even if Head concealed their auras, it wasn't very useful in the city. After all, they couldn't have both their auras and figures concealed like he could. Zenon said, "They'll stay behind with you." Yang Yi turned around and gazed at her. "Obey my orders from this moment onward. Everyone rendezvous with them swiftly right now." It wasn't that they were of no help to him if they stayed, but he really didn't need their help. The important matter at hand was to let them converge with the other students and take all of them back. Zenon glanced at him and said, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, Zenon led them swiftly towards the distant sky. "All of you are trying to flee? Don't even think about it. We've finally found a few fugitives." Ha ha ha. Roaring laughter resounded from the sky, but it didn't take long for it to stop abruptly when a ray of light flashed through the sky. After that, a figure crashed down from midair. "You." The others were astounded. Meanwhile, A ray of light shot up into the sky, and then a few more crisscrossed through the area before numerous shrill cries resounded. In less than 3 breaths of time, 5 figures had crashed down from midair. Stop! Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from within the city, and then a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe appeared here. It was a high-rank saint. Moreover, there were 5 mid-rank saints behind the middle-aged man. Yang Yi stopped and looked at them. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and the others with a gloomy expression on his face. "I'm the city governor of Sky Capital City, Guming. Fighting is prohibited in Sky Capital City. Don't all of you know that?" Meanwhile, a green-robed middle-aged man stepped forward from the group which stood before Yang Yi, and he said, "I'm from the Mo clan." Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman by his side stepped forward and said, "I'm from the Thousand Cranes sect." Guming's expression changed when he heard them. After all, both of them were diamond rank power. Especially the Mo clan. It was one of the 4 great clans of the Central Divine Prefecture. Sky Capital City couldn't afford to offend them, and neither could he. Guming's expression eased up quite a bit, and then he nodded slightly to them. "So it's friends from the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect?" As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "If I'm not wrong, then you're from White Deer Academy?" The Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect were hunting the members of White Deer Academy, and it was common knowledge throughout the prefecture. So, he was naturally aware as well. Yang Yi glanced at him and nodded. Indeed, Guming's face became gloomy when he saw Yang Yi nod, and he questioned Yang Yi, "Why have you attacked others in my city?" He naturally chose to Mo clan and the Thousand Crane sect. Presently, everyone was clearly aware that White Deer Academy was finished. So, he didn't mind giving the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect some face right now. At his age, one was clearly aware of how one should act. At this moment, how could he give up on an opportunity to make friends with the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan? The experts from the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect were first momentarily stunned when they heard him, and then they were delighted. They were no fools, so they naturally knew that Guming was helping them. The green-robed man immediately said, "City Governor Gu, my Mo clan will remember this." The woman by his side spoke as well. "My Thousand Crane sect will remember it as well." Guming grinned and said, "You're both too kind." As he spoke, he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. "The rules of Sky Capital City prohibit fighting in the city. So, your actions are akin to contempt towards my city. So, will you take your own life, or should I?" If it was in the past, he would wisely choose to not interfere, because he couldn't afford to offend White Deer Academy as well. Yet now, White Deer Academy had split into 2, and its strength had suffered a huge decline. Moreover, the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect had declared war against it. Under such circumstances, could White Deer Academy even turn the situation around? As far as he was concerned, it was impossible. Yang Yi chuckled. "You think the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect can't be offended, but my White Deer Academy can. So you intend to act against me and do them a favor?" The green-robed man from the Mo clan glanced at Yang Yi and said, "City Governor Gu, his strength isn't best. It's best to be careful. Of course, with all of us here, it's impossible for him to do anything. However, we still should be careful." The collision they had earlier allowed him to realize that the man who stood before him was no easy target. After all, those saints had practically been unable to fight back before they were killed in an instant. Guming laughed coldly. "He's just a half-saint. I know a bit about the geniuses of White Deer Academy. If it was Feng Qingyi or that madman, Yang Yi, then perhaps I would be fearful. Unfortunately, Feng Qingyi has left White Deer Academy. As for Yang Yi, he's clearly not Yang Yi." Yang Yi was speechless. The green-robed man from the Mo clan was curious. "Why?" Guming glanced at Yang Yi and said, "According to rumors, Yang Yi is ruthless, cruel, and bloodthirsty. He's like an utter madman. However, while this fellow's strength isn't bad, he doesn't seem like a madman. Moreover, Yang Yi was supposedly heavily injured during the battle in Thousand Crane sect and fell unconscious after it. So, he should be recuperating in White Deer Dimension right now. Besides that, the reason Yang Yi's combat strength is so formidable is because he relies on that sort of slaughter at the Emperor rank. Moreover, Hell become completely blood red every time he utilizes it, and does he look like this? Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly interrupted Gu Ming. All of them looked towards the source of the voice. At this moment, the green-clothed man had vanished from their sights, and he was replaced by a blood-red figure who held a blood-red sword. The figure's eyes were blood-red, and his entire body emanated terrifying slaughter intent, baleful energy, and a nauseating stench of blood. Gu Ming's eyes opened wide, and his mouth could simply fit a fist at this moment. Chapter 11:26. It's Yang Yi. Retreat. The experts of the Emo clan and Thousand Crane sect were the first to recover from their shock, and they immediately turned around and fled. The experts of the Emo clan were in a comparatively composed state, but they still didn't dare to stay, because they were very well aware that Yang Yi had killed the Thousand Crane sect's vice sect master. No matter how confident they were, they didn't think that they could fight someone like Yang Yi who could kill quasi-emperors. As for the others from the Thousand Crane sect, they were in a comparatively worse state. After all, they'd watched as Yang Yi killed their vice sect master and slaughtered his way through their sect. In their opinion, Yang Yi was a god of death. He was a madman, and he was someone who was impossible for them to defeat. So many experts of the Thousand Crane sect had besieged Yang Yi that day, yet they were completely crushed, so how could just the few of them be sufficient to fight him? So, they practically immediately raised their speeds to its limits. However, their speed was too slow in Yang Yi's eyes. A ray of blood-red light flashed through the sky, and it was like a line of blood that stretched through the sky. After that, the heads of all the experts from the Thousand Crane sect shot up into the air. Even though their heads were gone, momentum still made their bodies dash towards the distance, and their figures flew almost 1 kilometer before their headless bodies crashed to the ground. After that, a few dozen rays of blood-red light flickered incessantly through the distant sky, and the entire sky there was dyed blood red. At the same time, numerous shrill cries were resounding in succession. 20 breaths of time later, Yang Yi returned to where he was standing a little while ago. Meanwhile, Gu Ming and the others hadn't fled. Flee? At the moment he saw Yang Yi attack, Gu Ming was very well aware that they wouldn't be able to escape, and they had nowhere to run to. If they wanted to live, then the only way was to convince Yang Yi not to kill them. Gu Ming took a deep breath as he gazed at Yang Yi, who was blood-red, and then he said, "Yang Yi, there's no benefit in killing me, and it'll only make enemies for you." So, suddenly, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. A ray of blood-red sword energy grew larger at a rapid pace before Gu Ming's eyes, and then it pierced through the center of his forehead. It wasn't that he didn't intend to dodge it, and it wasn't because he didn't want to fight back. It was because Yang Yi's attack was too swift. It was swift to the point he couldn't dodge or resist in time. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath at all. A few rays of blood-red sword energy flashed through the area in front of him, and then the others behind Gu Ming perished. After he dealt with them, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "I, Yang Yi, didn't come to Sky Capital City to cause trouble, and am merely here to save some students. But if anyone thinks that they can bully my White Deer Academy, or they think that they can bully me, Yang Yi, then feel free to try. Or if you want to use the heads of the students from my White Deer Academy to curry favor with the Emo clan and the Thousand Crane sect, then you can feel free to give it a try as well." Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. A long period of silence ensued after Yang Yi left, and then a voice suddenly resounded in the sky above the city. From this moment onward, no one from the city governor's estate is allowed to interfere in the enmity between White Deer Academy and both the Emo clan and Thousand Crane sect. Yang Yi didn't stay in the city and left it right away. Had naturally not killed Gu Ming to vent. His main objective had been to deter the experts in the city. He wanted to use Gu Ming's death to tell them that they couldn't afford to offend White Deer Academy, and they could absolutely not afford to offend him. If they wanted to bully and offend White Deer Academy, then they had to consider if they could endure the revenge that he, Yang Yi, would dish out. If he didn't do that, then if students of the academy were to flee into Sky Capital City in the future, there might be no need for the Emo clan or Thousand Crane sect to act against them, because many would be only too eager to kill those students and curry favor with the Emo clan and Thousand Crane sect. Yet now, after that bloody slaughter had carried out, he believed that those people with such thoughts and intentions would definitely consider if it was worth it before acting when an opportunity presented itself. They would think if it was worth it to offend Yang Yi and White Deer Academy for a so-called favor from the Emo clan or Thousand Crane sect. Actually, reason was usually useless when trying to avoid being bullied by others. Only force works. Moreover, based on the current situation, if White Deer Academy wanted to avoid being bullied, then it had to use slaughter to stop further slaughter. Yang Yi was telling them that White Deer Academy was already in such a state. So no matter how bad the situation gets, how bad could it be? So, they just had to dare to act against White Deer Academy. Then it didn't matter who stood behind them or who they were. He, Yang Yi, would kill them without hesitation. The weak feared the strong feared the fearless, and the fearless feared the mad. Yang Yi was telling everyone that White Deer Academy wasn't just fearless now, it was mad. After he left Sky Capital City, Yang Yi flew for a while before suddenly stopped, because a woman and old man had appeared not too far away from him. He just happened to recognize them. It was Bai Xiangyao from Cloud Merchant Group and that old man who played the role of bodyguard to her. Manager Bai? Yang Yi walked over to them while a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Bai Xiangyao nodded slightly, and then she waved her right hand. A ray of golden light flashed, and then a huge cloud shuttle appeared by her side. After that, over 60 white-robed students walked out from within it. All of them were students of White Deer Academy. After they walked over to Yang Yi, they bowed respectfully to Bai Xiangyao, and then gazed at Yang Yi. There was a trace of excitement and admiration in their eyes, and the white-robed young man who led the group said, "Senior Brother Yang, we watched everything you did in Sky Capital City. To be honest, it was the most relieving thing we've witnessed since this crisis occurred. They've been hiding all over lately, and they were like homeless dogs. But Yang Yi's actions in Sky Capital City made them feel that they could still hold their heads up high. White Deer Academy still had someone who could step forward and tell the world that it wasn't easy to bully White Deer Academy. Moreover, it allowed them to realize that the Academy hadn't abandoned them." Yang Yi glanced at them and nodded slightly. "All that matters is all of you are fine." As he spoke, he turned around to gaze at Bai Xiangyao. "Thank you." Her actions were extremely risky because it might offend the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan. However, she had taken such a huge risk to save the students of White Deer Academy. So, he owed her a huge favor. Bai Xiangyao grinned. It was nothing. As a merchant, he understood a principle very well, and it was that providing ordinary assistance could never compare to providing timely assistance in a crisis. Yang Yi spoke in a serious tone. "Manager Bai, I, Yang Yi, will remember this kindness, and White Deer Academy will remember it. If you need anything, then feel free to tell me. I will definitely not refuse, and I believe that White Deer Academy won't refuse as well." "Young Master Yang, you're treating me like an outsider." Bai Xiangyao grinned. "I treat young Master Yang as a friend. As a friend, how can I stand by idly when you need help? Even though I can't participate directly in the enmity between White Deer Academy and both the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect, I can still save a few people." Yang Yi smiled and didn't linger on the topic. He turned to look at the golden cloud shuttle and said, puzzled about something, "Manager Bai, you should have been keeping it within your spatial ring, but living things can't be placed within spatial rings. This is a special cloud shuttle of my Cloud Merchant Group, and it's called the Imperial Cloud Shuttle," she explained. "Actually, it wasn't kept within a spatial ring, and it was kept within space instead. The reason you didn't notice it is that it's able to conceal its own aura. Besides that, even quasi-emperors would find it almost impossible to chase. Normally, my merchant group only utilizes it when transporting special goods. Even quasi-emperors can't catch up to it." The corners of Yang Yi's eyes twitched slightly, and he remained silent for a long time before he said, "Manager Bai, are you selling it?" "Sell it?" Bai Xiangyao remained silent, and the old man behind her chuckled. "Young Master Yang, the cost to build that cloud shuttle is no less than 100,000 violet crystals. Moreover, the cost for the various formations throughout it aren't even included yet. After all the formations on it are inscribed by the Zhuge clan. Let me explain it like this. No more than 10 powers in the entire Central Divine Prefecture are able to possess Imperial Cloud Shuttles, and even the Martial Sect and Builder Sect don't possess one. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Bai Xiangyao said, "This cloud shuttle is a personal belonging of my father's. Actually, it should be considered as one of my Bai family's heirlooms. So, it's definitely not up for sale." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "I understand. But..." Meanwhile, Bai Xiangyao suddenly added, "I know the situation that young Master Yang and the other students of White Deer Academy are facing. So, this cloud shuttle should be very helpful to you. Even though I'm not selling it, I can borrow it to you for now." Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "You can?" She nodded in response. The old man by her side glanced at her and hesitated to speak. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time, and then he laughed bitterly. "White Deer Academy, and I really owe you too much." She smiled. "I want to lay you further. There are many more who are waiting for you to save them." Yang Yi cupped his fists towards her, and then he gazed at the students and said, "Get on the cloud shuttle. We're leaving right now." A short while later, after Yang Yi's group left, the old man behind Bai Xiangyao couldn't stop himself any longer. "Young miss, that's too risky. If anything were to happen to that Imperial Cloud Shuttle, then not to mention him, even the entire White Deer Academy wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it." Bai Xiangyao gazed towards the distant sky as she sighed softly, and then said, "If he destroys it and can't pay for it, then he can pay with his body." The old man was at a loss for words. Chapter 11:27. Yang Yi's face darkened as soon as he started the Imperial Cloud Shuttle, because just starting it up required 100 violet crystals. 100. That was just the cost to start it up. After a little bit of calculation, Yang Yi determined that it would cost at least 300 violet crystals per hour for it to maintain high-speed flight while remaining concealed. Since Head arrived at the Central Divine Prefecture, Head only gathered around 7,000 violet crystals after extorting, plundering, and receiving them from Snowy. In other words, his current wealth could only power the Cloud Shuttle for around 20 hours. At this moment, he realized that this thing wasn't something an ordinary person could afford to use. Even though it was costly and required a truly huge number of violet crystals, Yang Yi had to admit that it was worth it. Had given it a try, and even a quasi-emperor would find it difficult to do anything to the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. As for its speed, it was practically on par with his own speed. In short, his chances of leading the students to safety had definitely grown much higher with the assistance of the Imperial Cloud Shuttle in his possession. As for the violet crystals it required, Head decided that he would request reimbursement from Xiao Bieli. It didn't take long for Yang Yi and the others to arrive deep within a mountain range. Yang Yi's brows suddenly knit together because he heard the sounds of battle. They were found? Yang Yi hurriedly commanded the Imperial Cloud Shuttle to shoot forward. Zinan, Qiu Yuan, and the others were in confrontation with a group at the foot of a mountain. It wasn't a group of over 200 that stood before them. It was a group of over 500. All of them were students of White Deer Academy. Zinan gazed coldly at the student who led the group before her. "Gu Yunqing, are you betraying the academy?" The student called Gu Yunqing laughed coldly and said, "Zinan, just a half-saint came to save us. How childish are you?" Zinan looked Gu Yunqing in the eyes. "Gu Yunqing, you were training outside the academy, so you don't know anything about Yang Yi, but I do. I have to tell you that he isn't an ordinary half-saint because he has killed a quasi-emperor. He once slaughtered his way through the 1,000 Crane sect on his own. If you don't believe me, you can ask the students standing behind you and see if I'm lying." "I don't need to ask them." Gu Yunqing spoke coldly. "All I know is that the academy has disregarded our fate for so long, and it has allowed us to be chased after like dogs." At this point, he turned around to look at the students standing behind him. "I'm certain that many of you had numerous companions by your sides before this, yet now, just take a look. Are they still by your sides? They aren't. The Mo clan and 1,000 Crane sect sent their elders and elites to kill us. Yet the elites and elders of the academy completely disregarded us, and they allowed us to be pursued and killed. Let me ask all of you one thing. Is it we who have betrayed the academy, or has the academy betrayed us?" Gu Yunqing. Meanwhile, Zinan spoke fiercely. "Are you trying to rebel? Rebel? Gu Yunqing spoke coldly. We just want to live. Live. Zinan gazed at those students behind Gu Yunqing. I know that all of you feel resentful because the experts which the Emo clan and Thousand Crane sect sent are at the Saint Realm or above, and we aren't a match for them at all. Moreover, the experts at the Saint Realm of our academy didn't come to support us. So, it's normal for all of you to feel resentful. After all, even we felt resentful before this. However, Zinan's voice grew louder at this point. All of you've only been thinking about yourselves. Did all of you think about the academy? The academy is surrounded by numerous quasi-emperors right now. They are in a worse state than we are. Then are you saying that we deserve death? Gu Yunqing suddenly interrupted Zinan and roared furiously. Are you saying that all of us should die? Zinan, you said that Yang Yi will lead us back to the academy. But let me ask you something. The academy is in a worse state. So what are we returning for? Are we returning to give our lives away? Zinan's face turned gloomy. She was about to speak when Qiu Yuan stopped her and said, Have you still not realized? He has ulterior motives. Zinan immediately came to an understanding. Only now did she realize that Gu Yunqing wasn't complaining about the academy's lack of action. He had ulterior motives just like Qiu Yuan had said. Gu Yunqing glanced at Qiu Yuan and said, I do have ulterior motives, but they are good intentions. Zinan, Qiu Yuan, both of you should be aware of the academy's current state. Death awaits us both here and there. I don't think both of you want to die, right? Qiu Yuan spoke indifferently. What are you trying to say? Gu Yunqing glanced at the surroundings and said, Everyone, based on the current circumstances, there's only a single way for us to survive, and it's to leave White Deer Academy and seek protection from somewhere else. Clamorous noise instantly arose in the surroundings, while all of them gazed at him with disbelief. Leave White Deer Academy. Many of them did hold resentment towards the academy, but they'd never thought about leaving it. They naturally had an emotional connection to the academy, and the people of the Central Divine Prefecture would look down on them for betraying White Deer Academy at a time like this. Because White Deer Academy was in a crisis right now, if a power couldn't protect its own, then others would view it as a lack of ability. If a disciple of a power were to betray it during a crisis, then not to mention others, many would even look down on themselves. Would anyone think highly of someone who couldn't go through thick and thin with the power he or she belonged to? So, when Gu Yunqing suggested that they left White Deer Academy, many of them revealed hostility in their eyes as they gazed at him, and that even included some of the students who stood behind him. Gu Yunqing's expression changed slightly when he noticed this, but it didn't take long for him to regain his composure. Leaving White Deer Academy doesn't represent betrayal. Zinan interrupted him and asked, Then what does it represent? Gu Yunqing glanced at everyone, fell silent for a long time, and then said, Elder Ren, show yourself. As soon as he spoke, an old man in an ink-black robe appeared here. The expressions of all the students here changed drastically upon catching sight of the old man. Because they recognized him, he was an elder of the Law faction. Zinan gazed at Gu Yunqing while killing intent arose in her eyes. You colluded with the Law faction. Colluded? Gu Yunqing laughed coldly, and then he glanced at the surroundings and said, Do you know why we're still alive? It wasn't White Deer Academy, but the Law faction who kept us alive. Because Elder Rin and Martial Ancestor, Li asked the Emo clan and Thousand Crane sect to spare us. That's why we've been able to live until now. As for the betrayal that Zinan spoke of just now, the Law faction has always been a part of our academy, so how can returning to the Law faction be considered as betraying the academy? We're merely forsaking the dark and crossing over to the light. What nonsense! Zinan couldn't help but curse. Gu Yunqing, the Law faction has become the Emo clan and Thousand Crane sect's dog, and it has slaughtered so many of our fellow students. But you want us to surrender to them and become dogs like them? Gu Yunqing, have you thought about those students who died at the hands of the Law faction, Emo clan, and Thousand Crane sect? Did you? Gu Yunqing's face turned unsightly when he heard this. He was about to speak when Elder Rin waved his hand. Cut the crap. I don't have the time or patience to listen to your nonsense. Now, if you want to live, then stand behind me. The Law faction will let bygones be bygones if you do so. You'll remain a student of ours, and there'll be no difference between the Law faction and Scholarly faction from now on. Remember that you only have one chance. I cherish geniuses, but all of you aren't enough for us to lower ourselves to recruit all of you." The expressions of many students changed when they heard Elder Ren. They knew that not going over was equivalent to death. Sure enough, Gu Yunqing immediately went over to Elder Ren. It didn't take long for many to start hesitating. Right when another student was about to walk over, Zinan suddenly roared loudly, "Yang Yi, are you still not going to show yourself?" Yang Yi. Everyone here was stunned upon hearing her. Elder Ren was stunned as well. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared out of thin air. Elder Ren's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw Yang Yi, and he seemed like he was facing a formidable enemy. Yang Yi was naturally not an unfamiliar face to him, and he knew that he was facing an existence who'd killed a quasi-emperor in the past. He immediately waved his right hand, and then over a dozen high-ranked saints appeared behind him. Yang Yi paid no attention to it and just gazed at Zinan. "You should have let me show myself later." Zinan looked straight at him. "Not everyone is unafraid of death like you are. It's sufficient that they've persisted until now without submitting. Moreover, our academy owes it to them because they can't resist those fellows at all. They should be dealt with by the experts of the academy who are at the Saint Realm. However, the academy didn't send them here, so it isn't their fault. You can't treat them like that. Don't allow them to make a mistake. Just take it as me begging you to do this." She knew that once those students who wanted to live were allowed to take that step, it represented that they would have no way back, because doing that was equivalent to betrayal. At that time, based on Yang Yi's character, he would definitely slaughter them. Not to mention Yang Yi, even she would kill them. So, she immediately made Yang Yi show himself. Why? Because they didn't deserve death. So long as Yang Yi showed himself and they hadn't taken that final step, then they would still be students of the academy, and there would be no misunderstandings between them. But once they were allowed to take that step, then even if Yang Yi didn't kill them, she would. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time and said, "You're a pretty good senior sister." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and gazed at Elder Ren. The latter was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy shot forward. 100 overlapped heaven rens that were enhanced by 2 types of intense. Elder Ren's eyes suddenly opened wide, and then his body was instantly split into 2 at the center. Hiss! Blood and innards sprayed all over the ground. Had been killed in an instant. Chapter 11:28. Elder Ren was annihilated in an instant, and only the other remaining experts of the Law faction and Gu Yunqing remained frozen on the spot. However, their reactions weren't slow at all, and it didn't take long for them to recover from their shock. They didn't swarm Yang Yi right away, and they chose to turn around and fled madly towards the distance. What a joke. Elder Ren was the strongest amongst them, yet had been killed in an instant. So, how could they possibly stand a chance against Yang Yi? They instantly appeared far away while fleeing with all their might, but such speed was no different than the speed of a tortoise to Yang Yi. Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and then less than 3 breaths of time passed before he returned to where had been standing earlier. At the same time, over a dozen heads fell to the ground beneath his feet. It was the heads of those experts and Gu Yunqing. The expressions of all the students here changed at the sight of this. They'd heard about Yang Yi, and some had even witnessed his strength during the competition with the Law Fact. However, they hadn't expected him to be strong to such an extent. After all, those saints didn't even have the strength to fight back against him. Actually, while Yang Yi was a half-saint, his physical strength was comparable to a quasi-emperor. So, his strength couldn't be judged based on his realm of cultivation at all. Of course, how could anyone have expected Yang Yi's body to be at the divine shift realm? After all, he was a sword cultivator and not a body cultivator. It was exactly why many weren't able to estimate his strength well in battle, and it made them underestimate him. So, while he hadn't attained the Saint Realm, it was beneficial to Yang Yi because he could trick his opponents. He could make them underestimate his strength, or even look down upon it. Of course, he couldn't just leave his cultivation at its current realm. His realm of cultivation was his foundation, and it was necessary for him to charge into the Saint Realm. After all, his strength would definitely rise tremendously once he attained the Saint Realm. However, he definitely couldn't charge into the Saint Realm until the danger White Deer Academy faced was resolved. Moreover, Lady had said that his foundation wasn't stable, and he had to resolve that problem as well. Meanwhile, Zinan interrupted Yang Ye's thoughts. Are we heading back right now? Yang Yi gazed at them and said, besides all of you, there are around 2,000 more students outside the academy, and all of them are waiting for us to rescue them. Many of them might die if we return right now. So, I've decided to gather all of them before taking all of you back at once. Even though it was slightly risky, he had no other choice. Because if he took this group back, then it would definitely alarm the enemy forces in White Deer Dimension. At that time, it would be difficult for him to leave again and save the others. Besides that, it would definitely waste a lot of time to head back and return to get the remaining students. Perhaps countless would die at the hands of the Emo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction during that period. Zinan nodded lightly. You're right. If we head back now, then many of those students who are left behind will definitely die at the hands of our enemies. They are definitely waiting for us to save them. She gazed at the others at this point and said, does anyone object to our decision to save the others first? They immediately shook their heads. They'd experienced how it felt, and they knew that many were definitely on the verge of despair. Zinan gazed at Yang Yi, and then he nodded. Since no one has any objections, then get on the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his hand, and the Cloud Shuttle, which was hidden at the side, appeared before them. An Imperial Cloud Shuttle. Zinan cried out involuntarily with shock. Yang Yi glanced at her with surprise. You recognize that thing? She glanced at him and nodded. It's truly surprising that you were actually able to obtain a thing like that. Our chances of returning safely are at least at 60 or 70% with it. All right, let's not waste more time and set out right away. She immediately led the others up the Cloud Shuttle. Yang Yi glanced at her and flashed into the Cloud Shuttle as well. It didn't take long for it to vanish on the spot. An Imperial Cloud Shuttle was unlike ordinary cloud shuttles. It had a violet barrier of light surrounding it as it flew at high speeds, so those within it wouldn't be affected by its speed at all. Zinan asked, where are the others? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. They are in a city called Southwind City that's around 50,000 kilometers from us. There are around 100 plus of them there. As for the rest, in short, it's troublesome. It really was troublesome because the students weren't gathered in the same spot and were scattered all around. So, it was absolutely troublesome for him. We'll be wasting too much time by trying to save them like this. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan suddenly walked over to them. Yang Yi gazed at Qiu Yuan. You have an idea? Notify all of them to gather at a single place. Qiu Yuan spoke solemnly. In that way, we can save a huge amount of time, and we can lower the amount of danger they face. After all, the longer they stay outside, the more might die. That won't do. Zinan objected. The reason many are still alive is because they are in hiding. If they are exposed, then it'll be even more dangerous for them. Qiu Yuan suddenly asked, how many experts have the Emo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction sent to hunt and kill us? Zinan asked, what are you trying to say? Qiu Yuan replied, the reason they've been able to slaughter us isn't because they have numerous forces on their side. It's because they dispatched their elites and elders. However, all our elites and elders are being forced to stay within White Deer City. So, we students are practically incapable of fighting back against them. Thus, according to my estimations, they've dispatched no more than 200 high-rank saints to hunt and kill us. Qiu Yuan paused for a moment at this point and continued, but we have around 2,000 students out here. They are scattered all around. So, if they are to expose themselves at once and rush towards the point that we set, then even if the experts of the Emo clan, Law faction, and Thousand Crane sect want to kill them, they'll only be able to succeed at killing a portion of them. After all, they don't have enough forces. Zinan remained silent for a long time before she spoke solemnly. Some will still die. Qiu Yuan replied, but even more will die if we don't do that. Moreover, many are definitely on the verge of collapse right now. Perhaps there will be no need for our enemies to kill them before their minds collapse themselves and then act like fools. Zinan sighed softly and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked at Qiu Yuan, and the latter gazed at him and said, It's the best plan we have right now, but it has a lethal flaw. Yang Yi nodded. Once those students aren't able to endure their fear of death and surrender, then our decision might have caused the deaths of everyone, right? Qiu Yuan nodded. We intend to converge them all and take them back to the academy. But if the Emo clan and the others find out, then they'll definitely set up an ambush at the point we're converging at. At that time, the slightest mishap might result in us digging our own graves. So, if we carry out this plan, then are you confident in your ability to face the experts of those three powers? There might even be a quasi-emperor amongst them. Moreover, there might be more than one. Yang Yi flicked a ray of white light into the center of Qiu Yuan's forehead. These are the locations, information, and methods of contact that Elder Su gave me. Send them voice transmissions and tell them to gather at Southwind City. They can live if they get there, and their fates will depend on their own fortune. Just as Zinan had said, it was impossible for them to head to every single hiding spot and rescue those students. It was too dangerous. It wasn't dangerous for Yang Yi, but those students instead. After all, they were hiding all over the Central Divine Prefecture, and if he were to travel to every single place and rescue them, then it would probably take a few days at the very least. Anything could happen in that amount of time. It would save a huge amount of time if he made them gather at Southwind City. With the strength and speed those students possessed, it would take a day at most for all of them to arrive at Southwind City. Qiu Yuan gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "Are you really confident in this plan?" Yang Yi replied with a question, "Can you place your confidence in anyone else but me?" Qiu Yuan gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he nodded and left. Once Qiu Yuan left, Zinan asked the same question again, "Are you really confident?" Yang Yi rolled his eyes and said, "Besides this plan, do we have any better plans right now? Besides that, can you place your trust in anyone else but me right now?" Zinan spoke seriously, "But if you're not confident, then all of us might be annihilated there." Yang Yi replied with a question, "Then what do you think we should do?" Zinan thought for a while before she replied, "I don't have any ideas." Yang Yi said, "Doesn't that answer your question? All right, stop allowing this question to trouble you. Go back to your room and rest well. Perhaps we might really have to fight an intense battle." Zinan glanced at Yang Yi, and then she nodded and left. 15 minutes later, all the students that were in hiding received Qiu Yuan's transmission, left their hiding places, and started traveling to Southwind City. Chapter 11:29. Southwind City. Southwind City was a small city, was less than 10 million residents. It didn't belong to any power because it was utterly worthless. So, its residents had always lived quite peacefully. However, this city was bound to be far from peaceful today. Yang Yi sat cross-legged outside the city, and Zinan and the other students of White Deer Academy were behind him. It was Zinan's suggestion to stay outside the city, because as far as she was concerned, it would definitely not go so smoothly. Once a battle broke out, then the city would definitely be unable to endure it. Moreover, it was quite inconvenient to do many things within the city. So, Shed suggested that they waited outside the city. Time trickled by, and it didn't take long for over a dozen figures to suddenly appear within their fields of vision. "It's Li Muyuan." Zinan and the others were delighted at the sight of the group, and they quickly moved over to greet the group. Zinan, Qiu Yuan. They were overjoyed to see Zinan and the others as well, and they quickly ran over to them. The man who led the group hugged Qiu Yuan and smiled. "I knew that it wouldn't be so easy for you to die with how intelligent you are." As he spoke, he turned around to gaze at Zinan, and he opened his arms wide in her direction. "Come here, Zinan. Let's hug and celebrate as well." However, he received her fist in return. All of them joked with each other for a while, and then Qiu Yuan led the man who led the other group, Li Muyuan, over to Yang Yi. "Allow me to introduce the two of you. Yang Yi, the one that the academy sent to get us. Li Muyuan, an inner court student who used to be ranked at the 4th position in our scholarly faction. His strength is really not bad." Yang Yi gazed at Li Muyuan and nodded slightly. Li Muyuan was a saint, a mid-rank saint, so it really wasn't bad to have been able to attain such a realm of cultivation at such an age. Li Muyuan looked Yang Yi in the eyes while there was no smile on his face. "You're Yang Yi?" Yang Yi nodded. Li Muyuan spoke coldly. You're the reason why the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect suddenly declared war against our White Deer Academy, right? Even an idiot could discern that Li Muyuan intended to look for trouble with Yang Yi. Xiao Yuan pulled Li Muyuan slightly back and said, Muyuan, we should stay united at a time like this. Unity is the only way that we'll be able to return. Li Muyuan suddenly struggled free of Xiao Yuan's hand, and he walked over to Yang Yi and said, Li Muyuan, don't care if you want to save your own wife. But do you know that you dragged our White Deer Academy down with you? Do you know how many have died because of you? Do you realize that they were innocent? Do you? Enough. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan shouted angrily, Muyuan, this isn't the time to speak about all of that. How could that possibly be enough? Li Muyuan interrupted Xiao Yuan and said, you know, there were over 50 in our group. But look at it now. We only have a little over a dozen people left. Did they deserve death? No, they didn't. Li Muyuan suddenly pointed his finger at Yang Yi and roared angrily. It was his fault. If it wasn't for him, then the academy wouldn't have lost so many students, and it wouldn't have fallen into such a state. Meanwhile, Zinan spoke abruptly. He's the one who saved us as well. Li Muyuan laughed coldly, and he gazed at Yang Yi. Do you think that you can atone by doing this? No. You. Suddenly, his voice stopped because Yang Yi had appeared in front of him, and Yang Yi's hand had clamped down on his throat. The expressions of all the students changed drastically at the sight of this scene. Zinan cried out involuntarily, Yang Yi, don't. Xiao Yuan quickly spoke up as well. Yang Yi, don't act rashly. As for the others standing behind Li Muyuan, they immediately withdrew their weapons and charged at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly shot an icy cold glance at them. Take another step and even old man Xiao won't be able to save all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zinan and Xiao Yuan immediately obstructed those fellows while Zinan roared angrily, Do all of you want to die? They glanced at Zinan, glanced at Yang Yi, and didn't dare to attack again. Zinan and Xiao Yuan turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. But Yang Yi paid no attention to them, and he just held Li Muyuan by the throat and slowly raised up Li Muyuan's figure. Atone? Are you joking? He glanced at Zinan and the others, and then he continued, Do all of you think I've come to save you because I'm trying to atone? Yang Yi. Zinan intended to say something, but Yang Yi interrupted her. There's only a single reason why I came to save all of you, and it's Dean Xiao. When I, Yang Yi, went to save my wife and attack the Thousand Crane sect, it was Dean Xiao who assisted me without holding back at all. I owe him, so I should repay him. Yang Yi chuckled and continued, What about all of you? Do I owe all of you anything? Have all of you done anything for me? Did all of you do anything for me when I was besieged at the Thousand Crane sect? Yang Yi turned to look at Li Muyuan, who had a livid expression on his face, and said, What about you? Did you, Li Muyuan, do anything for me? They didn't, and neither did you. Since all of you didn't do anything, what right do you have to blame me? Where did you get the right to do that? Where did you get that sense of superiority? Yang Yi suddenly slammed Li Muyuan against the ground. Bang! The entire ground shook violently, and a hole appeared before his feet. Yang Yi paid no attention to Li Muyuan, and he turned around to gaze at the others. Remember this. I do feel guilty when all of you are killed, but that guilt is because of Dean Xiao. Because he helped me, and it caused both he and the students of White Deer Academy to be implicated. To be honest, I really do feel really guilty because I was the cause of everything. But all of you better remember that I, Yang Yi, don't owe any of you anything. The reason I came here to save all of you isn't because I feel guilty to all of you. It's because I feel guilty to Dean Xiao. So, don't think so highly of yourselves. He turned around to gaze at Li Muyuan and said, I don't have a very good temper, and I don't like arguing with others. If you make noise in front of me again, and try to display your sense of superiority or that anger of yours, then it's best if you consider whether your neck is tough enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi paid no attention to them. He just turned around, walked to the side, and then sat down cross-legged. Just as Head said, he really did feel guilty when the students of White Deer Academy were being killed, but his guilt wasn't towards the students, it was towards Xiao Bieli. The main reason Head come to save these students was Xiao Bieli had disregarded the consequences and helped him on that day in the Thousand Crane sect. As for these students, to be frank, what had they done for him? Nothing. Silence filled the surroundings. Li Muyuan clenched his fists while a livid expression covered his face. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan walked over to him and said, "He isn't joking. Would someone who has attained void rank slaughter intent fear to kill someone? The Mo clan and the Thousand Crane sect are the best examples. Besides that, the important matter at hand for us is to return alive to the academy." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Yuan patted Li Muyuan on the shoulder, and then he walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. Li Muyuan's fists were still clenched tightly, while a livid expression still remained on his face. However, no one paid any attention to him right now. Just as Qiu Yuan had said, the important matter at hand was to return safely to the academy. Zinan sat cross-legged by Yang Ye's side and said, "Actually, it wasn't necessary to make the situation progress to such an extent." Yang Yi turned his head to gaze at her. "You should tell that to them. There's hatred and resentment in their hearts. We're all the same because we've lost too many, and many of them were our friends." Zinan continued, "What would you do if you friends were dragged down by the actions of another?" Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to say?" Zinan said, "Your way of doing things is too extreme, and it causes many minor incidents to become major incidents, while major incidents grow to the point that they are uncontrollable. See how it is now? It's really quiet right now." Yang Yi continued, "Do you know why? You should. But what if I used a different method to deal with it earlier and argued with him instead? Or tried to reason with him? What would the outcome be like? It would truly go out of control. Because there are definitely many here who have similar thoughts as him, and it might even include you. But would anyone dare to say anything right now? Hesitation leads to trouble." Zinan fell silent for a long time, and then she said, "That'll make you offend many people." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "Do you think I care?" The corners of Zinan's eyes twitched. She gazed at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi had turned around. At this point, she finally realized that all of them here were actually not on the same level as Yang Yi. Yang Yi's opponents were high-ranked saints and quasi-emperors. They weren't on the same level. To put it in simpler terms, their opinion wasn't important to him at all, because they weren't a threat to him at all. Just like Li Muyuan. How easy would it be if Yang Yi wanted to kill him? Zinan laughed bitterly and fell silent. Time passed by slowly while more and more students arrived at Southwind City. At this moment, there were over 1,000 students here. During this period, there had been a few students who intended to look for trouble with Yang Yi and Vint, but Zinan, Qiu Yuan, and the others bashed them up before Yang Yi could do anything. As Zinan put it, it was for their own good. If Yang Yi was allowed to act against them, then they might lose their lives. Because the others had realized that Yang Yi was a madman who couldn't be judged by convention, it was best to not offend him. That was what Zinan and the others felt. On the next day, the sun had started to set on the horizon. Everyone was looking towards the distance because besides those who'd lost their lives on their way here, only 5 hadn't arrived yet. It didn't take long for the figures of 5 students to appear within their fields of vision. Huff! All of them instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene, and they even had smiles on their faces. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky. "All of them are finally here." The expressions of the students here changed drastically, and they looked up into the sky. A gray-robed old man had suddenly appeared in the sky, and there were almost 150 cultivators behind the old man. All of them were high-ranked saints. Moreover, the gray-robed old man was a quasi-emperor. Chapter 11:30. A quasi-emperor and around 150 high-ranked saints. The expressions of all the students here changed drastically. They hadn't expected the experts of the Mo clan, the Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction to really come for them. Moreover, they'd come with a force of around 150 high-ranked saints. But that wasn't even the end of it. They'd even sent a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor. Besides those extraordinary geniuses, quasi-emperors were the strongest force in the radiant dimension which didn't tolerate the existence of emperors. Everyone shot their gazes at Yang Yi. Could Yang Yi stop those high-ranked saints and quasi-emperor? All the students of White Deer Academy wondered what the answer to that question was. The gray-robed old man glanced at the group on the ground below, and he said, "If all of you stayed in hiding, then it would really be a little bit difficult to annihilate all of you. But I never expected all of you to actually emerge from your hiding spots and converge together. I'm truly quite surprised." As he spoke, his gaze shot onto Yang Yi. "You're that fellow, Yang Yi, who killed a quasi-emperor, right? Looks like you're quite confident. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made them gather here. I really want to know why you're so confident." Yang Yi turned to look at Zinan. "Make them ascend the Imperial Cloud Shuttle, and then leave first. We'll catch up in a while." Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then the Imperial Cloud Shuttle appeared before them. Zinan glanced at Yang Yi, nodded, and then turned around and said, "Everyone get on right now." She knew that they would be of no help to Yang Yi if they stayed, and they would only be burdens. The others didn't hesitate to flash into the cloud shuttle. "They say that you, Yang Yi, are arrogant. Looks like you really are." The old man chuckled, and then he raised his right hand slowly. A moment later, he clawed at the cloud shuttle below. In an instant, the space around the cloud shuttle instantly started to warp. The students who still hadn't ascended it were horrified because they felt like they were being squeezed by something, and their bodies were on the verge of exploding apart. OM. Meanwhile, a blood-red ray of sword energy shot up into the air and instantly arrived before the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his hand stopped momentarily before he flipped it swiftly. The space around the sword energy instantly started rippling, and then it was clearly being crushed by the space around it until it was dispersed. Meanwhile, the students had ascended the cloud shuttle and left. "Stop them!" As soon as the old man spoke, the high-rank saints behind him shot forward towards the cloud shuttle. However, 100 black-clothed figures suddenly obstructed their path. The expressions of the gray-robed old man and the other high-rank saints immediately changed when they witnessed this scene. The gray-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and spoke in a low voice. "So that's where you got your confidence from?" Yang Yi smiled. "Are you surprised? Is it a pleasant surprise?" The gray-robed old man glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then his gaze descended onto the sword servants. "I never expected that those fellows who died at White Deer City would have actually been refined into puppets by you. That's truly quite surprising." Yang Yi glanced at the others behind the old man and said, "One for one. I don't mind that. What about you?" The old man's face was gloomy. He naturally minded. Those black-clothed figures on Yang Ye's side were puppets, but the experts on his side were living beings. He was no fool to exchange one for one. Of course, he understood what Yang Yi meant. So, he immediately said, "I'm really not willing to just let you leave. How about we exchange a few blows? I just happen to want to see how strong you, the one who's called the God Slaughter, actually is." "As you wish." Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the black-clothed figures immediately moved over 3 kilometers behind him. Meanwhile, the old man waved his right hand, and the high-rank saints behind him did the same. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and an intense sword condensed into form in his grasp. He didn't waste his breath at all, and immediately stomped the ground with his right foot. His figure transformed into a ray of light that shot up in the gray-robed old man's direction. The old man's eyes had narrowed slightly at the instant that Yang Yi attacked, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he immediately withdrew a black iron rod. A moment later, he roared with fury as he took the iron rod in both hands and swung it down at Yang Yi. Clang! A sharp sound of iron colliding resounded through the sky, and then the space throughout the sky instantly cracked apart. Numerous fine cracks filled the entire sky. However, it didn't take long for the laws of the heaven Tao to repair those cracks. Both of them weren't fighting seriously, so their attacks were utterly insufficient to cause harm that even the laws of the heaven Tao couldn't repair quickly. They split apart immediately upon colliding with each other. Yang Yi returned to where he stood just moments ago. Yang Yi gazed at the gray-robed old man and smiled coldly. "You are from the Mo clan, right? I don't know how great the Mo clan's reserves are or how strong it is. However, since you've chosen to try and kill me, then I don't mind playing with all of you." The gray-robed old man laughed coldly. Can you even afford to play this game? Wouldn't we know after I give it a try? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't waste another breath of his. He immediately waved his right hand and put the sword servants away. After that, he suddenly glanced at a certain point in the sky while a cold smile curled up onto the corners of his lips, and then his figure vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, one of the cultivators behind the gray-robed old man asked in a low voice, "Elder Lin, why didn't you give the order to kill them? We have more forces on our side." The gray-robed old man relaxed his grip slightly, and the iron rod in his grasp instantly transformed into powder that dispersed into the air. The expressions of the others behind him immediately changed drastically upon witnessing such a scene. The gray-robed old man looked up at the sky for a long time, and then he said, "Kill them and make all of you exchange your lives with puppets? It isn't worth it. We miscalculated this time. I never expected him to have the ability to refine puppets. The clan must be notified of this. Let's go back to White Deer City. No matter where they go, they'll have to return to White Deer City in the end. Let me see how hell enter the city." As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed old man's figure flashed and vanished on the spot with the others. After the gray-robed old man left, a middle-aged man appeared here. It was none other than Lu Yuanhao. Lu Yuanhao looked up at the city and spoke softly. "He has gotten stronger again. What a freak. Looks like I can't delay any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuanhao vanished on the spot. Right after Lu Yuanhao's figure vanished, Yang Yi suddenly appeared there once more, and his face was slightly gloomy as he looked in the direction that Lu Yuanhao had left towards. The reason he hadn't summoned his quasi-emperor sword servant was that Head noticed Lu Yuanhao's presence. If it wasn't for Lu Yuanhao, he would have slaughtered the gray-robed old man's group. However, he didn't dare to risk it while Lu Yuanhao was present here, because Lu Yuanhao would definitely interfere while he fought the gray-robed old man. I must find a way to kill him. In Yang Ye's opinion, Lu Yuanhao had to die. After all, it was easy to dodge a sword that came from the front, but it was difficult to avoid a dagger that came from the shadows. Lu Yuanhao was constantly watching him from the shadows, and it made him feel like there was a dagger pressed against his back. Moreover, Lu Yuanhao knew about the tiny vortex. Of course, it was the boundless sea of energy to Lu Yuanhao. However, countless experts had fought madly to obtain it all those years ago, and it even included the defiant cultivators. If his possession of the tiny vortex were to be leaked, then there would be nowhere safe for him throughout the radiant dimension. So, Lu Yuanhao had to be dealt with. Yang Yi pondered deeply on the spot for an instant, and then he vanished where he stood. The Imperial Cloud Shuttle. At this moment, it was traveling swiftly through space. However, it wasn't that fast, and it could actually be considered as moving slowly. Obviously, they were waiting for Yang Yi. Xiao Yuan stood by Zinan's side as he spoke in a low voice. Can he rival that quasi-emperor? Even though they knew Yang Yi was strong, he was facing a quasi-emperor and over 100 high-rank saints. But Yang Yi was just a half-saint, and he was all alone. Zinan shook her head slightly. I have no knowledge of his true strength and trump cards. However, he doesn't seem to be a fool. Since he dared to keep them busy for us, then he should be confident in his ability to succeed. Meanwhile, Li Muyuan spoke abruptly. But what if he dies? Zinan and Xiao Yuan's faces fell when they heard him, and then Zinan gazed at him and said, What are you trying to say? Li Muyuan spoke indifferently. Nothing. I just want to say that the important matter at hand for us is to rush back to the academy as soon as possible and not waste time here. Once the enemy catches up to us, then wouldn't all 2,000 plus of us be annihilated? Zinan's voice was gloomy. You're telling us to abandon Yang Yi? Li Muyuan spoke indifferently. I'm just thinking about our safety. I think that you hold a grudge against him. Zinan spoke frankly. Li Muyuan, do you think all of us will be able to return alive without him? If it wasn't for him, we would be hiding all over the prefecture right now. If he hadn't stayed back to keep them busy, then we would have been annihilated just now. Yet now, you actually want us to abandon him and rush to the academy at full speed? Do you even have a conscience? Li Muyuan gazed at her with a gloomy expression on his face. Then let me ask you something. If Yang Yi dies while we're still traveling slowly here, What would we do if those experts catch up to us? Do you want all of us to be buried with him? But what if he survives? Zenan spoke angrily. If he's alive, then he would be utterly incapable of catching up to us if we travel at full speed. You have to realize that this Imperial Cloud Shuttle belongs to him and not us. Li Muyuan spoke in a low voice. Him saying, what if he dies? Zenan was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded from above the cloud shuttle. Do you wish that strongly for my death? As soon as his voice resounded, Yang Yi had appeared in front of Li Muyuan. Li Muyuan's face was absolutely unsightly when he saw Yang Yi. It seemed like a mouthful of shit had been stuffed in his mouth. Chapter 11:31. Li Muyuan gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he turned around and walked away. Yang Yi suddenly spoke. Did I say that you can leave? The atmosphere here instantly became tense when they heard Yang Yi. Li Muyuan stopped moving while the students who came with him earlier had immediately gone over to his side, and they revealed vigilant expressions. Zenan and Qiu Yuan's expressions changed slightly. They'd experienced Yang Yi's temper before this, and they knew that if he lost his temper, then even Xiao Billy wouldn't be able to stop him. Zenan hesitated for a moment, and she was just about to speak when Yang Yi looked at her. If others respect me, then I would respect them. If others don't respect me, then I would absolutely not respect them. Besides that, I hate people who play tricks behind others' backs. Yang Yi gazed at Li Muyuan and continued, Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Li Muyuan said, I was just planning for the worst-case scenario. Is that so? Yang Yi said, All right. Regardless of what your intentions were, I can't stand the sight of you right now, and I don't want to take you along with me anymore. So, will you fuck off yourself, or should I make you? Everyone here was shocked upon hearing this. After all, forcing Li Muyuan to leave was no different than making him give his life away. However, many didn't choose to step forward right now. Actually, many of them didn't really like Li Muyuan's actions. After all, anyone wouldn't be pleased when someone acted like that. Li Muyuan's expression changed abruptly when he heard Yang Yi, because he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually force him to leave. How could he possibly return to the academy with his strength? Yet now, where could he go if not for the academy? Where would he dare to go? He couldn't go anywhere, and he didn't dare to go anywhere else as well, unless he stayed in hiding forever. After all, the Emo clan and Thousand Crane sect were in a superior position right now, so would any power allow him to stay? Would any power dare to let him stay? Li Muyuan spoke gloomily. Yang Yi, must you go to such extents? Yang Yi laughed coldly. I've already shown mercy for old man Xiao's sake. If it was up to me, then I would end you right now. So, seize the moment before I change my mind and fuck off right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to do that. Yang Yi didn't want to save an ungrateful bastard. Based on Li Muyuan's previous actions, Yang Yi knew that it would absolutely not be the last time. Once he wasn't here, Li Muyuan would definitely play some tricks. He wasn't interested in dealing with Li Muyuan's schemes, so he just made Li Muyuan leave instead. He didn't want to keep someone who was hostile towards him and intended to harm him on his cloud shuttle. Moreover, he refused to save such a person. After all, Yang Yi wasn't a kind person. Repay enmity with kindness? No, he liked to repay enmity with blood. Yang Yi, we're all on the same side. There's no need to do this. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan spoke abruptly. I realize that Li Muyuan's actions were wrong, and it'll make him apologize to you. All right? We're all students of the academy, and I'm sure that Dean Xiao wouldn't want to see us fighting and killing each other. Zenan spoke up as well. Qiu Yuan is right. Our academy is in a crisis right now, so we should stay united as one and not enter into conflict with each other. Muyuan, apologize to Yang Yi, and the matter will end there. Besides that, if you act like that again, then not to mention Yang Yi, I, Zenan, will be the first to deal with you. Muyuan, just apologize. We're all on the same side. There's no need for it to be like this. Exactly. Our current enemies are the Emo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction. Fighting amongst ourselves will only benefit those bastards. Just apologize, and this incident will be over. Li Muyuan, don't think that it's unjust because it's your own fault. Yang Yi was keeping formidable enemies at bay for us, yet you were playing tricks behind his back. Everyone witnessed all of it, and we know that you are indeed in the wrong. Now, just apologize. I believe that senior brother Yang Yi will definitely give you a chance. Li Muyuan glanced at the others and said, Apologize? Why should I? Didn't I do all of that for all of you? Moreover, did I even do anything wrong? If Yang Yi died and we continued at such a slow speed, then what would we do if our enemies catch up? Was it wrong to say that we should go first? Muyuan. Qiu Yuan spoke in a low voice. Just apologize and this matter will be over. Understand? I refuse. Li Muyuan laughed coldly and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you're stronger than me, so I can't do anything if you want to make me leave. Don't worry, I'm not a shameless person, so we'll leave right now. Stop the cloud shuttle. They'll leave right now. They'll go with you. I'll go with you as well. It didn't take long for those students who'd been by Li Muyuan's side since the beginning to step forward and proclaim their intention to go with him. Yang Yi's voice resounded. Stop the cloud shuttle. The cloud shuttle was still flying. Yang Yi glanced at the others and said, What's this? Qiu Yuan spoke solemnly. There's no need to go to such extents. Yang Yi walked over to Qiu Yuan and said, Based on what you said, I, Yang Yi, should beg him to stay? And I should beg him to let me protect him? Is that it? Qiu Yuan replied, He was wrong, but it doesn't warrant death. Yang Yi gazed at Qiu Yuan for a short while, and then he glanced at the others and said, Do all of you think that I have to rescue you? Or do you think that White Deer Academy wouldn't have a future without all of you? Their expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. What's he trying to say? Shock instantly appeared in their eyes when they thought of a certain possibility. Zinan's eyes were filled with shock as well. Yang Yi, you. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, I, Yang Yi, won't be staying in the academy, nor will I become its dean. So, the rules of the academy can't bind me. As for your impression of me, it isn't important at all. The only reason I'm standing here right now is Dean Xiao, and the only reason I've chosen to fight alongside the academy is because of him. It isn't because of all of you, and it isn't because of White Deer Academy as well. So, all of you better know your place. Since you're all on my cloud shuttle now, then I hope that you'll act according to the rules I set. Otherwise, you can fuck off. Yang Yi suddenly stomped his foot down. Bang! The entire cloud shuttle shook violently. Yang Yi said, Now, stop the cloud shuttle. Don't make me say it a second time. The cloud shuttle came to a stop 2 breaths of time later. Yang Yi glanced at everyone here and said, If you can't stand the sight of me or don't like what I'm doing, then you can leave with him. Don't worry, I will absolutely not stop you. As for complaining to Dean Xiao, you can do as you please. He didn't want to waste time with the students. After all, he had more important matters to attend to. This time, all of them weren't just shocked, they were terrified. At this point, they finally understood that their fate didn't matter to Yang Yi. Yang Yi hadn't come here for them, and had merely come because he owed Dean Xiao. Yet they'd taken his actions to be a matter of course, and some even felt that Yang Yi owed them. Li Muyuan glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then he leaped off the cloud shuttle. At the same time, the others behind him hesitated for a moment before leaping off as well. Yang Yi, what goes around comes around. I, Li Muyuan, will remember this humiliation. You better pray that you don't encounter any misfortune in the future. Otherwise, they'll definitely repay this humiliation 100-fold. Li Muyuan's voice resounded from the sky. How could he be willing to leave without leaving a few threats behind? Yang Yi, who was walking towards his room, had suddenly stopped moving, and then he turned around and looked up at the sky. What goes around comes around. Let me see how you'll do that without a head. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy shot through the sky and vanished into the horizon. A few seconds passed before Li Muyuan's shrill cry resounded, and it was accompanied by the shocked and horrified cries of those students who'd left with him. Everyone here couldn't help but take a step back when they witnessed this scene, and their gazes at Yang Yi were filled with shock and extreme fear. Yang Yi ignored them and walked to his room. At the same time, his voice resounded from within his room, Turn around and head to Thousand Crane Dimension. Everyone here was still in a state of shock. He really dares to kill us. He wasn't joking. A short while passed before Qiu Yuan said, I underestimated how ruthless he is. Muyuan underestimated his ruthlessness as well. Zinan replied, all of us did. Quite a long moment of silence ensued before Qiu Yuan spoke again. He said to turn around and head towards Thousand Crane Dimension. Go ask him what he intends to do. Zinan nodded, and then she walked towards Yang Yi's room. In the room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while a violet crystal was ceaselessly emanating spirit energy within him. Head wasted quite a bit of profound energy during the battle with that old geezer just now, and he had to replenish it. Meanwhile, Zinan walked into his room, and she sat cross-legged in front of him. You said to head to Thousand Crane Dimension. What do you intend to do? Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at her. Do you think we'll be able to return to the academy like this? Why not? Zinan was puzzled. It's completely possible with this Imperial Cloud Shuttle. Yang Yi shook his head. There are 5 quasi-emperors outside White Deer City. That quasi-emperor and those experts from before have definitely rushed back to White Deer City by now. We won't be able to enter the city if we head back right now. It's absolutely possible such a force to obliterate us in an instant. Zinan was still puzzled. What does that have to do with going to the Thousand Crane Dimension? Yang Yi replied with a question. What do you think? Zinan thought for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly opened wide as she gazed at him with shock. You intend to launch a surprise attack against the Thousand Crane sect. Chapter 11:32. Zinan was no fool, so how could she be unable to understand what Yang Yi meant? White Deer City was surrounded, and it was practically impossible to return there right now. Yet Yang Yi had chosen to travel to the Thousand Crane sect. Obviously, he wasn't there to pay them a friendly visit. He intended to launch a surprise attack against the Thousand Crane sect. Zinan couldn't help but shudder when she thought up to this point. After all, it was a diamond rank power. Has he really gone mad? Yang Yi grinned when he saw the expression on her face. What? Are you afraid? Zinan nodded without hesitation. Yang Yi said, just think about it. White Deer City is in a much more dangerous situation than ours. Because the Emo clan, the Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction might attack the city at any moment. Their joint forces are many times stronger than our academy. Even if we have the grand formation of the city, how long do you think we'll be able to persist for? Zinan remained silent. Yang Yi added, most importantly, even if we're able to return to the academy, we won't be of much help to the academy, because the fight is between the top experts of each side right now. However, we can do many things while we're outside of the city. Zinan spoke solemnly. We're too weak. The Thousand Crane sect isn't strong either. Yang Yi continued, their only quasi-emperor is at White Deer City, and many of its high-rank saints are outside the city as well. So, according to my estimations, there are very few high-rank saints left in their sect, and there shouldn't be more than 20 there. Of course, we aren't heading there to destroy their sect. We don't have the strength to do that, nor do we have the time. Our mission is to kill as many as we can, cause them to fall into chaos, and improve the morale of our academy's forces. Zinan remained silent for a long time before she said, your plan is very crazy and dangerous. We're already in extreme danger. Yang Yi continued, is it not dangerous to be pursued and attacked by the Emo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction? Zinan, you must realize the situation you're in right now. To be frank, perhaps we might die a moment later. Zinan took a deep breath and said, they'll do as you say. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stood up and walked towards the door while Zinan followed behind him. There were over 2,000 students standing before Yang Yi. There were high-rank saints, ordinary saints, half-saints, and even some monarch realm cultivators amongst them. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, our current target is the Thousand Crane sect. Yes, we're going to launch a surprise attack against them. Do all of you dare to do so? A surprise attack against the Thousand Crane sect. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings. It was definitely unimaginable for all of them. After all, they were just students, and most of them were injured. So, wasn't launching a surprise attack against the Thousand Crane sect no different than courting death? While the Thousand Crane sect wasn't as powerful as the Mo clan, it was still a diamond rank power. Has he gone mad? Yang Yi said, presently, there are at least 5 quasi-emperors outside White Deer City. Will we be able to enter the city if we head back now? We wouldn't. Even if we can enter the city, what can we do? Nothing. At the very most, we can act as cannon fodder when the battle begins. However, we can do many things while we remain outside the city. For example, we can launch a surprise attack against the Thousand Crane sect. Meanwhile, one of the students said, but there are too few of us, and we're too weak as well. Yang Yi gazed at that student and said, we aren't going there to set up an arena and challenge them to single combat. We're going there to launch a surprise attack. So, having fewer people is advantageous instead. As for the problem you raised about your strengths, all of you actually aren't too weak. All of you just lack confidence. That day, I slaughtered my way through the Thousand Crane sect by myself. Yet now, we have a group. A group. Yang Yi glanced at them and continued, earlier, all of you were pursued like dogs. Don't you want to take revenge? Their expressions immediately became unsightly when they heard the last few words Yang Yi spoke. It had undoubtedly struck at a sore point of theirs. During that period of being hunted, it was definitely extremely aggrieving to all of them. After all, as students of White Deer Academy, when had they ever been pursued like dogs? Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, if all of you really don't dare to do so, then I won't force all of you. However, I'll still go myself. Zinan was the first to make her stand clear at this moment. I'll go with you. Xiao Yuan was the second. I'll go as well. As soon as they made their stands clear, many others instantly stopped hesitating. Let's launch a surprise attack against them. Fuck them. There are no cowards in my White Deer Academy. Count me in. Even if I die, they'll bury a few of their disciples with me. Attack the Thousand Crane sect. Kill. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Even though White Deer Academy was in a critical situation, it still had hope. Because its students were still unyielding. Yang Yi gazed at Zinan and said, how far are we from the Thousand Crane sect? Zinan replied, 2 hours. Yang Yi nodded, and then he flicked his finger. A violet crystal instantly appeared before every single one of them. Consume it and recover. All of them were delighted when they saw the violet crystal. After all, it was a treasure that would allow them to swiftly recover their profound energy. Moreover, a violet crystal's effects could last them 4 hours at the very least. So, it was definitely capable of saving their lives in the upcoming battle in the Thousand Crane sect. So, they immediately expressed their gratitude to Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Zinan and said, separate out the students at the Half-Saint Realm and above. They will be attacking the Thousand Crane sect with us. As for those below the Half-Saint Realm, don't leave them behind. Give them another mission, and it's to plunder as much as they can from the Thousand Crane sect. Zinan was astounded. Plunder? Yang Yi replied, of course. The Thousand Crane sect is a diamond rank sect at any rate, so it should have quite a large number of treasures. Since we're attacking it, then how can we return empty-handed? Zinan gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she nodded. Remember that you'll only have 100 breaths of time. Yang Yi gazed at them and said, we only have 100 breaths of time, and then everyone must immediately return to the cloud shuttle. Zinan was puzzled. Why? Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan spoke, because the Thousand Crane sect would notify its experts as soon as we attack, and it takes around 100 breaths of time for a quasi-emperor to rush back. So, we must leave before the experts of the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan arrive. Otherwise, many of us will die. It's even the extent that all of us will be buried there. Zinan glanced at Xiao Yuan and nodded. I understand. Yang Yi didn't speak another word. He just turned around and looked up at the sky while a trace of worry could be seen in his eyes. Even though he possessed 100 sword servants at the high-rank Saint Realm and one at the Quasi-Emperor Realm, such forces were utterly insufficient before the Thousand Crane sect, Mo clan, and Law faction. Especially the Mo clan. Even until now, the Mo clan had only revealed a small portion of its strength. Besides the Mo clan, there was also Lu Yuanhao who was watching from the shadows. Regardless of whether it was White Deer Academy or Yang Yi, they were in very bad situations. Meanwhile, Zinan suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Yang Yi replied with a question, "You've already finished what I tasked you to do?" She pointed at Xiao Yuan. "He's doing it. He's much better at it than I am." Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yuan and said, "Indeed." Zinan said abruptly, "Actually, I was thinking about something. What would happen if our White Deer Academy didn't have you?" Yang Yi replied, "It would still be White Deer Academy even without me." Zinan shook her head slightly. "We would have been driven away by the Law faction if it wasn't for you. At that time, the Law faction wouldn't act like we have, and it would act against us. So, we would definitely suffer horrifying consequences. Yet now, all of us here might die if it wasn't for you. Of course, you're partially to blame for the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect's attack on our academy. However, in overall, your merits outweigh your faults." Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Zinan. "If I were to try and join the martial sect or evil faction, do you think they would take me in? Do you think they would protect me?" Zinan remained silent for a long time before she said, "They will." Yang Yi's natural talent and strength couldn't definitely be ranked on the martial rankings, and he would be in the top 20 at the very least. Any power wouldn't be able to refuse such a genius. Yang Yi said, "I wasn't trying to hint at anything when I said all of that. I just want to tell you that if the Academy doesn't betray me, then I will absolutely not betray the Academy. I don't betray those who remain loyal to me. That's my principle in life. We're on the same side now. So, I want to abandon all of you if all of you don't play tricks with me." Zinan glanced at him and said, "I understand." Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan walked over and said, "There are 1120 of us at the half-saint realm or above, and the rest are below the half-saint realm. The forces at the half-saint realm and above will come with us and obey your orders. As for the rest, I've ordered them to seize the opportunity presented by the chaos to plunder the Technique Pavilion, Treasury, and other places within the Thousand Crane sect. In short, they'll head to every single place that might hold treasures. However, there might be experts guarding those places." Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 50 high-rank saints appeared here. "These will protect them." Their expressions changed when they saw those 50 puppets at the high rank of the saint realm. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi actually possessed so many puppets, and all of them were high-rank saints. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan said, "They should be able to complete their mission smoothly with the protection of these puppets. However, if I'm not wrong, the Thousand Crane sect has a defensive formation surrounding it right now, and even if we're able to break through it, there will be all sorts of offensive formations within the sect." "All of that," Yang Yi said, "I'll deal with them." Qiu Yuan stated, "One final question. Who will guard the cloud shuttle?" Yang Yi replied, "Don't worry. I've made arrangements for that." Qiu Yuan took a deep breath and said, "I have no further questions." Yang Yi glanced at Qiu Yuan. "You considered everything thoroughly. Not bad indeed. You'll be in charge of commanding our forces later. Another 50 puppets at the high-rank saint realm will be under your command as well. Try your best to minimize our losses. As for the top experts of the Thousand Crane sect, let me deal with them." Qiu Yuan replied, "I won't let you down." Yang Yi nodded, and then he turned around and looked up at the sky. An hour later, they arrived at Thousand Crane Dimension. Yang Yi's group was only detected after they entered Thousand Crane Dimension and arrived before Thousand Crane City. The Thousand Crane sect was about to activate the defensive formation around the city. Unfortunately, it was too late. A pillar of blood shot up into the sky, and then the formation which restricted flight was blasted into pieces. "A debt of blood must be repaid with blood," someone shouted, and then the students of White Deer Academy howled in unison. Countless pillars of light shot through the sky while led by a pillar of blood-red light, and they shot towards the Thousand Crane sect. Chapter 11:33. Because it was a surprise attack, Yang Yi's group entered Thousand Crane Dimension without a hitch, and they passed through the city to arrive at the Thousand Crane sect. However, a huge barrier of light enveloped the Thousand Crane sect when they were about to charge into it. At the same time, countless experts of the Thousand Crane sect shot over from all directions, and it didn't take long for a few tens of thousands to be gathered within the Thousand Crane sect. "It's Yang Yi." Countless disciples cried out involuntarily when they saw the blood-red figure outside the barrier of light. Yang Yi was naturally not an unfamiliar face to them. After all, Yang Yi had killed their vice sect master and carried out a slaughter in their sect. The blood scene from that day was absolutely unforgettable to many disciples. As soon as they saw Yang Yi, their countenances had immediately turned pale, especially when they saw a huge group standing behind Yang Yi. Moreover, there were over 50 high-rank saints in that group. However, they were part of a diamond rank power at any rate, so it wasn't to the extent of instilling terror within them. Get into formation. Activate all the formations. Notify the sect master. A furious howl resounded through the 1,000-crane sect, and then its disciples instantly recovered their calm and composure before acting in an orderly manner. A beautiful middle-aged woman flashed into the sky, and she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, what are you doing here?" At this moment, she naturally had to buy time until Feng Qingyu got back. "Move aside." Yang Yi's voice resounded while the disciples of the 1,000-crane sect were getting into formation. Yang Yi paid no attention to the middle-aged woman. He just took Heaven's gravestone in both hands, stomped his right foot against the space beneath him, and then transformed into a ray of blood-red light that collided with the barrier of light. Bang! The entire barrier of light shook violently, and rumbling resounded through the sky while countless arm-thick cracks appeared on it. The expressions of the middle-aged woman and all the other disciples of the 1,000-crane sect changed drastically at the sight of this scene. "Attack!" The middle-aged woman hurriedly shouted with fury. "Attack!" Countless disciples howled furiously from below. In an instant, countless beams of blue light shot up into the air. The beams of blue light instantly formed a huge pillar of blue light in midair, and then it slammed towards Yang Yi, who still remained outside the barrier of light. "Attack!" Qiu Yuan's voice resounded from outside the barrier of light. As soon as Qiu Yuan gave the order, all the students of White Deer Academy attacked in unison. Countless beams of light covered the heavens and the earth as they shot towards the blue pillar of light. Bang! 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 A string of deafening explosions resounded through the sky. Qiu Yuan and the others were naturally no match for the joint forces of tens of thousands from the 1,000-crane sect. So, their attacks merely obstructed the pillar of blue light for a moment. But it was enough for Yang Yi. Break! Yang Yi's roar of fury resounded through the sky. Yang Yi held Heaven's gravestone with both hands as he pressed it against the barrier of light and twisted it. The laws of decay sprayed out from his sword, and coupled with the effects of his full strength, a huge hole was instantly blasted open in the barrier of light. Even though it wasn't really huge, it was sufficient for Yang Yi's group. Kill! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of blood-red light that charged into the 1,000-crane sect. The middle-aged woman's pupils constricted, but she reacted quickly and immediately roared with fury. "Get into formation and attack. Activate all the offensive formations and kill them." Hiss. A ray of blood-red light flashed through the middle-aged woman's throat, and then her head flew up into the air. Kill! Qiu Yuan and the others followed closely behind Yang Yi. Meanwhile, countless beams of blue light suddenly surged out from all over the 1,000-crane sect, and they covered the sky as they shot towards Yang Yi's group. Qiu Yuan, act according to the plan. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he swung Heaven's gravestone swiftly, and then countless rays of blood-red sword energy shot towards the surroundings. Every single ray of sword energy collided with a beam of blue light, so those beams of blue light weren't able to cause any harm to Yang Yi and the others. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan suddenly gazed at one of the students and said, "Yuan Ming, make it quick. Come with me." Yuan Ming shot into the 1,000-crane sect. Over 1,000 students followed behind him, and there were sword servants around them as well. Any obstruction they encountered would be mercilessly eliminated by those sword servants. So, Yuan Ming's group advanced smoothly, and it didn't take long for them to vanish into the distance. At this moment, an intense battle was going on here. The students of White Deer Academy were outnumbered, and their overall strength was weaker than the forces of the 1,000-crane sect. However, they had Yang Yi. So, it was the 1,000-crane sect which was at a disadvantage. because just Yang Yi alone was capable of resisting all the formations of the Thousand Crane sect, and he was even ceaselessly slaughtering the high-rank saints of the Thousand Crane sect. Under such circumstances, it was practically a slaughter. The shrill cries of countless disciples from the Thousand Crane sect were resounding incessantly. However, none of them fled. More and more disciples were rushing over from all directions, and even many experts within Thousand Crane City had rushed over. As more and more disciples rushed over, the forces from White Deer Academy gradually lost the advantage they had and were disadvantaged instead. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He pondered deeply for a moment, and then he issued a command in his heart. One of his sword servants vanished on the spot, and it didn't take long for a huge explosion to resound from the back of the Thousand Crane sect. After that, countless sounds of loud laughter resounded from there. Thousand Darkness Prison. The expressions of some elders from the Thousand Crane sect had changed drastically, because they realized that Yang Yi had destroyed the Thousand Darkness Prison. Many enemies of the Thousand Crane sect were imprisoned there, but most of the prisoners there were actually members of the Thousand Crane sect itself. They definitely held immense resentment towards the Thousand Crane sect because it was practically impossible to escape once one was imprisoned there. Sure enough, it didn't take long for chaos to arise at the rear of the Thousand Crane sect. However, the high-rank saints of the Thousand Crane sect paid no attention to those prisoners, because Yang Yi was much more terrifying than them. After all, even if they started a slaughter, how many could they kill? But if no one kept Yang Yi busy, then Yang Yi could annihilate all the disciples of the Thousand Crane sect. At this moment, the Thousand Crane sect was ready to stop at nothing in order to deal with Yang Yi and the students of White Deer Academy. They were ceaselessly activating all sorts of offensive formations. Every single activation of these formations consumed a huge number of violet crystals. However, they had no choice but to do so right now, because if they couldn't keep Yang Yi busy, then the ordinary disciples of the Thousand Crane sect would be utterly incapable of even resisting a single swing of Yang Ye's sword. But even then, it was quite difficult to keep Yang Yi busy. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's voice resounded, "Everyone come close to me." The students of White Deer Academy didn't hesitate to do as they were told. Even though some had tried to stop them, those experts were eliminated by Yang Yi. There was practically no one here who could resist a single swing of Yang Ye's sword. So, it didn't take long for the students of White Deer Academy to arrive around Yang Yi. Meanwhile, they were surrounded by disciples of the Thousand Crane sect. At this moment, the minds of those disciples were filled with the desire to kill, and they were utterly fearless. They were part of a diamond rank power in the end, so they couldn't be compared to the members of ordinary powers. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, they were practically surrounded, and the disciples and guards of the Thousand Crane sect were still rushing over incessantly from the city. "We can't stay any longer." Yang Yi gazed at Qiu Yuan and said, "Order everyone to get back here. We're going back to the cloud shuttle." Qiu Yuan didn't dare hesitate and immediately sent a voice transmission to those students who were tasked with plundering the Thousand Crane sect. In next to no time, those students rushed back here while escorted by Yang Ye's sword servants. "Don't let them escape. Stop them. The sect master will be here in a few dozen breaths of time, at most." One of the elders immediately roared upon noticing Yang Ye's intent to flee. If they couldn't kill Yang Yi, then the Thousand Crane sect would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Central Divine Prefecture. At that time, every single member of the Thousand Crane sect wouldn't be able to hold their heads up high before the members of other diamond rank powers. The disciples of the Thousand Crane sect immediately pounced at Yang Ye's group like madmen. The students of White Deer Academy immediately revealed extremely solemn expressions on their faces before the Thousand Crane sect's fearless attempt to stop them from escaping. Suddenly, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then another 50 sword servants at the high rank of the Saint Realm appeared here. The faces of the experts from the Thousand Crane sect changed drastically at the sight of those sword servants. However, Yang Yi paid no attention to the experts of the Thousand Crane sect, and he just waved his right hand and commanded, "Stay close and kill our way out with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. A ray of blood-red sword energy shot forward, and over 100 disciples of the Thousand Crane sect who were in his path were instantly slashed into two. Kill. Yang Yes figure shot towards the distance, and the students behind him immediately followed him. After 50 more high-rank saints appeared here, the students of the Thousand Crane sect were powerless to stop Yang Yes group, and they could only watch helplessly as Yang Yes group vanished into the horizon. Not even 5 breaths of time had passed after Yang Yes group left when Feng Qingyu and Mo Tian appeared in the Thousand Crane sect. Feng Qingyu's face was instantly covered in gloominess when she saw the corpses that covered the Thousand Crane sect. Yang Yi. Feng Qingyu's voice was like the roar of a wild beast as it resounded throughout Thousand Crane dimension. Chapter 11, 34. The news about the attack on the Thousand Crane sect swept through the Central Divine Prefecture like wildfire. The entire Central Divine Prefecture was in an uproar. Even though the Thousand Crane sect had fallen into a decline, it was still a diamond rank power. It still had its resources and reserves. Most importantly, Yang Yi was just a half-saint, and it wasn't exaggerated to call the students of White Deer Academy, which he led into battle, as a bunch of weak and injured experts. But it was exactly such a force that had attacked the Thousand Crane sect. Moreover, they'd killed more than 10,000 disciples of the Thousand Crane sect. Besides that, the Treasure Pavilion, Technique Pavilion, Herb Pavilion, and many other valuables of the Thousand Crane sect had been practically completely plundered. Most importantly, they'd swaggered off in the end. This battle made the entire Central Divine Prefecture remember a name, and it was Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi turned blood red every time he killed, wielded a sword of slaughter, and his actions were no different than madness in the eyes of others, many busybodies in the Central Divine Prefecture had given Yang Yi a nickname, the Mad Swordsman. No matter what, this battle forced the world to reconsider its view of White Deer Academy. Before this, everyone felt that White Deer Academy's fate was predetermined. After all, it was impossible for White Deer Academy to turn the situation around when facing the joint forces of the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction. Yet now, they had no choice but to reconsider it for no other reason than because White Deer Academy had the Mad Swordsman, Yang Yi. Quasi-emperors were at the apex of the radiant dimension. However, they weren't the strongest. The true strongest experts in the radiant dimension were those monstrous geniuses on the martial rankings. Perhaps some of those monstrous geniuses on the martial rankings were just half-saints like Yang Yi, but their strengths were sufficient to kill quasi-emperors. Moreover, some like the top 10 could even kill emperors. In short, Yang Yes' existence made everyone feel that White Deer Academy might still have a chance. White Deer Dimension. At this moment, countless were cheering and seething with excitement, because even the residents of White Deer Dimension had heard about Yang Yes' surprise attack on the Thousand Crane sect. Yang Yi, Zinan, and the others did well. Really well. This is the best I've felt in the last few months. Come on, let's go have a few drinks. They killed around 10,000 experts of the Thousand Crane sect and took countless treasures. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Truly awesome. I really wish I could have attacked the Thousand Crane sect with them. I truly wish I could. Ah. What are you shouting for? You'll have plenty of chances in the future. I believe that day will definitely arrive very soon. Attacking the Thousand Crane sect is nothing. I'm going to attack the Mo clan and annihilate that so-called ancient clan. They'll make them realize that while our academy has split apart, it isn't something that just anyone can bully. Attack the Thousand Crane sect. Attack the Mo clan. Hall of Nobility. There were only 3 people within the hall. Xiao Bieli, Xiao Ling, and Su Shirha. That kid really is a madman. Su Shirha denounced. He's acting as he pleases with the lives of our students. Even though he was denouncing Yang Yi, there was a smile on his face, and he didn't sound like he was angry either. Conversely, it sounded like he was praising Yang Yi. Xiao Ling glanced at Su Shirha and smiled. Even though it was really too crazy, I have to admit that this battle made everyone in the Central Divine Prefecture look upon our academy in a different light. Moreover, it raised our morale as well. Just listen to those little fellows in the city. Every single one of them is shouting about attacking the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect. Xiao Bieli glanced at Xiao Ling and Su Shurha, and then he laughed bitterly. That kid really doesn't know how to put anyone at ease. Forget it. Not to mention the outside world. I might not even be able to control him if he was here. He can just do as he pleases. With how ruthless and shameless that kid is, he'll definitely not suffer any losses. Xiao Ling smiled, and then she spoke seriously. We must take greater precautions because the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and the law faction might just attack us right away. Xiao Bieli nodded. Give the order for the entire city to continue staying on guard. Besides that, send that kid a voice transmission. Tell him, and those other kids to be careful. Su Shurha nodded, and then he left the hall. The Mad Swordsman? Ha ha ha. That name really does suit that kid. On the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. After they left the Thousand Crane sect, Yang Yi immediately commanded the Cloud Shuttle to travel at full speed. Even a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to catch up to them with ease right now. Qiu Yuan spoke in a low voice. We lost 221 students at the Half-Saint Realm or above. As for students below the Half-Saint Realm, we only lost 32 because they didn't participate in the battle. Silence filled the area. Even though their losses were very small, those fallen students were their friends, and some were even their loved ones. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan added, in the end, making the Thousand Crane sect pay such a horrible price, while we paid such a small price is a win for us. Yang Yi gazed at Qiu Yuan and said, note down the names of the fallen. White Deer Academy will take care of their families and clans in the future. Qiu Yuan nodded. Yang Yi said, tell me about our gains. Qiu Yuan replied, according to my initial estimations, the techniques, treasures, ores, herbs, and various other items we obtained are worth at least 50,000 violet crystals. 50,000 violet crystals. Everyone here instantly gasped upon hearing Qiu Yuan. 50,000 violet crystals. How much was that? It could be said that all of them couldn't gather than many violet crystals even if they worked for their entire lifetimes. Even White Deer Academy would find it impossible to produce 50,000 violet crystals right now. So, the blood of everyone here started to boil. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan laughed bitterly, even though that's the lowest price for all of it. Selling all of it is still a problem. We'll do that, said Yang Yi. He knew by Xiangyao. Based on Cloud Merchant Group's ability, it shouldn't be a problem for them to buy all of it. Qiu Yuan gazed at Yang Yi. You possess the contacts to sell them? Yang Yi nodded and said, display all the treasures to everyone first. If anyone needs anything, or there are treasures that suit them, then they can buy it. Remember, they have to buy it. Once everything is sold, the cost will be removed from the violet crystals that everyone should get. As for the price, you can decide that, Qiu Yuan. Qiu Yuan was astounded. You're saying that you intend to share the violet crystals with everyone? The others gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment as well. Yang Yi replied with a question, what else? Qiu Yuan was stunned, and then he said, But all of this should actually be yours, because we would have died if it wasn't for you, and we wouldn't have been able to escape with our lives without your help. Yang Yi waved his hand and said, I understand what you're trying to say. What I want to say is that we're all on the same boat right now, and we'll go through thick and thin together. Everyone here fought with their lives to obtain all of this, and it wasn't just I, Yang Yi, who did it. It's decided. The gazes all of them shot at Yang Yi now had changed slightly, and it had acceptance in them. After all, none of them would actually dare to fight back if Yang Yi intended to take everything for himself, because they wouldn't have even dared to attack the Thousand Crane sect if it wasn't for Yang Yi. But he hadn't done that, even if Yang Yi was ruthless, overbearing, and domineering. Once he acknowledged someone as one of his own, then he never treated them unfairly, would never abandon that person, and would never act selfishly. His attitude towards others was based on their attitude towards him. Yang Yi paid no further attention to them. He just turned around, looked up at the sky, and fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Zinan suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and asked, why didn't you just send out all of those puppets in the beginning? Qiu Yuan walked over to their side and said, because we might be unable to leave with our lives if we did that. Zinan was puzzled. Why? Qiu Yuan explained, if the gap between our strengths was too huge, In other words, if they felt that they had no chance to win, then what do you think they would do? Zenan thought for a moment, and then her expression changed. They'll summon their ancestor. Qiu Yuan nodded. 100 high-rank saints and Yang Yi, who's comparable to a quasi-emperor. They can't resist such a force at all. Under such circumstances, they would only have a single choice, and it's to summon their ancestor. Once we force them to do that, then not to mention killing and plundering, even escaping with our lives will be a problem for us. Yang Yi glanced at Qiu Yuan and nodded slightly. Actually, he could have just summoned his sword servant at the quasi-emperor realm and all the high-rank saints. But he hadn't done that. Why? Because he was afraid that the Thousand Cranes sect would summon its ancestor. Once an emperor descended here, all of them might be annihilated. But if he only revealed 50 high-rank saints, then the Thousand Cranes sect would definitely not summon its ancestor. Even though he didn't know the price that had to be paid in order to summon an emperor down to this world, he knew that it was definitely huge. Because the Thousand Cranes sect hadn't summoned their ancestor even when he was slaughtering his way through their sect that day, and it was sufficient to prove that the price to summon their ancestor was really huge. Zenan nodded slightly when she heard Qiu Yuan. I understand. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan spoke abruptly. We've arrived at Sky Capital City. Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at Qiu Yuan. The latter flicked 10 spatial rings to Yang Yi. The spatial rings contained everything they'd gained from the Thousand Cranes sect. Yang Yi said, they'll be back in a while. Activate the concealment formation on the cloud shuttle. They'll notify you immediately if anything goes wrong. The two of them nodded. Yang Yi's figure flashed and vanished from the cloud shuttle. At the same time, Zenan spoke abruptly. What do you think about him? Qiu Yuan said, he isn't a qualified leader. Zenan remained silent. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan added, however, he's the leader that we need the most right now. We need a leader who can hold his own and dares to fight. He's exactly that. However, ITLL put us in danger. Zenan was at a loss for words. Yang Yi snuck into Sky Capital City, and then he rushed straight for the Cloud Merchant Group's branch there. He hadn't walked in openly, and had snuck into the branch as well. If he were to walk in just like that, he would cause trouble for both Bai Xiangyao and himself. Yang Yi's divine sense swept the surroundings, and it didn't take long for him to notice Bai Xiangyao. But his expression changed when he arrived at her room, because a quasi-emperor was actually within her room. Xiangyao, you really are absolutely audacious. You actually lent that Imperial Cloud Shuttle to someone. Moreover, it was to that madman. Yang Yi, do you know that the Emo clan, the Law faction, and the Thousand Crane sect's experts have come to see me, your father? They asked me if our Bai clan intends to go against them. Besides them, those bastards from the Li clan and Fan clan within our merchant group have come to look for trouble with me as well. They say that we're dragging the merchant group down with us. A voice resounded from within the room. Bai Xianjiao's father? Yang Yi frowned slightly as he stood outside the room. Bai Xiangyao spoke in a low voice. The Imperial Cloud Shuttle belongs to our Bai clan. So what does it have to do with their Li clan and Fan clan? That's what I think. Bai Xianjiao's father spoke angrily. But what can we do? Because we really are dragging the merchant group down with us. The Mo clan has already stated that if we don't take the Imperial Cloud Shuttle back and cut ties with Yang Yi, then it's best if our merchant group doesn't appear within their territory. Otherwise, they'll kill as many of our people as they see. They're going too far. Bai Xiangyao was furious. Could it be that our merchant group is just going to allow the Mo clan to threaten us? Bai Xianjiao's father said, we are business people, so we have to consider the value behind our every action. Tell me, what does Yang Yi have which is worthy of us offending the Mo clan? As far as the merchant group is concerned, it isn't worth it at all. Yang Yi's natural talent is very good. But so what? He's all alone in the end. As for White Deer Academy, it's already crippled. Even if Feng Qingyi returns to the academy and works together with Yang Yi, the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction would still have to spare them if they are to have a chance at rising up in the world. But is that even possible? Bai Xiangyao asked, what are you trying to say? I know that you definitely have a way to contact that kid. Quickly tell him to come here right now. Bai Xiangyao replied, you intend to capture him and give him to the Mo clan? I'm not that stupid. Even though he's only a half-saint, His potential is extraordinarily huge. What if he doesn't die? Then I would have offended an extraordinary expert for our by clan. I'm only asking you to call him here so that he can return the Imperial Cloud Shuttle to us. After that, you have to proclaim that you've cut all ties with him. Then this problem will be resolved. Bai Xiangyao remained silent for a short while, and then she said, I can't contact him. Meanwhile, her father spoke abruptly. Xiangyao, do you like that kid? What nonsense are you speaking? Bai Xianjiao's voice carried a trace of anger. It's fine so long as you don't. That kid is a madman. Even though his arrival in our Bai clan wouldn't be a disgrace to our Bai clan can't endure the consequences of his current and future actions. Bai Xiangyao was at a loss for words. All right, call him here and make him return the Imperial Cloud Shuttle to us. Even if you refuse to do it for your father, do it for our Bai clan. Bai Xiangyao remained silent. Manager Bai, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you. Suddenly, Yang Ye's voice resounded in the room. Chapter 11, 35. Yang Yi appeared within the room. Besides Bai Xiangyao, there was a middle-aged man in luxurious robes who Bai Xiangyao bore some resemblance to. Obviously, he was her father. Young Master Yang? There was surprise in Bai Xianjiao's eyes. Obviously, she hadn't expected him to suddenly appear here. The middle-aged man's gaze had descended onto Yang Yi as well, and he was sizing up Yang Yi incessantly. Yang Yi nodded slightly to Bai Xiangyao and said, I'm sorry. I never expected that it would drag you into this. He hadn't expected that the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan had actually found out about the Imperial Cloud Shuttle and had even determined that it was Bai Xiangyao who'd lent it to him. However, it did make sense because had come to Sky Capital City on many occasions and had dealt with Bai Xiangyao in the past. With the Mo clan's strength, it made sense that they were able to determine Bai Xianjiao's involvement. She replied, I was careless. She too had never expected the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect to find out and even pressure her Bai clan. The middle-aged man spoke abruptly. Kid, aren't you afraid that I would capture you and hand you over to the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect? After all, the Thousand Crane sect wishes for nothing more than to eat your flesh and drink your blood now. Yang Yi replied with a question. Would that benefit you in any way? The middle-aged man replied. Why not? If I capture you, the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect will definitely be on friendly terms with my Bai clan, and it'll definitely benefit my Bai clan's future business with them. Yang Yi looked the middle-aged man in the eyes and said, I'm afraid you wouldn't be alive to enjoy those benefits. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, as expected of someone who has killed a quasi-emperor. You aren't even the slightest bit afraid when facing a quasi-emperor as a half-saint. All right, we'll get straight to the point. I'm not interested in interfering with the nonsense between your White Deer Academy and both the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect. Return the Imperial Cloud Shuttle, and we want to each other anything from then. Yang Yi spoke decisively. I refuse. The middle-aged man was stunned. Kid, you are intending to act shamelessly? Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man, and then he looked at Bai Xiangyao. Miss Bai, I'm sorry for dragging you into this matter. I'll get someone to send the Imperial Cloud Shuttle back in a while. Even though it was extremely important to him right now, he still intended to return it. He could act shamelessly towards his enemies, but he couldn't do that to a friend. He treated Bai Xiangyao as a friend of his. Bai Xiangyao replied, There's no need to do that for now. Yang Yi and the middle-aged man were stunned, and the middle-aged man hurriedly said, Little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Bai Xiangyao took a deep breath, and then she gazed at the middle-aged man and said, Father, that Imperial Cloud Shuttle belongs to me, so I have the right to choose who I borrow it to. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. I gave it to you as your dowry for your marriage. Bai Xiangyao replied, Right? So it's mine now. The middle-aged man was exasperated. You? Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Miss Bai, that isn't necessary. Even if I don't have that Imperial Cloud Shuttle, I can still lead those students back to the academy. The middle-aged man glared at Yang Yi and said, Kid, at least you have a heart. Bai Xiangyao shook her head slightly, but I believe that you'll be able to accomplish many things with its help. I've made my decision. If you treat me as a friend, then don't speak another word about it. The middle-aged man said, Little girl, are you trying to get your father in trouble? Bai Xiangyao gazed at the middle-aged man and said, Father, the Imperial Cloud Shuttle belongs to my Bai clan, and it's our right to lend it to whomever we like. Why should the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect be allowed to order us around? Besides that, what does it have to do with the Li clan and Fan clan? If they say that our Bai clan is dragging the merchant group down with us, then it'll just withdraw from the merchant group. Withdraw from the merchant group? The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly upon hearing her, and a short while passed before he laughed bitterly. You're just like your sister. She likes to speak about withdrawing from the merchant group for every small thing. Bai Xiangyao stated, the merchant group isn't as harmonious as it used to be. What else are those old bastards good for besides scheming against each other? The harm to our Bai clan from staying within the merchant group actually outweighs the benefits. Don't try to change the topic. They'll deal with the matters related to the merchant group. Don't worry, your father isn't a weakling. The middle-aged man continued, Now, let's take about the Imperial Cloud Shuttle and this kid. Bai Xianjiao's attitude was very firm. There's nothing to talk about. I've already lent it to him. The middle-aged man said, I respect your decision. Yang Yi and Bai Xiangyao were stunned upon hearing this. That fellow changed his mind? As if he knew what they were thinking, the middle-aged man said, Do you know why I suddenly changed my mind? Because this kid takes you into consideration. That proves he isn't a heartless and selfish person. To be a little more direct, his potential is huge, and he might be able to help our Bai clan. Of course, if he was a selfish and heartless person, then I wouldn't have agreed no matter how great his potential is. As our ancestor once said, if you intend to invest in a person, then consider character before potential. Bai Xiangyao spoke softly, but what about the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect? They can't do anything to me. The middle-aged man continued, At the very most, we just can't do business within their territory. As for the merchant group, can they remove me from my position? They wouldn't dare to do so no matter how brave they are. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Thank you. The middle-aged man turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. You think you're very strong, right? Yang Yi replied, It's not bad. The middle-aged man said, You think I didn't notice your presence just now? Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and said, So what if you did? The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he said, Next time. Next time let's fight in single combat. It'll allow you to realize that not all quasi-emperors are as weak as that fellow from the Thousand Crane sect. Just like you. Even though you're a half-saint, not all half-saints are as strong as you. There's a difference in strength between quasi-emperors as well. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man grunted before leaving the room. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Bai Xiangyao suddenly asked, Young Master Yang, did you come here for something? Yang Yi nodded, and then he withdrew 10 spatial rings and passed them to her. Look at these. See how much they are worth. Bai Xiangyao asked, They are your spoils from the Thousand Crane sect? Yang Yi nodded. Will it cause you any trouble? She shook her head in response. My cloud merchant group never considers the origins of things that it buys. Please wait a moment. Let me have a look and appraise their value. She moved aside once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's voice suddenly arose within Yang Yi's mind. Kid, come out here for a chat. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he left the room. Bai Xiangyao glanced at Yang Yi, and then she pondered deeply for a moment before starting to inspect the contents of the spatial rings. Outside the room, Yang Yi walked over to the middle-aged man's side and asked, Senior, do you need something? The middle-aged man replied, White Deer Academy can't be saved. Are you interested in joining my Bai clan? Don't worry. So long as you agree, they'll deal with the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect for you. Yang Yi replied with a question, Will you really accept me? The middle-aged man remained silent for a short while, and then he smiled, Indeed. If you abandon White Deer Academy right now, then I would really not dare to accept you. I refuse to foster an ungrateful bastard. At this point, the middle-aged man spoke seriously. To be honest, White Deer Academy is in a hopeless situation. At the very least, I don't think there's a way to turn the situation around. So, what is your plan? Yang Yi replied, What else? They want to kill me, so I can only kill them. The middle-aged man said, if the Mo clan really goes all out, then even the White Deer Academy before it split up wouldn't be a match for them. Yang Yi replied with a question, Senior, do you intend to assist my White Deer Academy? Don't even think about getting me to help. The middle-aged man continued, my Bai clan won't allow itself to be dragged into the enmity between you and them. I'm just very curious about what your plans are for the future. Yang Yi replied, I have no plans. I intend to fight to the very end. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. He was about to say something, but Bai Xiangyao walked out from the room. She glanced at them, and then she walked over to Yang Yi. According to my estimations, the treasures within those 10 spatial rings are worth around 50,000 violet crystals. But if you don't sell them in one go and allow us to auction them off, then it might sell for 60,000 or even 70,000 violet crystals. However, we'll take commission from the sale, and the merchant group should take around 5,000 violet crystals. How can you do business like that? The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. You revealed everything to him. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I don't have the time to wait for the auction to be conducted. Then should I give you 50,000 violet crystals right now? Bai Xiangyao continued, but you'll lose quite a bit like that. Yang Yi replied, it is what it is. In any case, it's still a profit for me. Bai Xiangyao grinned, this is a huge deal for me. There'll probably be no one who can compete with me in the performance evaluation this year. As she spoke, she turned around and left. It didn't take long for her to return, and then she flicked a spatial ring to Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't even inspect its contents before he said, Senior, Miss Bai, I have many matters to attend to, so I'll be bidding my farewells now. The middle-aged man chuckled. You can come here if you gain more treasures. We'll take them all no matter how many you have. Bai Xiangyao glared at the middle-aged man, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Be careful. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot. Bai Xiangyao looked ahead towards the distance while her jet-black brows were knit slightly together, and she seemed to be lost in thought. The middle-aged man suddenly said, Have you fallen for him? Bai Xiangyao immediately revealed a wisp of anger on her face, and she said, What nonsense are you spouting? She turned around and left once she finished speaking. The middle-aged man instantly heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. If you really fell for that fellow, then I can dream of living in peace throughout my lifetime. That kid's a madman, and only the Nether Pavilion or Evil faction are able to protect that madman. Yang Yi had just returned to the Imperial Cloud Shuttle when Xiao Yuan and Zi Nan came over to greet him, and they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Xiao Yuan spoke solemnly. The Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction have started to attack the city. Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed. Chapter 11:36. On the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. Xiao Yuan spoke solemnly. 3 quasi-emperors from the Mo clan and the Law faction's Li Leaguai are attacking White Deer City right now. Besides that, they've gathered a force of almost 500 high-rank saints and over 2,000 ordinary saints. It can be said that besides the Mo clan, the Law faction and Thousand Crane sect have dispatched all their elites. Yang Yi asked, How long can White Deer City hold on for? Xiao Yuan replied, With the Grand Formation, the Dean, and the Vice Dean, it should be able to hold for 4 hours. Will the Academy summon its ancestor once the city is breached? If it comes to that, then it's the moment of life and death for the Academy. Xiao Yuan continued, You might not be aware of it, but a huge price must be paid for an emperor to be summoned to our dimension. Firstly, this dimension is unable to endure the strength of an emperor, so the arrival of an emperor represents the arrival of heavenly wrath. Secondly, the summoning of an emperor requires an extremely huge amount of profound energy. The amount of profound energy required is almost equivalent to the profound energy of everyone within the city. In other words, summoning the ancestor of our academy is equivalent to utilizing the profound energy of everyone in the city in exchange for the arrival of an emperor in our dimension. Xiao Yuan's voice became heavy at this point. Moreover, emperors are able to stay in our dimension for 15 minutes at most. If he's unable to annihilate all our enemies within 15 minutes, then death will truly be awaiting all of us. Because at that time, the members of our academy would probably not have the strength to resist at all. No wonder the Thousand Crane sect didn't dare rashly summon its ancestor, said Yang Yi. If the Thousand Crane sect had summoned its ancestor, even if the Thousand Crane sect could kill all of them, it might be wiped off the face of the Central Divine Prefecture if another power were to suddenly launch a surprise attack against it at that time. The summoning of a sect's ancestor was equivalent to taking the enemy down with the entire sect. Unless there was no other choice, there was no power which was willing to do that. It was like that for the Thousand Crane sect, and it was the same for White Deer Academy. Xiao Yuan gazed at Yang Yi. What should we do now? Everyone else gazed at Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Now, we have two choices. The one is to leave the Central Divine Prefecture and go somewhere else to preserve the Academy's inheritance. The two choice is to kill our way back to the Academy and live and die with the Academy. Regardless of whether it's the one or two choice, they are both in the best interests of the Academy, and there's no difference between the two. Zinan replied, I naturally intend to go back. Xiao Yuan nodded as well. To be honest, even if that so-called inheritance is preserved, are we going to revive the Academy once it's gone? What a joke. We would probably be hiding all over the world then. Would anyone even want to experience such days? Moreover, the Academy needs us now, so how can we leave at a time like this? Zinan nodded. Exactly. If we are to flee, and the Academy wins, then how are we to face our brother and sisters in the Academy? Return to the Academy. Live and die with the Academy. Right. Live and die with the Academy. All of them made their stands clear, and none of them chose to leave the Central Divine Prefecture. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he flicked a spatial ring to Xiao Yuan. There are 50,000 violet crystals there. Distribute them. Suddenly, Zinan said, Just distribute 10,000 to everyone here. Yang Yi gazed at Zinan and asked, Why? Zinan tapped the ground lightly with her foot. You should be clearly aware of how many violet crystals this thing consumes. We can't make you pay for all those violet crystals by yourself, right? Besides that, this Imperial Cloud Shuttle isn't just capable of extremely swift speeds, it possesses offensive formations as well. So long as we possess sufficient violet crystals, then it can even fight a quasi-emperor. Of course, the precondition is sufficient violet crystals because at least 1,000 violet crystals are required for every activation of its formations. 1,000 violet crystals. The corners of Yang Yi's eyes twitched slightly. 1,000 violet crystals. This cloud shuttle really burns through money. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, According to what Zinan said, 10,000 will be distributed, while the rest will be used to maintain the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. Do all of you have any objections to that? None. The others immediately shook their heads. If anyone were to act selfishly at a time like this, then that person would truly be courting death. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Zinan. You control the cloud shuttle. Don't hesitate to use the violet crystals if we get into battle. We can just seek compensation from the Dean in the future. Zinan was speechless. Yang Yi turned around and looked towards the distance. He pondered deeply for an instant before he waved his right hand and said, Return to the Academy. Return to the Academy. Everyone here roared in unison. It didn't take long for the cloud shuttle to change its direction and shoot off in White Deer City's direction. White Deer City. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, explosions were resounding incessantly in the sky above White Deer City, and the barrier of light in the sky and the entire city were trembling violently. There were 4 quasi-emperors attacking madly in the sky. Meanwhile, countless cultivators in the city were ceaselessly pouring their profound energy into the barrier of light. Grand formations like this exhausted immense amounts of profound energy, so it couldn't resist the attacks of quasi-emperors without an endless supply of profound energy to maintain its strength. Xiao Bieli had his hands behind his back as he stood on the city wall, and he was looking up into the sky while gloominess and solemnness filled his eyes. Xiao Ling and Su Shirha were standing by his side. Su Shirha said, Yang Yes' surprise attack on the Thousand Crane sect undid their show of strength and grew our morale instead. They dare not continue delaying anymore. Xiao Ling spoke abruptly. We might not be able to defend the city. Su Shurha nodded. The grand formation here is much more inferior to the grand formation of our academy. Why don't we order everyone to retreat Ascension Mountain? We have to defend the city. Xiao Bieli spoke solemnly. This city is our foundation. If we lose it, then not to mention the property we lose, countless people in the city will perish as well. The students of our academy are living people, and the residents of the city are living people too. We can't abandon or give up on one of them. Su Shurha glanced at Xiao Bieli, and then he said, We have to prepare for the worst. Xiao Bieli replied, The worst-case scenario is summoning one of our ancestors. The corners of Su Shi's eyes twitched. Are we really going to do that? After all, once they summon their ancestor, it would represent a fight to the death. If we don't, then what else can we do? Xiao Bieli looked up at the sky. Have you not realized? The entire Central Divine Prefecture is watching the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect. They have no way to back down now. If they aren't able to crush us, then the Thousand Crane sect won't be the only laughingstock of the Central Divine Prefecture. The Mo clan would be one as well. As for the Thousand Crane sect, it goes without saying. They'll only be able to wash away the humiliation they've received by crushing us. So, once they enter the city, do you think anyone in the city will be able to survive? Su Shurha spoke solemnly, but what if we're unable to annihilate them after we summon our ancestor? What would we do then? Xiao Bieli fell silent, and his hands behind his back were slowly clenched tightly. A long time passed before Xiao Bieli spoke. Send a voice transmission to Yang Yes Group and tell them not to return. Tell them to leave the Central Divine Prefecture and go as far away as they can so that we have some hope. Su Shi's face became gloomy, and a short while passed before he nodded and left. After Su Shurha left, Xiaoling asked, We can't crush them even after we summon our academy's ancestor to our dimension? We definitely can. Xiao Bieli continued, however. Do you think they haven't anticipated that? They've definitely anticipated it, and they've surely prepared for it. You have to realize that while emperors are strong, it doesn't represent that they are invincible. Especially emperors who forcefully descend to this dimension. Their strength will be reduced to a certain extent. Xiaoling said, Our White Deer Academy has arrived at a moment of life and death just like that. Xiao Bieli looked up at the sky, and a cold glow flashed through his eyes as he watched those quasi-emperors in the sky attack the city's defensive formation. He said, Don't worry, even if our White Deer Academy is destroyed, we'll make them pay an unbearable price. Especially the Mo clan. Ha ha ha, an ancient clan. Let me see how great their reserves are. Suddenly, Su Shurha walked over and said, They didn't reply. Xiao Bieli frowned. Meanwhile, Xiaoling said, Don't worry about them. They'll be fine with Yang Yi there with them. As for leaving the Central Divine Prefecture, while I don't know what the others will decide, I know that Yang Yi will definitely not leave. Su Shurha nodded with agreement. He was willing to come to the Central Divine Prefecture for Ocean of Clouds Academy, and that's sufficient to display his character. So, he will definitely not abandon the academy. Haha. To be honest, I don't know if I should feel gratified or helpless. I actually hope that he leads those students away, because so long as they are alive, and especially while Yang Yi is alive, then our academy will still have hope even if it's destroyed today. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then the barrier of light in the sky started to crack apart. Mo Tion's voice resounded in the sky. White Deer Academy, if you surrender and submit to my Mo clan, then you can live. Otherwise, White Deer Academy will cease to exist for today onwards. Xiao Bieli spoke coldly. Mo Tion, it's already at a time like this, so why play such psychological tactics against us? If you have the ability, then feel free to attack us. I knew you would say that. As soon as Mo Tion finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped his palm down against the barrier of light. Li Leaguai and the other 3 quasi-emperors of the Mo clan hurriedly attacked as well. How terrifying was the joint attacks of 5 quasi-emperors. Even if they had the barrier of light to protect them, Everyone in the city still felt like the sky was about to collapse. Bang! The grand formation shattered into pieces. Li Leagui roaring laughter that was filled with madness resounded in the sky. Ha ha ha! Xiao Bieli. Li Leagui, told you that I would be back. I didn't lie, right? Emotion's voice resounded right after that. Attack! Swoosh! 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 The 1,000-plus experts who were standing on guard outside the city immediately shot into the city. Chapter 11, 37. 5 quasi-emperors, over 500 high-rank saints, and over 1,000 ordinary saints. Even the White Deer Academy before its split would find it difficult to resist such a force, let alone now. The battle hadn't even begun, but their imposing auras caused the cultivators of White Deer City to feel almost suffocated. Activate the formations. Xiao Bieli's voice resounded. As soon as Xiao Bieli gave the order, all the cultivators in the city instantly calmed down, and the students who were hidden at the 4 corners of the city immediately formed strange seals. After that, the entire city shook violently. Especially beneath White Deer City, it seemed like something was about to emerge from beneath the ground. It didn't take long for 4 huge pillars of light to shoot up into the sky. Every single one of them contained a huge beast, and there was an azure dragon, a fiery red phoenix, a dark blue tortoise, and a pure white tiger. Even though they were all condensed into form with energy, they seemed like they were material beasts, and the pressure they emanated wasn't inferior to quasi-emperors at all. The 4-symbol formation. Li Leagui cried out involuntarily when he saw the 4 huge beasts. Xiao Bieli, you've gone mad. You actually utilized the underground veins of White Deer Dimension to condense the 4 divine beasts. The underground veins he spoke of naturally represented the veins of energy beneath the city, and they were equivalent to spirit veins. However, they weren't as good as high-grade spirit veins, but they were part of White Deer City's foundation. Once those underground veins vanished, White Deer City would be completely crippled, because the city would slowly lose its vitality without the presence of those veins, and it would start to repulse spirit energy. Simply speaking, it would be ruined. At that time, it would be absolutely impossible for any geniuses to appear in the city. In other words, even if he could obtain White Deer City, it would be ruined. It's better than allowing everyone in the city to perish. Xiao Bieli glanced coldly at Li Leagui, and then he said, activate all the formations and kill any who enter the city. As soon as Xiao Bieli gave the order, numerous blue circles of light instantly appeared within the city, and then beams of light ceaselessly flickered out from them and shot towards the enemy. At the same time, the 4 divine beasts at the 4 corners of the city roared and howled in unison, and then they shot towards Emotion and the other quasi-emperors. Kill everyone? Xiao Bieli, such high-sounding sentiments. You intend to kill us with just a few lousy formations? You're truly too naive. As soon as Emotion finished speaking, the other 3 elders of the Emo clan immediately shot towards the 4 divine beasts. As for Emotion and Li Leagui, they gazed at Xiao Bieli and Xiaoling instead. Both sides had locked onto each other, and if any of them were to make a move, the other would definitely attack. However, both sides didn't attack at this moment. Even though the high-rank saints of White Deer Academy were fewer than the Emo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction, they were still able to resist the 1,500-plus experts they were facing while relying on the formations to assist them in battle. However, it was obvious that White Deer Academy was in a disadvantaged state. Even though the 4 divine beasts were extremely strong, they were still far insufficient to go against 3 quasi-emperors. They were just bodies of energy in the end, and they weren't true divine beasts. As for the students in the city below, while they were able to resist the enemy with the assistance of the various formations, the moment their formations were destroyed would be the moment they lost their lives. There was truly a huge gap in the top-tier strength of both sides to the battle. Xiao Bieli, I bet you didn't expect that your scholarly faction would suffer such a fate, right? Li Leagui laughed coldly as he gazed at Xiao Bieli, and he felt indescribably happy. That day, he and the Law faction had been driven out of White Deer Dimension. Now, his Law faction had returned domineeringly, and he felt happy from being able to vent and take revenge. Xiao Bieli glanced at Li Leaguai and spoke indifferently. No matter what happens, my scholarly faction will be standing up straight like men. As for your law faction, both you and your law faction are just dogs of the Mo clan. I really can't figure out why you feel so complacent from being a dog. Li Leaguai's face fell. By colluding with the Mo clan, had naturally promised the Mo clan some things. Otherwise, the Mo clan would definitely not declare war against White Deer Academy, and it would just force White Deer Academy to hand Yang Yi over and just act against Yang Yi, because the Mo clan would lose a lot from a war. Just like this very moment, the Mo clan had already lost a quasi-emperor since the war between it and White Deer Academy began. The Mo clan was no fool. Unless there were sufficient benefits, why would it do something that was against its interests? The benefits were naturally what Li Leaguai had promised the Mo clan. Even though he couldn't really accept the terms that had to promise, he felt that any price was worth it if it would allow the law faction to return to White Deer Dimension and reclaim everything that belonged to it. Li Leaguai laughed coldly. Xiao Bieli, just save it. I hope you'll still be able to talk so much when you watch all the members of your scholarly faction dying miserably. Xiao Bieli didn't waste his breath further. He just glanced at the surroundings, and then his face instantly fell. Many formations in the surroundings had been destroyed, and many students had been killed. As for the 4 divine beasts, they were growing ethereal before the joint forces of those 3 quasi-emperors from the Mo clan. It seemed like they would vanish completely at any moment. Xiao Bieli slowly clenched his fists. Mo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly while his hands behind his back were clenched tightly as well. As for Li Leaguai, he gazed at Xiao Bieli with a cold smile on his face. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from outside the city, and then a black bear of light shot through the sky and slammed against a quasi-emperor from the Mo clan. The black pillar of light was extremely swift and sudden. That quasi-emperor from the Mo clan didn't even have the time to dodge once he recovered from his shock. He had no choice but to face it head-on. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then he was blasted flying. Everyone looked out of the city, and they saw a huge cloud shuttle had suddenly appeared there. Moreover, a familiar face was standing on it. Yang Yi! Someone cried out involuntarily. It's Yang Yi! For some unknown reason, many of them heaved sighs of relief upon catching sight of Yang Yi, and they couldn't help but reveal a smile. Xiao Bieli revealed a slight smile as well, and Xiao Ling said, See, I told you that kid will come back. Oh, those little fellows came back with him as well. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly. Even though he hoped that Yang Yi would lead those students away from the Central Divine Prefecture, he felt extremely gratified when he saw Yang Yi and the others. Mo Tian and Li Leaguai were looking at Yang Yi as well, and both of their faces had turned gloomy upon seeing him. In Li Leaguai's opinion, Yang Yi could be considered as the reason why he and the law faction had been turned into homeless dogs. So, he wanted to kill Yang Yi even in his dreams. As for Mo Tian, he naturally wanted to kill Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi hadn't just killed Mo Yun Tian. Yang Yi had even killed Emoji right before his eyes. That was a humiliation for both him and the Mo clan. So, that humiliation would follow the Mo clan for eternity unless Yang Yi was killed. Yang Yi glanced at Mo Tian and Li Leaguai, and then he waved his right hand. 100 black-clothed figures shot into the city, and the addition of these 100 high-rank saints instantly alleviated the pressure on the students in the city. Yang Yi's figure shot over to Xiao Bieli, and he nodded slightly to Xiao Bieli before he said, "I'm not too late, right?" Xiao Bieli replied, "Actually, you should have left." Yang Yi said, "I'm unable to do something like that." Xiao Bieli laughed bitterly and said, "Fine. Since you're back, then we'll have a good battle with them. Let me see if our White Deer Academy will be eliminated from the Central Divine Prefecture today." Yang Yi nodded, and then he turned around to look at Li Leaguai and Emotian. Meanwhile, Emotian spoke abruptly, "Yang Yi, we were waiting for you. You're finally here." Xiao Bieli immediately frowned upon hearing Xiao Tian, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. It was the same for Yang Yi. Emotian gazed at them and laughed coldly. "Xiao Bieli, Yang Yi, did you think that this is the extent of my Mo clan strength? We're serious this time." As soon as Emotion finished speaking, the space beside Emotion shook slightly, and then Feng Qingyu and 2 more gray-robed old men appeared here. 3 more quasi-emperors. If the 5 from before were included, the Emo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction had 8 quasi-emperors in total. The faces of everyone in White Deer City turned pale at the sight of this. If it was only 5 quasi-emperors, then they would still have a chance. But if it was 8, how could they possibly fight such a battle? Xiao Bieli clenched his fists while killing intent surged in his eyes. Looks like your Emo clan really intends to annihilate my White Deer Academy. Did you think my Emo clan was plying with you? Emo Tian laughed coldly, and then he gazed at Feng Qingyu. Sect Master Feng, I'll leave Yang Yi to you. It's not a problem, right? Of course. Feng Qingyu stared fixedly at Yang Yi. A moment later, she waved her hand, and then the space here warped. After that, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and when his figure appeared again, both he and Feng Qingyu were within a blue barrier of light in midair. Feng Qingyu gazed ferociously at Yang Yi. I'm going to skin you alive, pull out your meridians, and then imprison your soul so that you'll experience an eternity of pain. Right? Don't you worry. I'll make that woman of yours, Xiao Yushi, accompany you as well. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Qingyu's figure shot towards Yang Yi. Attack! Emo Tian's voice resounded as well. Ancestral summoning. Suddenly, Xiao Bieli's voice resounded, and then a pillar of profound energy shot out from within him and pierced the sky. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned by Xiao Bieli's order, but it didn't take long for them to circulate their profound energy before numerous beams of profound energy pierced the sky. The sky dimmed down. It didn't take long for a monstrous wave of pressure to rain down from the sky. You've finally summoned your ancestor? Emo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he turned around and looked towards the distance. It's time for you to act. As soon as Emo Tian spoke, the space there was suddenly split apart, and then a one-armed man in a white robe walked out from within the spatial rift. There was an unsheathed saber hanging on the man's waist. The saber was a little over a meter long, and it seemed like a piece of scrap metal which was covered in rust. The one-armed man disregarded everyone, and he just gazed up calmly into the sky. Xiao Bieli's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw the one-armed man, and he spoke with astonishment. You're the Saber Monarch, Yi Lingfeng. The expressions of the others here changed drastically when they heard Xiao Bieli, and it even included Li Leaguai who stood by Emo Tian's side. The Saber Monarch Yi Lingfeng, one whose saber left no survivors. The 7th on the martial rankings. Chapter 11, 38. The top 10 on the martial rankings had always been mysterious, because most who entered the top 10 of the martial rankings wouldn't stay in the radiant dimension, and they would head to other dimensions to train and temper themselves. Why? Because a world without emperors didn't pose any threat to them. So, how could they improve in a world which wasn't able to pose any threat to them? Thus, once many attained a certain level of strength, they would choose to leave and temper themselves in other dimensions. That was exactly why few were ever able to meet such geniuses. However, everyone throughout the Central Divine Prefecture knew of these monstrous geniuses. Just like the Saber Monarch, Yi Lingfeng, there were countless legends about him, and the most renowned one was how Head killed an emperor outside the radiant dimension. No one knew if it was true, but rumors didn't just pop out of nowhere. Since such a legend had spread, it proved that even if he hadn't killed an emperor, Head definitely fought one. The ability to fight an emperor was shocking enough. After all, Yi Lingfeng was just a high-rank saint. The gazes of everyone here had descended upon Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng wore a white robe, and there was a white cape behind him. The striking part about him was his white hair. Of course, the gazes of everyone here wasn't on his hair, it was on his left shoulder instead, because his sleeve was fluttering with the wind, and it was completely empty. Obviously, Head lost his arm. It aroused the curiosity of everyone because those at the Saint Realm could regrow their limbs, but Yi Lingfeng remained with a single arm. No one knew why. At this moment, none of them were interested in the reason. Yi Lingfeng's arrival was undoubtedly like adding fuel to the flame for the experts of White Deer City. Because Yi Lingfeng had been brought here by Emo Tian. What was the relationship between Yi Lingfeng and the Emo clan? That was the question in all their minds right now. Bang! Suddenly, an expanse of white mist appeared in the sky, and then a pillar of light descended to White Deer City. A violet-robed old man who held a white ruler in his hand descended slowly from within the pillar of light. At the same time, a terrifying aura rained down from above. The entire world trembled before this aura, and many within the city were even forced down on their bellies. Of course, the reason they were in such a state was mainly because they'd used all their profound energy to summon the old man. So, they weren't able to utilize any profound energy to resist the pressure. The aura of an emperor surpassed the aura of the world. But it didn't take long for the aura to vanish, and then everything here returned to calm. After the old man's figure appeared here, Xiao Bieli and all the other students of White Deer Academy immediately bowed to the old man and spoke in unison, "Martial Ancestor." Meanwhile, Yi Lingfeng's right hand held tightly onto the hilt of his saber while he gazed at the old man. As for Emo Tian and the others, they revealed solemn expressions. After all, it was an emperor. Even though they were confident in Yi Lingfeng, they would be finished if he didn't live up to his reputation. The old man glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze descended upon Xiao Bieli. "Bieli?" Xiao Bieli nodded. "Martial Uncleing." The old man glanced at the surroundings again, and then he said, "I never expected our academy to fall to such a state." Xiao Bieli spoke with embarrassment. "It was my lack of ability that caused this." The old man shook his head slightly. The academy shouldn't have been divided into the law and scholarly faction. The seeds of this calamity were planted all those years ago, and it just ripened now. Of course, you can't escape blame for the fate of the academy. Benevolence is a merit of yours, but it's a flaw of yours as well. Xiao Bieli bowed slightly and didn't refute it. The old man immediately gazed at Emo Tian right after that. "Is there any chance of reconciliation?" Emo Tian replied, "No." The old man nodded, and then he gazed at Yi Lingfeng. "Amongst the people here, there are 4 who feel dangerous to me. You're one of them, and your gaze has been locked on me. I presume they brought you here to deal with me. Come, let me see how strong the current geniuses of the radiant dimension are." Yi Lingfeng took a step forward, and then he stretched his right hand forward. "Lend me a saber." As soon as he spoke, the sky here dimmed down, and then the spirit energy in a vast area suddenly converged towards him. In just an instant, a saber that was condensed from countless strands of spirit energy had appeared in his grasp. The saber wasn't long, and it was only a little over 1/3 of a meter in length, and its width was shorter than a finger. However, when Yi Lingfeng took it in his grasp, a terrifying aura surged out from within him, and it was like an invisible blade that swept directly at the violet-robed old man. The old man shook the white ruler in his right grasp, and a clear and resounding of a bell swept out from it. Bang! An explosion resounded through the sky. The old man waved his left hand slightly, and then the sky instantly returned to normal. Slash! Meanwhile, Yi Lingfeng's voice resounded, and then a snow-white ray of saber energy swept forward. The space before Yi Lingfeng was instantly shattered into bits. At the same time, the spectators were astounded to notice that the saber energy was actually spinning like a top as it shot towards the old man. The space in its path was instantly minced into bits, and even the laws of the Heaven Tao couldn't immediately restore the damaged space. Xiao Bieli and the others revealed extremely solemn expressions at the sight of this scene. It wasn't just Xiao Bieli who reacted in this way. Even Emo Tian and the other quasi-emperors there revealed solemn expressions as well, because the might of this attack was something that even they would probably be unable to resist. Just this attack alone told them that Yi Lingfeng's reputation wasn't undeserved. The old man's face was calm as he gazed at the saber energy. When it arrived in front of him, the old man tapped the white ruler forward, and a speck of cold light instantly flashed out from its tip. Bang! The saber energy stabbed against the old man's ruler, and rumbling resounded through the sky. The entire sky was trembling violently, and the space there even cracked apart. Numerous cracks covered the sky, and it was truly a shocking sight to behold. Most importantly, the old man had actually been pushed 5 steps back. Moreover, the saber energy hadn't vanished. It was still pressing down against the old man's ruler. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly twisted the ruler, causing a ray of cold light to instantly explode in the sky. Bang! The saber energy was instantly blasted apart by the cold light, and the sight of this allowed Xiao and the others to instantly heave sighs of relief. However, the shattered pieces of the saber energy suddenly shook in midair, and then they swiftly converged together before the saber energy shot at the old man again. A wisp of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes, but his expression remained calm and composed as he swung the ruler forward, and a ray of white light shot forward and slammed against the saber energy. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the sky again, and then a terrifying wave of energy swept towards the surroundings. The space throughout the entire sky rippled violently in its wake. It didn't take long for the sky to return to calm. The old man gazed at Yi Lingfeng while a trace of seriousness could be seen in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Lingfeng pondered deeply for an instant, and then he stomped his right foot against the space beneath him. His figure shot up into the sky while enveloped by saber energy. Everywhere he passed, space was instantly torn apart. When he was about to reach the old man, Yi Lingfeng raised the saber in his hand and swung it. There was a solemn expression in the old man's eyes, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest as he raised his ruler swiftly to collide with Yi Lingfeng's attack. Bang! The saber and ruler collided, and the entire sky trembled. They split apart as soon as they collided, and then the old man took a few dozen steps back. But just a moment passed before Yi Lingfeng suddenly appeared before the old man again, and then he swung his saber again. Just like that, Yi Lingfeng had swung his saber almost 100 times in less than a breath of time. Every single swing of his forced the old man back, and the old man was being pushed further and further back by every single collision. He was completely suppressed. The countenances of everyone from White Deer Academy had turned pale. A long time passed before another huge explosion resounded, and then the old man moved almost 300 m back. This time, Yi Lingfeng didn't attack again. He just moved aside and said, "There's no enmity between us, so I won't kill you." As soon as Yi Lingfeng finished speaking, jet black clouds covered the sky, and then a huge eye appeared in the sky. The eye had locked onto the violet-robed old man. It was the eye of the Heaven Tao. The old man took a deep breath, and his gaze descended onto Yi Lingfeng as he said, "Good, very good." As soon as he spoke, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Once he finished speaking, he gazed at Xiao and the others. "I must leave, or the heaven's wrath will destroy the academy. While I'm leaving, the academy still has a chance to survive." As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Yi, who was engaged in fierce battle with Feng Qingyu, and then he glanced at a certain area in the sky. After that, he immediately vanished on the spot. Once the old man left, Yi Lingfeng relaxed his grip, and the saber in his grasp instantly transformed into spirit energy that dispersed into the surroundings. After that, he turned around to gaze at Emotion. "From this moment onwards, I don't owe your Emo clan anything." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and vanished on the spot. All the students of White Deer Academy had despair on their faces. At this moment, their spirit energy was exhausted. In other words, they didn't have the strength to fight anymore. So, how could they resist the experts of the Emo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction? Xiao Bila's face was covered in despair as well, and his eyes were deathly still. Suddenly, someone cried out involuntarily, "The eye of the Heaven Tao hasn't left." Everyone looked up and noticed that the eye of the Heaven Tao was actually still in the sky, and it caused them to be stunned. The Emperor has left, so why hasn't the eye of the Heaven Tao left? Emotion and the others were stunned as well. Logically speaking, it should have left. Why is it still here? Suddenly, the eye of the Heaven Tao gazed at Yang Yi and Feng Qingyu. A moment later, a bolt of black divine lightning shot out from within it, and it descended towards Yang Yi and Feng Qingyu, who were in fierce battle. Everyone here was stunned once more by the sight of this. What's the eye of the Heaven Tao doing? Why is it attacking Yang Yi and Feng Qingyu? Feng Qingyu was stunned when the eye of the heaven Dao locked onto her, and then her face became extremely unsightly as if a pile of shit had been stuffed into her mouth. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.